play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me at Heartsuck Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Chrome sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais t'es, jamais fine. Trop de pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je sais pas, j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la qui laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vif, trop fort.
So much pressure, really, at the Esports World Cup. It's the biggest event in the world. And when you get into a day like today, facing elimination or potentially to get into playoffs, I don't think it gets much more pressurized than that, really.
Team Secret 7-0ing all gamers and moving on to the tournament.
Yeah, some teams will be able to handle the pressure because they've been there before. Others maybe not because they do lack some of that experience.
We had such a big change in the team. We don't really see ourselves as the title defenders because we're not the same core of that team.
Well, unfortunately, Team Secret, a team that lacked severely in EML Stage 1, Falcons have got the experience, they've got the quality, they really should get this win. I mean, if Secret are able to beat Falcons, that's a mighty upset, maybe the upset of the tournament. Falcons need to make top 8.
I think it's going to be fun because we're kind of playing without any pressure on our shoulders. We're going to try to rage bait Falcons.
I think for Weibo, it's an opportunity to show that they are still a team that should be making top 8. On the flip side for virtus.pro, of course, a wonderful Stage 1 in the EML region, a team that's got high quality, and so far has been playing some really good Siege at the event. Well, Team Liquid, of course, as an organization, hasn't really been always consistent at making the international event, so it's good to see them back. I think they're going to be quite a handful for CAG, but clearly CAG have had a very good event so far.
They are probably going to come for revenge because we won against them in Rio in the finals. If we put our minds in the right place, if we play like we know how to play, we are going to win.
KZ, he can deny the plans! Oh my god! Massive clutch from KZ!
Furia versus Fnatic. Fnatic are a team that has surprised me a little bit with their quality here at the Esports World Cup. I think that for Furia, they're a team that I do still think are they lacking some experience in terms of the core 5 being together, not as individuals, but they should probably still go in as favorites for this match. So I am expecting Furia to beat Fnatic today. There is no second opportunity. There's no more lower bracket. There are no more second chances. Today is the day where teams need to be at their best. If not, they're going home.
Welcome to the last day of groups here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Anne, I'll be your host on the B stream, and joining me on the caster desk we have Jesse and Ace. Guys, like I said, the best, the most anticipated day in groups. There are no second chances today. You lose, you go home.
That's exactly right, Anne. I mean, 5 days that we've had all of this siege going on through play-ins, through group stage. It all leads up to this. Win and you're in top 8. Lose and you go home. There are no more second chances today.
No, it's really simple. It's, you know, as you say, progress or your key gets crushed. It is absolutely that simple. There's a few teams that I think virtus.pro I would pick out as one that maybe we wouldn't have expected to be in this position, but we've basically got a couple of victims of FaZe Clan down here, so you know what can you do?
Yeah.
It is about making playoffs, of course, and if you think of the bigger picture, it is about being eligible for those club championship points. It is one thing that makes the Esports World Cup so unique, that we have this overhanging competition with the club championship. So we have a video to explain to you exactly how the club championship works.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of best esports club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
And that breathtaking trophy going to the winner of the club championship. Now, as we saw in the video, Falcons won that one last year. They were leading up until yesterday. All gamers winning out in Tekken, getting those 1,000 points on the board. They have now overtaken Falcons. We are in week 5 of the tournament. there aren't going to be that many chances anymore to overtake all gamers for Falcons, but even for a team like virtus.pro, right? They are fighting for playoffs today. They are fighting for those club championship points. They only have, like, what, 2 more games after this? It really is going to be dire with their opportunities.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, today's going to be such a critical day for the club championship because both Falcons and virtus.pro are playing massive matches to get into the top 8 and have that opportunity to earn points. So, obviously the final weekend is what everybody's going to be looking to for the most important games and the most important day. But today might prove to be even more impactful in terms of that club championship.
Exactly that, especially, like you say, if one of these teams don't make it through, that becomes absolutely massive, not just within Siege, which it will be massive, but also within that club championship at the EWC as well.
Yeah, of course. Now we'll talk about the format here for us. We're looking at it at the bottom of our screen, how our group stage works as we currently are standing with this. Of course, we have 16 teams. We've already said goodbye to some. Today's a big day as well. We're saying goodbye to 4 teams in total, and then 4 of those will be moving on to the playoffs. That is something that we are used to seeing, right? Playoffs, it's a similar kind of bracket as we get with any other kind of Siege tournament. But my favorite thing with this one here maybe is that we get a 3rd place match, and sure, it might feel a little bit sour, like, oh, what are we really fighting for? Well, you're fighting for a lot of money in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. I got the pleasure of casting that 3rd place match last year at the Esports World Cup, and it was absolutely brutal. I still remember between SSG and Furia. With how much money is on the line, those teams are desperate to get that 3rd place result, even if they don't make it to the grand finals. But getting there first is going to be the ultimate quest, right? Making sure that you win today, get in top 8, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it truly is one of those tournaments where placing as high as you can is, more important than ever, I would say. Every team wants to do as well as they can at every tournament. But like you say, the financial side of it involved in the difference of those places, 3rd down to 4th, it is a massive difference and they will fight for it.
Yeah, let's have a look at the prize pool then as well to really put numbers, put that money where our mouth is. As we've been saying, you're playing for a lot of money, but you're seeing it here on your screen as well. The difference between being 4th and 3rd, that's almost $100,000. That is so much money.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely crazy when we do get to that final weekend and we get to see who finishes in what position in the top 4. Even for the games today, though, I mean, all of these teams already have secured top 12, so they locked themselves in $35K. But just by winning one best of 3 today, you get an extra 25 grand in your pocket. That's an insane jump.
Yeah, it's like you say, it's a huge amount of money, and every win now is that kind of jump. So it really does start, I'm sure, sharpening the focus of these players. This is the time now to really lock in and get it done.
And this is like our 5th day of the groups. We've already had 4 days in total with so much action across the board. We'll have the SSC rewind to have a look at all the action of yesterday, because yesterday really was a weird day, right? We had a best of 3 with 3 maps that was finished in 2 hours. It was so dominant on every single map, and then still we went the full distance. And then the matchup afterwards, where it really seemed like we maybe could have even gotten the 3rd map there, but still it finished in 2.
Yeah, we started with Team Secret versus All Gamers, of course, and this is one where Secret came out looking really flat. This was their map pick of Bank, where they came in and they frankly got swept by All Gamers as they crushed them here on this attacks. But once we moved into that 2nd and 3rd map, Secret seemed to get a little bit of steam behind them. It felt like they were able to take control of the game, starting on the defense here at Nighthaven Lab. And once they had that belief in themselves, once they realized, okay, guys, we're at the Esports World Cup, we need to start showing up in one of these games, they absolutely took over this match.
I don't know for a fact, but I certainly know what the longest competitive game of Siege we've had at Tier 1. That's 68 rounds in Berlin. My voice still remembers it to this day. But honestly, this might be a contender for the shortest. Best of 3, 24 rounds. That was it. Like, that's absolute madness for a best of 3. And like you said, it was just, one of those games where either map, a team always just kind of got hold of it and ran away with it.
Well, I think we started to see the quality of some of the rookies on Team Secret as well. Drills really impressed me in that matchup with how he was able to step up versus All Gamers. And then when we moved into Fnatic versus EDG, we continued on the trend of EML versus CNL, and this one was unfortunately not quite so successful for EDG. Fnatic, a very dominant start here on Bank.
Fnatic looked fantastic. They really did. I cast this game with Iconic last night, and I said it at the time. I kind of waxing lyrical about them. I ran out of superlatives because their teamwork was just so on point. It was, I haven't, I don't want to get carried away, and I haven't seen the like of it in Siege for years. Of course, there are other, teams that are performing at that level. But for Fnatic, who have been together as a roster for such a short space of time, to be showing the kind of synchronization they were, the kind of team play between utility, between crossfires, everything they could be doing, they were doing right and doing it within half a second of each other. It was genuinely beautiful stuff. If they can play like that today, they'll be a quarterfinalist.
They are really oiling up through this whole event, really speeding up, ramping up is the right way to say it there. And if you think about how Esports World Cup went last year with Team Secret winning that one, they didn't come into that tournament as a tournament favorite either. We had Savage on the interview then saying like, oh, I think it's time people stop seeing us as like an underdog inside of this tournament, because we really are proving our points here. We are competing for the victory, and they did so in the end there. Now, looking at the schedule for our matches today, we have 4 best of 3 spread across the 2 streams that we have here at the Esports World Cup. And for us on the B stream, we'll be diving into virtus.pro versus Weibo, and then Furia versus Fnatic. Zenox said that Furia is expecting to win that match there. I feel like it's a little bit more even, in my opinion.
I mean, Furia, the quality of their players is absolutely incredible. I always call Furia the potential team because you look at the individuals and they are so good. They've accomplished so much on their own. But since forming as this unit at the start of the season, they haven't really shown that they're able to reach that highest level. So to come into here, I think expectations will be high versus Fnatic, but Fnatic have impressed almost every opponent they've gone up against. So they're definitely going to be scary.
Furia is like the meme, of like the big, like beefy, the big guy with us against Brazilian teams, and then the tiny little dog that's against anybody else in the world. That's kind of Furia at the minute. They just can't seem to get it done internationally. It's so impressive within their own region, but we've got a bracket there for Group A side as well, where we see that Falcon Secret matchup, and of course CAG.
Yeah.
We got to mention CAG. Ooh. Can they keep cagging?
That's going to be the big question. I mean, that match yesterday with Team Liquid and M80 was such a weird one. Like 2 big clutches, 2 big moments in those very final rounds for Team Liquid to secure that one. CAG has been impressing us so far in this tournament as well. And then Falcons and Secret, if Secret win that one, that could be the upside of the tournament, but Falcons very likely to move on there. We'll see Falcons crush that key of Team Secret there very likely later today. And then for our group here, as we'll be diving into Group B, into the action. The decider matches, I mean, Fnatic getting here by beating that key, or crushing the key from Edward. That key getting stuck in the machine was probably one of my favorite moments from yesterday. That was iconic. And then the little piece that just at every game and coming out. As poetic as you can get it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for EDG they weren't able to go a little bit farther in this tournament. I was really impressed in their opening match versus Virtus.pro. It was a dominant game versus the team that we're going to be watching early here on the B stream, but the rounds were so close, and it felt like they had that potential. So it just shows that anything can happen in a game like the Esports World Cup.
I'm going to make a wildly biased prediction for Group B, and I'm going to say we're going to have 3 out of 4 EML teams going through. FaZe are going to be the only non-EML team going through Group B. I think we're going to have GK, we're going to have Fnatic, and we're going to have virtus.pro all qualifying through to the quarterfinals.
Hey, I mean, I would love that
European
as the
performance
EML show.
like we haven't seen in years.
Exactly, and virtus.pro have the first chance of doing that here against Weibo. It's a rematch. These 2 teams faced off at Salt Lake City inside of a best of 1. virtus.pro coming out victorious with that one, a 7-4 scoreline on Cafe. Now, in my opinion, the story for this game is that in that event at Salt Lake City, both these teams found themselves 1 match away from making main stage, and both of them lost that matchup. They fell short. It was super unfortunate. Now they find themselves in the same opportunity. They both can get main stage, but only one of them is able to do that today.
Yeah, it's going to be all the marbles coming down between virtus.pro and Weibo Gaming. And I think for VP, this is a roster who are used to being the best team in EML. They're used to being at the highest of highs, and they've got a bit of a new look to them. We've talked about it nonstop this season. They brought in a little bit of that French influence. They've adapted to the new meta, but they still feel to me like a team who can be not just top 8, not just top 4, but fighting for a championship, who should be on that grand final stage, fighting to be the very best in the world. Weibo have never really hit those highs, but they still look like an absolute terrifying team, and this is not going to be an easy game for virtus.pro.
100%, I would completely agree with you on everything there, Jesse. I think virtus.pro, for me, watching them through EML, I think this is we've seen them, you know, I don't want to say struggle. They didn't beat FaZe. Anybody can lose against FaZe.
Yeah.
But I look at it and I think they've maybe just had a little bit of a dip in form at the wrong time. They were phenomenal through the first 7 play days of EML, and then they just kind of did. They still did enough to get here, and they've still done enough to be fighting for the quarterfinal. If they can find that form that they had at the beginning, if they can get the players like Rorik particularly activated in the game, then I think it should be a virtus.pro win. But Weibo, as you say, one of those teams, you know, they are always an outsider. They are always a contender. You can never count them out because they've got players like Turd who just don't care and will go in and back himself, and I love that about him.
And we saw a great example of that yesterday. I mean, their matchup against Enterprise, who would have thought that they would come out on map 1, 7-0 Enterprise on Enterprise's map pick. That's a very special thing that we saw from Weibo yesterday. Now, for them, of course, they'll be looking for that revenge as well. They'll be looking to make main stage, something they did last year at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Turd yesterday got to live out some of that OCE rivalry. Our best player out of New Zealand taking down the best team from Australia. It was a dominant performance coming through from Weibo, proving that they are the team to beat coming out of APAC. And I really just feel like this is a roster whose potential is through the roof. We've not seen them at that highest level just yet. Sure, they got top 8 last year at EWC, but they're really looking to break through and take out some of these top teams. And this could be their opportunity to do just that.
Yeah, and the ones to watch aside from Turd at the minute in terms of EWC, definitely Hoven and Gotti. They've been playing absolutely fantastically. You can't count anybody on this team. You know, we know how quality Reaps is as well. Just pure quality. He's one of those players that can win the lost rounds, as I would call them. The rounds where you're 2v4, but Reaps is still alive, and then in comes a triple kill, and all of a sudden you're winning a round that you really have no right to win. Reaps is definitely one of those players. So this is a roster absolutely stacked with talent. virtus.pro, whilst they would come in as my favourites for the game, only by a small edge, they have to be careful here. This is not an easy one to navigate, and I think, you know, it could come down to maps, it could come down to many things.
Yeah, because we've seen all kinds of games as well from Weibo inside the tournament, because that first match that they played as well, they were looking like they were going to win that best of 1, and it was for some heroics of a player like DS to really pull clutches around, pull that game around. So for Weibo, the objective here is to keep it clean, especially inside of a best of 3 where the match can get really long. It could really test your stamina, depending on the maps, of course, that we get as well. Let's have a look at that one then, because we already mentioned that this was a rematch on Cafe. Curious to see if Cafe is going to be part of the equation today. It seems like it won't be. Weibo will be getting that out. My eye immediately goes to the clubhouse, the Cider. That was the map that we saw the 7-0 on yesterday from Weibo. Should we get there, I feel like it's going to give us fireworks.
Yeah, I think fireworks no matter what throughout this series. I mean, it's not often I say this, Tim, but I'm kind of feeling like VP got a little fleeced in this map veto. Sure, they're a great consulate team. Nobody's going to take that away from them, but Weibo play a lot of consulate too. They're strong on that map. They're very comfortable. And Chalet and Clubhouse are both quite weak maps for the side of VP. They don't play these very often. When they do, it's almost certainly a loss. And as you mentioned, and the Decider already being shown as a dominant map for Weibo. So I still like VP as the overall team, but this map veto might have just evened the standings a bit.
That's 100% the point there. I think, you know, this is a great leveler for this game. If we want to come in and say that maybe virtus.pro have got that edge in terms of talent, I think you look at those maps and you think, actually, this is how you level the playing field. This just became, looking at those, particularly Chalet, as you say, it's not a good VP map. Looking at those, that makes this very much a 50-50.
Ooh, all right. Well, I'm excited for this matchup. Let us reiterate the stakes. It is do or die, as you can get. There will be no second chances. If you win this best of 3, you will move on to the playoffs. You'll be eligible for the club championship points, which we know for a team like virtus.pro is going to be so important, thinking of the bigger picture. If you lose, you will go home. Your key gets crushed. You'll be exiting Paris tomorrow. That's how serious it gets inside of this matchup here. We already talked about it. It's going to be a close one. Who takes it?
I'm going to still give it to VP, and I really have been impressed with how well they've played. I think this is a squad that can not only get top 8, but should be fighting for a championship here at the Esports World Cup. I like Weibo. I hope they can prove me wrong and give us a fun game. But for me, VP are just a level above.
Having seen the maps, I really want to say Weibo.
Yeah.
And so my head says Weibo.
Okay.
But I made that prediction earlier of 3 out of 4 qualifying teams from this group being EML. So I'm going to stick with VP. But my head says that I think Weibo might actually turn them over here if VP don't turn up and look sharp quickly.
Yeah.
I like that. I feel like we're getting really competitive matches here, right? Because with this one, it seems really difficult to determine the winner of it, especially taking the map veto into consideration. And then later today, when we get Furia and Fnatic, that one seems like a really difficult one to tell, because it could be anybody's game there if they turn up, as they do. Our good friend Demo likes to say it like that, right? You know, Siege is played out on the map itself. It really depends on how you show up on the day. We're seeing the final few words from the coaches here before we dive into the action. What do we feel like are the things that they're saying here? Is it kind of like a final bit of motivation?
Yeah, I think it's just about keeping calm, making sure you're confident going into this one. Play your game. They will have prepped for these maps. I don't think there's any surprises coming through here, especially on the side of VP. So just reiterate that game plan, get the players in the right mindset.
Get them sharp, get them ready to go. So are we. The match is starting.
Thank you very much, and let's get on into it. We are going to start things off on Consulate between Virtus.pro and Weibo. Just a reminder for anybody who's maybe joined us slightly late. First of all, welcome. We're going to let you off for the lateness. You are here just in time. And the stakes here, well, it's everything. Everything is at stake. The loser will see their key crushed. They will go home. The winner will proceed not only into the quarterfinals, but into the top 8 of the Siege tournament, which is particularly important in the overall concept, the overall idea of the Esports World Cup as well, because it makes your club eligible for those club championship points by getting into the top 8. So really, really important for both of these teams. And we will see who comes out on top, Jesse. We've got our bands. We've got our players. It's time to have some Siege.
It's time to have some Siege, and once again here on Consulate, Tim, I'll just go over the numbers quick before we dive into it. Virtus.pro 5-0, undefeated on Consulate this season, taking down the best teams that the EML region has to offer. They've beaten G2, Falcons, GK, Shifters, and more. They're so comfortable playing on this map, and I don't think starting on the attacking side is going to be a big disadvantage for them, like it would be for other teams that choose Consulate in a best of 3. Weibo like this map as well. They're 4-0 in the Asia League. They can play this against their domestic rivals, but the one time we saw them play it internationally versus Los, that was an overtime loss in Salt Lake City. So this is definitely a map that I think Weibo have shown that they know how to play, but it's not really against that same quality of opponents. They've made some interesting choices in the operator bans as well here, Tim. It's not like you have to ban shields against Virtus.pro, but if you choose not to ban shields, Nako's going to take that opportunity every day of the week. Expect him to play 6 straight rounds of shields on this map.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to be the case. The Ying being taken away, Pasha, a real Ying enjoyer as well. So I don't think it's a target so much. It's a very valuable operator on a map, Consulate in particular. So yeah, I think fair enough there, taking that one away. But look, it's, for me, VP signalling by taking that clash away. They've got, I think Nako's kind of entering that discussion of best shield players in the world.
Oh, 100%.
Definitely getting into that discussion now. You know, we've had some other big shield players across the years, and he's definitely in there. So as soon as you see VP take away the clash, you just know what's coming. That's going to be a reliance on Nako to bring those shields in. He's on blitz to begin with.
Very interesting to see this piano bomb site come through first. Typically, this is more the tertiary bomb site, as teams like to play the top floor and the bottom floor instead. But Weibo trying to throw their opponents off guard. They do love defending on this bomb site. They are absolutely dominant here, and even versus Los in Salt Lake City, they were undefeated defending on this site. So we know they like to play piano. This is a comfort pick for sure coming through from Weibo. And Virtus.pro, you can see where this push is coming from. They want to get this yellow control. They want to pressure these top floor players in and around CEO. And then whilst that pressure is happening, they can hopefully sneak down those stairs and start forcing a plant.
Hoven just thinking about having a little look up these stairs to try and challenge onto the player. It's Dan that's out in admin. Rorik on the Raura this time along, so we'll see where those Dom panels get deployed. The Deimos is a little bit of a target ban at Rorik. That is one of his primary operator choices, and anything you can do to slow Rorik down is going to be a helpful thing when you're playing Virtus.pro.
Well, that'll slow him down. A shotgun to the face. Speakeasy gets the opening frag here in this game. A really good start to come through from Weibo, and now they're trying to deal with this shield. A really nice swing from Turret as well. It takes down Skies. Posh is finding some frags in the midst of this, and the shields are finding value for VP, so they managed to get this man advantage back.
I think we're both starting to see the sides of the challenge that they're up against here. It's all well and good getting yourself a couple of kills against Virtus.pro, but they've always got players who can turn around. Pasha, Nako, 3 kills between them in a matter of heartbeats, and all of a sudden VP find themselves with an advantage. 3 versus 2. We've got Gotti playing underneath in sight at the minute. It is a piano site that they're attacking onto here, not that top floor, so don't get excited, VP fans. They are not ready to go on in just yet, and I love love this. Weibo just being able to play behind a little bit of that fire as well.
Yeah, Hoven's going to take this 1v1 on the spiral stairs versus Dan. If he wins that fight, it could make all the difference in the world. If he goes down early, that's probably the round.
Does manage to find his man, can turn, but it's Neko again. We commented how good he is on the shields. Gets that kill. 5 seconds left to go. Are they going to take the opportunity? Yes, they do. Plant starts going down. It's all up to Pasha on the cover, but Gotti knows where he is. He goes wrong side though, and Pasha, even low health on the Twitch, manages to find his man. VP clutching victory from the jaws of defeat in round 1.
Virtus.pro, what a push that is, Tim, and you can see how focused their attempt is on that execute. They basically take 0 map control that entire round. They've got yellow stairs, and that's it. Just yellow stairs when they go for that execute.
I wondered where you were going with that. You know,
just the yellow
stairs. Nowhere else to go.
But it comes off the team play between Pasha and Neko. That's the real difference maker for me, Tim. They get all 5 kills in the midst of that round, and it's not just that Neko is running in on the blitz and getting that double kill. That's great that he's able to pull off some frags in the midst of that, but it's how the rest of VP work towards him. You know, a lot of these other top-level teams, they'll play a shield for 50% of their attacks, or maybe 60% of their attacks. VP play a shield 100% of their attacks close to. So we really have a ton of experience from these other 4 players of backing up Neko, of using the space that he creates with them, and it just makes it so difficult. Even when you've got the right operators. They had a smoke at the top of those stairs to slow things down. They had a good crossfire with players coming in from that small office too, but it just didn't matter because VP were working that space so perfectly, and that's kind of the challenge that Weibo will have to overcome in this game.
On to round 2 we go then. It's going to be top floor this time around as the defensive side for Weibo moves on. Just having a look across the lineup. They've got the Tachanka. We see this quite often, so what's Speakeasy going to do? He's going to look, if he can, he'd love to play inside of the closet. It might not be possible. Depends on whether the wall gets opened up or not, so that should be a focus for VP really. Get up there, probably down one of those hard breach charges, get it on there, get that wall opened up, prevent the Tachanka playing inside of there. That's going to force Speakeasy a little bit deeper into sight, but he's there to basically fire off that default plant spot inside of the meeting door. That is generally going to be the plan. Well, maybe the last minute of the round or so.
Yeah. Of course, the early portion of this round probably going to come down to Hoven. He's the one who's playing in that admin extension just around break room. You've got to have to watch out for how much time he's able to delay. He's got a lot of things to worry about as he is kind of isolated here in the vending hallway, but if he can get away with his life and stall out maybe half the round, he's going to put his team into a really strong position. It's clearly going to be an admin take coming through from Virtus.pro. They're going to have probably 1 player on that balcony breach to try to make some kind of an impact. Rourke, of course, on the Sens can be really effective from that position, so it's just going to come down to how quickly they get Hoven out of this position, and then how do they convert from there?
They have forced him back a little bit deeper with the drones. Big mistake there from Neko. Just stands as that Razor Bloom activates. It's going to take him down on the Blackbeard. He will be collectible, I think. He's got a little bit of cover from a couple of teammates there. Hoven's not going to take the chance to push forward because he knows he doesn't need to. This is all about time for Hoven. He's wasted half of the round so far and still hasn't been moved.
I don't think he would have realized that Neko went down in the midst of that. He obviously hears the Thorn Trap go off, but it's kind of unexpected to get it down from that position, so he doesn't go aggro on it. That's going to continue to waste so much time. You've still got shields being played. We're just opening up the break room wall. The pace right now for VP is probably not going to be quite enough. They have to try to do something to break this round wide open. They've got some opportunities. Posh is lurking his way kind of around the south side of this map, but if they don't find an entry quick here, Tim, this round's just going to fall apart.
They're so slow at the minute. It looks like they might have slipped into reverse, to be honest with you, Jesse, without realising it. They're almost backing up and going out of the map. Virtus.pro definitely need to get themselves moving. Turd is just doing classic Turd things, down on a little lurk in the basement, hoping that he can get onto that rear side. Up Visa stairs could cause a real problem in the final 15-20 seconds here. Once we get there, Virtus.pro will continue now to start moving forward. They've got Spiral and they've got Admin, and this is the problem when playing against Virtus.pro. They will still find a way. Pasha, Skies, 1 apiece. Low time, but it's probably not going to matter. They start to pressure site. Reeks, he does pick up Neko. Weibo on the fight back, but they know where he is now. Dan manages to take down the Thorn. 4 versus 2. Kill after kill comes in from Virtus.pro, and they look lethal on Consulate at the minute.
How do they do it, Tim? These rounds look so strong early from Weibo. They're just not getting map control on the side of Virtus.pro, but it's almost like they don't need it. After spending 2.5 minutes just pressuring an admin, barely even looking at the vending hall, taking so much time to get a very little amount of space, what happens? They get a couple of opportunities. They spot Turd on the flank and shut him down. They walk up those spiral stairs for a freebie on the Gaudi, and you could tell Weibo in the midst of that, they weren't really aware of what to expect from VP, because for 2.5 minutes they'd seen nothing. There was a little bit of pressure admin, but it made it really tough to read what that second dimension was going to be from virtus.pro. Nobody even looked at the top of Spiral Stairs until those last 30 seconds, and once they were there, Gotti had no idea that they were going to be taking that position. I really like the attempt from Reaps inside the site to try to pull that one back, but even with low time, virtus.pro put together and execute. It's really impressive how good this team is in the late round.
Yeah, there's got to be a little bit of frustration creeping in on the side of Weibo, I'd imagine, because what they're doing is mostly working. We saw it, you know, Hoven holding them back out of admin, burnt so much time, made it difficult for them. But when virtus.pro are going to collapse with 20-25 seconds left to go and pick up 4 or 5 kills, how do you realistically play against that? It comes down to that age-old, you got to win your gunfights, and it's a difficult thing to say when you're going up against players like Rorik, Pasha, Dan, you know, the list goes on for virtus.pro. So very difficult for Weibo at the minute. I think Weibo just need to remain patient here.
Sure.
What they're doing is working. The strategy is working. They are slowing down virtus.pro. They are forcing them into these late round situations. You just kind of got to hope that sooner rather than later that tide turns and their luck runs out.
My eyes are on Turd so far for this round, Tim. He's a player that got so much value for Weibo in yesterday's victory over Enterprise. He's one of the most talented players that we have in the APL region. He can do so much good work for his squad. He's going to be here on the Rome game trying to play alongside Hoven, who's also been phenomenal so far through this tournament. Them as a duo are going to be critical to winning this round, because look at the operator lineup from VP. They've got the Ram, they've got the Sledge, they've got the Shields. They want to take map control and use it to apply pressure to the site. It has to be on these roamers to find value early on, to slow them from taking that map control and to be able to apply some of that pressure so that it's not a 5v5 execute, because VP in these late rounds with 5 players alive have been so difficult to stop.
I love a roam clear with a blitz, and that's what we see Nako doing at the minute. It takes me all the way back to Julio on Black Dragons, especially here on Consulate, top floor, old Consulate, top floor. He used to love a bit of that. He'd get himself in there, the current Falcons coach when he was a player, back in his even pre-NIP days when it was Black Dragons, but the strategy stands tall and it's still very valid. Nako goes across, he's got himself into the mid-floor now. The Romers have been chased back, everybody back on site for Weibo.
Well, that's not exactly what I was expecting for an opening pick, but the Nitro Cell will do just that to take down Skies. It's kind of the problem sometimes when you do try to work that vert. Weibo didn't commit to those gunfights early on the roam. They said, fine, we know VP are slow, we're going to let them waste their own time, head back towards that basement and play around their Nitro Cells. They've already gotten one nice pick coming out from that from Reaps. Gotti's got one more in his pocket as well. And this operator lineup 2 coming out from Weibo, it can win in the late round. You've got these Nitro Cells for Plant Denial, you've got this Echo drone from Speakeasy as well. This is not a lineup that Weibo have ever shown before. It's a brand new strategy coming out here at the Esports World Cup from them, so this might be something that virtus.pro won't know how to deal with when they get to that execute in the final 30 seconds.
Still needing to deal with the wall denial. I think that's been taken care of now, so we can see... Oh, no, still a little bit going on there. I don't know that they've got the answer. Pasha's going to be relocating on the Thermite. Rorik does pick up Reap, so it's a little bit of a rethink from virtus.pro, and this is the kind of situation, Jesse, I was talking about, where the luck might run out, where they get to a point where, hang on, with 20 seconds and we're having to rotate, we're having to change things up, it becomes a serious problem. 4 versus 4, Weibo might just need to play the clock here as much as they can, because virtus.pro are going to have to take risks, but they start doing it again. They get to 3 versus 2 position to put the diffuser down as well. Pasha's going to go for it. It's all up to Nako, and he gets one. Can he find his second? Speakeasy, such low health, and they now guns up against him. Can they keep doing it, Jesse? This is just ridiculous. 3 rounds in a row, 1 in the final 15 seconds.
I love virtus.pro on this attack, Tim, because it really feels like even when so many things are going wrong, something is going right, and it's enough to get them that opportunity to get back in the game. We saw them struggling outside the main breach. Pasha not able to open that wall as the Electroclaw was never dealt with on the side of VP, so they didn't have maybe their plan A strategy to come through. But whilst we were focused on the vert play and of course that main wall going on the back side of things, Nako and Rorik were just working picks. Nako pushed his way down the spiral stairs, forced a player back towards the hatch where Nako got that frag. It came down to, once again, Pasha and Nako making sure they had to win that out in the 2vx. The time got low. The walls weren't all open. They didn't have all the space that you might want in an execute like that. But Virtus.pro always have somebody in an annoying position who's finding value, who's working a man count lead for your squad. And it just makes it so awkward for Weibo, because while they're focused primarily on that main plant going down on the main breach, that's going well for them. They don't realize how bad it's getting kind of behind them on the site, and they will use attack timeout here to try to fix this game before it gets out of hand.
Pasha and Nako going big at the minute. They are combined 9-1 between them, only taking 1 death between the two of them in 3 rounds. You look at this from Weibo's perspective, what can they do differently? For me, they've been getting the entries. They've got 2 out of the 3 entry kills so far. I think they actually need to double down on that, because the beginning of the round, it feels like where they will find their success here against Virtus.pro. You know, we've seen VP have won all of those rounds in the last 15-20 seconds. So I think if you Weibo, you take advantage of that. If you're getting those entry picks, go more aggressive. Don't have that drop back to site. We saw it in that last round. They get the opening kill with the Nitro. The Roamers drop back to site and they try to hold on for 2.5 minutes. I think maybe don't do that. I think if you get that entry kill, you've then got a spare man. So even if you lose them, you're still level, you're still 4v4. So I think you send somebody like Turd, like Hoven, out on the roam. You just say, go and basically do what you want. Go and get aggressive. Go and take the fight to VP out in the map, cause them a problem, and hopefully your superstar players come good, get themselves a couple more kills out there, and then all of a sudden it's a 2v4 coming into that last 15 seconds, say, and it's going to be a different situation.
Well, and that's the thing, like, clearly through 3 rounds we've seen that you cannot just rely on slowing them down and winning in the late round with 10 seconds to go, because it doesn't matter what the clock is. Seemingly Virtus.pro are putting together excellent positions. So win the game in the early round, right? Manage to get yourself a man lead that's so great that the enemy just can't put a push together. You can just play your trades, simplify that end game so that when you get down to it, you really just have to play together, trade your teammates, and win things out with without too much thought behind it. That has to kind of be the game plan, and that's tough on consoles sometimes. You know, the attackers, they don't need to take much map control until they really do start feeling that pressure. It's usually a really strong defending map because it is so difficult for the attackers to get in some of those early fights and get some of that early man advantage, but VP are almost using that to their advantage. A 3-3 split would already be fantastic for the attacking team on Consulate. The fact that this could be 4-2, 5-1, or even a 6-0 for VP, that should be ringing so many alarm bells for Weibo.
Yeah, it's a massive start, and Weibo need to, I think, look alive and, like I said, just back themselves a little bit. Once they've got that advantage, push that advantage, win the end of the round at the beginning of the round, and make sure it's beyond VP before they get a chance to get back into it. Rorik, however, will pick up Hoven. That's certainly not going to help them if VP start picking up those entry kills. It's going to be 5 versus 4. It's the Tubarão off the line, which is, I don't think, going to impact things too much, although always handy to have those auto canisters to try and deal with something like a blitz if they're getting aggressive up into your face. Time being, there's going to be a little bit of a battle going on around yellow stairs again.
Already Reaps, he knows he wants to get a pick back. It was just in the break room window from the roof where Rourke got that opening pick. You can clearly see that this is not going to be the same admin take that we saw last time from Virtus.pro. They want to play the CEO window. They want to get in for yellow control, and that means you got to be a little bit more aggressive on the side of Weibo. God, he's seriously considering a jump out here. If he does that, it could be absolutely critical to take down Dan and drop the diffuser.
I love this kind of aggression coming out from where... Ooh, it didn't work out. They were predicted. Gotti was going to go out of the window, I think, there. He was certainly looking for a bit of it and gets taken down, manages to find a kill. Speakeasy onto Nako, takes down the shield, gets around the corner, stops the plant going down. That's brilliant from Speakeasy. The problem that he's got is the challenge coming in from Pasha, who is currently 7-0, by the way. He is continually rescuing Virtus.pro from these difficult situations. It's all up to Turd. Cut down by Skies. VP 4-0 running away with map 1.
Beautifully done by Virtus.pro. Once again, Tim, they're controlling the movements of Weibo Gaming. They get that first pick from outside the building onto Hoven. That gets them the man advantage. Then that kind of applies that pressure. We see Reaps getting aggressive on Spiral. We see Gotti getting aggressive on the CEO window. These players want picks back, and VP know that. They're ready for these swings. They're ready for these bits of aggression, so they're able to punish that as it comes down. Huge credit to Speakeasy, getting into that position to deny the plant after taking down Nako on the shield. That's massive, but they just don't have the bodies to cover the other angles, and Pasha works his way in through the balcony. He comes in through meeting. He's behind the enemy lines, of course. At that point, they were a 5v3 before Pasha went for that play, so you just have gaps naturally in your defense. There's nothing else you can do when you're down in that 2-man lead, so right idea maybe from Weibo. We talked about it, get a little bit more aggressive in that early game, try to win the round before the executes, but unfortunately they kind of lost the round before the executes despite some heroics. It's VP on top and now a 4-0 lead. This might be the map, to be honest.
It's always the problem that you find against a team like virtus.pro. I think, I agree, I think it was the right attempt. It's, you know, what I was kind of putting out there as an idea as well. Get aggressive beginning of the round, try and get it won before it becomes a problem. The problem therein lies that you're trying to do it against virtus.pro, and they are going to win those gunfights. They are going to come through and take advantage of that aggression as well, which is exactly what they've done. They're just winning every single element at the minute, and Weibo, they need to find a little bit of comfort somehow. They need to find their position in this map and get themselves a couple of rounds, because this is starting to look catastrophic. Like you say, we're getting over to that point of wondering whether this is done.
Yeah. I know it's pretty late for our APAC fans watching this Weibo game, hoping for a quick 2-0 versus VP, but do cause some... Don't be panicking yet, right? Because when we looked at the map veto for this BO3, there's so much more to go, and this was probably, I mean, this was no doubt the hardest map for Weibo. If Weibo had won this map, the rest of the series would have been nearly impossible for virtus.pro. We kind of expected them to dominate on Consulate. They've beaten some of the best teams in the world on this map. I don't know if we expected it to be this lopsided through the first 4, but overall in the series, Weibo are not in a bad spot. They'd love to pull this map back. They're going to give everything they've got, but VP, they might just be a step above on this map.
I think that would be my concern for Weibo right now. You've got to remember, you know, looking across the players and the kills at the minute, Gotti 0, Turd 1, Reaps 2, Hoven 1. They're being kept out of the game, and that's the big thing. So yes, they are going to look towards Chalet. 9-win streak on there. They're going to come in there thinking, yeah, we can definitely do this. But you've almost kind of been sat cold. I say this about support players a lot. When you get those support players in the clutches at the end of the rounds, I've got a lot of respect when they win them out, because you might not have had a gunfight for 6 minutes. You know, if you're a support player, you might not have been really active in that, and that's the position these Weibo players are in danger of getting into.
5 rounds deep. This is the 5th new strategy from virtus.pro, where instead of going straight for the yellow execute, they're going to go full through the top floor, try to take this space before they get down to it, but that doesn't mean they don't have pinch pressure elsewhere. Rorik on the Habana shotgun, why not? Trying to pressure those yellow stairs, and the goal here is for Nako to push them right back into Rorik's line of sight.
That looks like it could certainly be the case, because the Blackbeard is moving forward. The call is there. I love that. Take the damage from the barbed wire. It doesn't matter. Get the kill. Beautiful stuff from Rorik. Takes down Reaps. He's aware of the flank coming around the corner. Does he get another? No. Gotti pre-fires. Wonderful stuff. Takes down Rorik. Hibana gone. 4 versus 4. 45 seconds to go.
But that's top floor control. That's exactly what VP wanted. They would have maybe liked to get a little bit more in terms of the frags, but they'll take the space. They'll take the 4v4. They can start to work for an execute. Time is getting low. 35 seconds, but that's never stopped VP before, so watch for this push, Tim, as they start to work the hatch inside of Piano. They work their way on yellow stairs. Speakeasy might be the most deadly player because he's playing close range with that shotgun.
35 seconds, Jesse. They could win it twice over today. Not a problem at all for virtus.pro. 4 versus 4, and here comes the pressure. We've seen it so many times. They've dropped into sight as well. Nako manages to get the kill on the Solis, but great flank from Turd there. Takes down Dan. 3 versus 3 as the Blackbeard is starting to put the diffuser down, and this is something virtus.pro have done so well so far, Jesse. Round after round is covering those planters, making sure that there is a bit of safe space. They don't take anything more than they need to. They take the minimum amount, and then they just hold brilliant angles on it so that the cover is there. I wish I could get cover like that in ranked. Phenomenal stuff from VP. 5-0.
Don't we all wish we could get cover like that, Tim? I mean, you see it from Weibo. They're maybe not expecting playing in the APL region for a team to be this in sync on the offense, and even at the highest level of the best region in the world, it's rare to see a team with coordination like this. They're doing their best in the late rounds with Weibo. They're taking unexpected positions, and they're finding ways to get these picks. It was a great play there on the spiral stairs, but it just feels like every other trick that they tried, it's being watched by VP. They've got the vert control to stop that push in through the plants. Nako knows exactly where he's got to get into sight and start that plant, because he knows already where his teammates are playing from. virtus.pro have given themselves an incredibly comfortable map here. They've done these executes so many times in a row that it just comes naturally to them. It's a beautiful map to watch so far coming through from VP, and Again, on the series, I'm not so worried, but I'm glad you mentioned some of these players, Tim, because I'm looking at Hoven right now. He's 1-5 here in this game. Hoven has not gone negative for the last 17 professional maps that he has played. Throughout this entire tournament, throughout all of Stage 1, you have to go back to Salt Lake City to find a map where Hoven entered in and exited with a negative KD. He's always been positive or even. That trend almost certain to break here on Consulate versus Virtus.pro, and it shows that this is not just a difficult match for Weibo, but this is a completely new level of opponent they're going up against.
Yeah, it really is. We're going to see that early aggression. Again, I don't hate this. Yep, get yourself into the round, get aggressive, put it to Virtus.pro, put them on the back foot. I don't know that Gotti's going to get the opportunity here, though, because you can see Virtus.pro just being very, very cautious, making sure that they're checking all those angles, that they're not losing any bodies early on in the round. And it's again going to be Neko that's the one pushing forward, taking space, and they've got the ping on the player up inside of admin. They are aware of Hoven's position, which is a little bit catastrophic when you're playing the Vigil. You want to keep yourself off the radar.
Yep. Again, 6 rounds deep now, 6 new strategies. Last time we saw VP really try to take full map control before going for his execute Tim. You saw them bring the sledge, the ram, try to work that vert. This time, absolutely not. They're going to hit the back of the site. Taking server control is the name of the game here, and then they're going to go horizontal through the bottom floor. That makes these roamers' positions a little bit less impactful. It's harder to have value if you're Hoven up there on the top floor playing the Vigil. If they're just not going to focus on clearing you out, they're aware that you're there. They're fine with it. They're just not that interested in taking that space because, as we've said over and over again, VP do not take more control than they need. They're going to get that space down in the basement, and they're going to push for an execute as soon as they can.
So they'll just use something like the Claymores of Skies maybe to cover off that hatch drop so that he can't be coming down and, you know, working his way into the basement behind them. They'll just prevent that from happening, and then you just leave him out in the cold and you know you've got a 5v4 on site.
This could be really tense here, this Nitro Cell. If it kills Pasha before he gets the wall open, that could be absolutely game-changing. They were keeping the wall closed last time, and that's exactly what he does. It's only a down. It goes a little too far as Pasha's close up onto the wall, so he's still going to have the opportunity to open it. There is another Nitro Cell in the pocket of Speak Easy, but he's not really in position to open this, so that's going to be the main wall grabbed by Virtus.pro.
Yeah, possibly a bit of a mistake there. They did have the Thatcher kind of stood hanging around. Skies was ultimately able to at least get him back online. Hoven playing this from the old double floor look down onto the breach. It's not an easy shot to make, I will say that, especially if the pressure's on and they're moving quickly. 5 versus 4 still, as Virtus.pro holding on to that advantage. It's Gotti that has been taken off the board. 30 seconds left to go, and here comes Hoven on that backside. I did say it may be Claymored off, but it won't because the Thatcher had actually gone round to the main breach and pushed from there. Dan picks up Turd. Are they aware? Yes, they are. They've got the drones. They've got the intel. Dan cuts off Hoven, and that leaves us now 4v1, 15 seconds left to go. Virtus.pro doing it with time to spare this time. Jesse, they get themselves a 6-0 half, and it just, yeah, it looks like this one's probably done. GG go next.
Even when they have the perfect timing on that flank, like the fact that Hoven drops the hatch just at the exact moment that Rourke is trying to walk in through Visa, try to spot him out, stop that flank from coming through, that was the win con, right? If he takes down the ace, he shoots the Monty in the back of the head, all of a sudden it's a completely different game, but it's like there's always a second layer. They're reading their opponents so beautifully, Virtus.pro are, and it just feels like, I mean, they're masters of this map. They're playing with their food at this point. VP looking absolutely unbeatable and getting better as the game goes on. I mean, you said it, that was the fastest attack that we've seen so far from Virtus.pro, so it's just showing complete mastery on consulates. They're, I think, no doubt the better team out of these two on this map, and I would argue Virtus.pro, a decent chance they're the best consulate team in the world right now.
It's difficult to argue against. You know, they are, at the minute, to be honest, making Weibo look like amateurs. But Weibo are not amateurs. I will back that up by saying this is a very capable team. This is a team that took Furia to overtime. This is a team that regularly gets wins on the international stage as well as regionally. We are seeing them as now a consistent part of that international circuit since Gohan has come on board as well. I think we've seen them go to like a new level again, and it's been brilliant to watch. But right now, you know, I came in saying Hoven and Gotti were two of the top players in the tournament. They've been absolutely fantastic so far. Those are the numbers. They've got 2 kills in 6 rounds between them. Like, they are just being silenced by Virtus.pro here on console. As we've said, I don't think that's going to continue for the entire best of 3. Weibo are going to have much more to say on Chalet, but you do have to ask what impact mentally does it have on the team if they do get 7-0'd.
Virtus.pro moving to the defense side now here on the most defender-sided map in Rainbow Six Siege. They're in an excellent spot to close this one out. I'd be surprised if this was not a 7-0 coming through from VP. For Weibo, I mean, we've said it, Tim. If they lose this series, nobody's going to look to Consulate and say, they lost it in map 1. If they lose this one, it's going to be because their mental is broken into map 2. And I think for that reason, you have to be using this halftime timeout to just say, like, hey guys, we're fine, right? I want to see reassuring words coming out of Gohan, the head coach of Weibo here, just being like, even if this doesn't go our way, even if things don't come together on these offenses, just put the strategies together, see if you can get a couple of rounds going, get some momentum. If we do, we move on to our own map pick of Chalet. We're going to crush them on that map. If we don't, fine, okay? Let's not beat ourselves up over this because this is a difficult game. They're playing a really strong opponent in terms of VP, and they've just got to continue to keep the mental up in this matchup.
As we've said, this one, overall, the best 3 is for absolutely everything. The loser will see their key crushed at the end, and they will exit the Esports World Cup 2026 here in Paris. Virtus.pro looking very comfortable on Consulate. 6-0, swap sides, and we have the bans come in. Virtus.pro take away Grim and Glaz, 2 very execute-focused operators. Going to be removed and make it difficult for Weibo maybe to find that space particularly. That's what Glaz and Grim are going to do for you. They're going to create space, they're going to create those safe spots to go in and get a diffuser plant to get that done. That's going to be a little bit trickier for Weibo now. Yeah, I really like that mute ban coming through from Weibo too. Not only is it Pasha's most played defensive operator here in the bottom floor of Consulate, but it's also just a really good op in terms of countering some of those roam clearing operators that like to get brought here in this day of age. Talking about Snake, Dokkaebi, Deimos, that trident of intel operators that can be really powerful at finding those isolated players and forcing them out of position. If VP want to go for a roam game here, and they might, Pasha's 8-1 sitting on the top floor right now. He could absolutely do anything in this round, and there'd be no reason to criticize him. Weibo should have the tools to deal him out of this position. They've just put Turret on the Snake. They've got Reaps on this Dokkaebi. I want to see them going fast for this roam clear and taking him at advantage. Setup is still going on inside of site, and you might just get your wish here, Jesse. The Blitz is looking to get in there aggressively. Opens yellow door. We're going to have Snake scanning out as well, just providing that intel. So Weibo already kind of knocking on the door and thinking about getting on inside of this map. It's going to be Reaps who will go straight on into admin. And I like this. A little bit of pace, a little bit of aggression coming out of Weibo. Like you said, you're 6 down. You might as well throw it at the wall and see what sticks.
They spotted Skies inside of Visa. They caught him on that Snake scan, so they will know that he's got this fortress built up with these Kiba barriers. They're doing a great job of spotting him out, but there are players to worry about elsewhere too. They just walk in and take this fight. 2 different angles are coming towards Skies, but he's got this cover with the Kiba barriers. Hits a nice shot there, attempts to find that frag, but it's Reaps who gets the opening instead. Yep,
great team play from Weibo. Gotti manages to find Rorik, and they are starting to get themselves into this one quickly, just as we had hoped for. 5 versus 3, as Army and Mirror both off the board. Bit of utility gone with them as well. So Weibo going to be very happy with that. They need to, I think, look, even if we say, you know, Consulate still goes to VP, there's a good chance that it does. Even for Weibo, getting a round or 2, it just mentally removes that 7-0. It's brilliant for them.
It's a tough fight for Speakeasy to take up against the Warden close range with the shotgun. He won't be able to blinds, and he won't be able to do much close range up against that as well. He wants to make space for the Reaps. He pops his glasses, takes this fight, and walks right into the hand of Reaps. That's really nice coordination with the shield. They're doing a great job of fighting these isolated picks, Tim. That's what they had to do up against this defensive lineup. That's what they're finding success with. They've now put Nako and Dan in a really difficult position. They've got some great long-range guns, but there's so much work to do.
Yeah, Porte Pasha in absolutely beautifully there to the waiting arms of his teammates. So we found ourselves 5 versus 2. They're now starting to open up above. I like this from Weibo as well, Jesse. They're not rushing here. They're still ticking those boxes. They're still taking care of the fundamentals. Let's open the verticals. We've got time. Let's remove those power spots before we start trying to go in and just like rush a plant down. This is really good from them.
So far this time might be the biggest advantage VP have. They were so successful on their own attacking half of getting these executes down while the clock was still so low, but can Weibo do the same thing in the 5v2?
30 seconds left to go. Here comes the Blitz just chasing that Cade away. They know they don't need to take the risks here. They don't really need to take the fights. They just need to push them around. Where have we seen this before? Dan and Nako, they just come alive in the last 20 seconds, don't they? That's going to be diffuser down. It's all up to Hoven with 2 down as well. This one looks like it's probably going to be over. He wants to collect his teammate, not go for the plant. 10 seconds left to go. Dan manages to pick up 1v1. It's all up to Dan. He doesn't miss. 7-0 for Virtus.pro. A 2v5 won out, Jesse. I'm not sure they're going to be stopped today.
Why do we even play the first 2.5 minutes of these rounds in Rainbow Six Siege? I don't get it. The only thing that matters is those last 10 seconds when VP put the kills together and find every single frag on the side of Weibo. I mean, that's a disaster of a map coming through from our APL team. Credit to Virtus.pro. No matter what happened in those rounds, they were never out of it, and they played so well.
Yeah, it was just phenomenal stuff at the end there for Dan and Nico.
Yeah.
Okay, the thing is, that the one question I would ask, and yes for Weibo, it's not great, but what do you do against that? In all honesty, what do you know, that's Alt F4 for me at that point. You know what? I'm out of my depth here. Just forget about it. It's over.
Tough.
I mean, you can see the chairs are empty behind us. They left. They may have Alt F4 from
That's
the
a
server.
lot of Alt F4, is that? Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, we don't often see a 2v5 in Siege, right, in general. But to close the series out in a 7-0, Virtus.pro are showing us some excellent Siege. And it starts with that first half here. I mean, you were saying it, Jesse, it really comes down to these late rounds. It is some great composure that we're seeing from Virtus.pro. We're looking at these rounds where they're trying to get the plant down, and they have every single base covered. Every single time we see a player of Weibo trying to sneak through, trying to do something about that, Virtus.pro have the line of sight covered. They have an extra plan B. They have a plan C if necessary as well, if things go wrong. And it seems like they really are on the top of their game right now, in their game, to hopefully make it to main stage.
Exactly, and I think that, again, just comes down to how many times they've played this map, how many times they've won it against the best teams in the world. If there is a scenario where things have gone wrong, they've already faced that in an official match. They've already been through this experience. When we see player like Speakeasy jump up and stop the plant like on this round 4 top floor of Consulates, they know how to respond to that. They know that Pasha needs to walk in through the balcony and find that refrag, open the space back up to start a plant once again. This is a team that never feels like they're panicking. They never feel like they're out of their round. And even when they move to that final round on the defense, you know, they just played so confidently. It was almost a disrespectful setup because they had so many isolated players on the top floor who got picked apart one by one. But did they care? No. They had a Nakoer inside the site. They know they win that every day of the week. It's clinical from VP.
It's almost like they can just do whatever they want, everybody else, isn't it? You know, you just, is it a Nico and down alive? Yeah, right, I'm going to go and do whatever I want because it doesn't matter. Because they just know that they're going to close it out. They were so solid. You know, again, it's another one of those performances from Virtus.pro where I was talking about at the beginning of EML, that's what they looked like. You know, they've had that bit of dip in form, but maybe they bring it back at the right time. Chalet will tell us all we need to know, I think.
Yeah, it is a mental breaker on the side of Weibo, you would fear at this point. However, we know that Chalet is a stronger map for them, so we're going to start talking about that map after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Welcome back to the B stream. We're gonna dive into map 2 just shortly. That is going to be Chalet. It is Weibo's pick in this series. And Jesse, I'm looking at you to give us any kind of hope. Is there any flaw maybe in Virtus.pro's history on this map?
Yeah, and there's not just a flaw, there's a massive chasm in terms of VP, because we talked about Consulate. Virtus.pro had played it 5 times this season, and they'd won it every single time. Chalet, they've also played it 5 times this season, but they've lost it every single time. An 0-5 record. This should be a different beast that Weibo will go up against, and as we've kind of been saying throughout this cast, Tim, when Weibo come through this matchup, they know game 1 is probably going to be a loss. Maps 2 and 3 is where they were expecting to win the series.
Yeah, and they're definitely one of them teams that can dig deep and fight back. We know that of Weibo. They're never going to be done. Just because they've had a 7-0, bit of a beating, they'll bounce back, they'll be fine. But yeah, as you said, it's one of those map vetoes where everybody's playing their favourite map. So we are going to sometimes get those results. It's not the end of the world. Weibo shake it off. They come back, they're back in their seats now, and they get themselves ready to go again. They'll be fine. Yeah.
Surely we're not going to see another best of 3 like yesterday where we get 3 maps and they're so one-sided, all of them. I'm also looking to spin this in a different way. For the likes of Virtus.pro, what do they need to do to close this one out and not let this series slip away if they're going on a map where they know they likely have the disadvantage?
I mean, I think it's fair to say they probably need to speed up some of these attacks. They got away with it on Consulate because they are so incredibly practiced at going for those executes. They're not going to be as put together when they go for some of these final pushes on those last 10 seconds. So I want to see them finding more of an advantage in the early game. If Weibo can continue to stall things out for VP, even though it was a losing strategy on Consulate, I could see them finding more success with it on a map like Chalet.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think when VP find themselves on defense as well, another way they can close this out is keeping things tight. Don't give Weibo anything for free. Don't give them, because Weibo are going to be good on the attack. They're going to come in, they're going to get the entries, they're going to, I would imagine, section off those players, force the 1v1s like we saw on the top floor of Consulate in that last round. Didn't pan out for them overall, but I'd like to see Virtus.pro just keeping things a little bit tighter. Don't give them those opportunities. Make sure that, you know, there's the trades there, that you're playing for each other. Bring the traps, slow down any shields, all those sorts of things to just frustrate Weibo.
And the shields is something we saw on the side of Weibo as well. I love that little moment when it was upstairs and you could see the little stare down between the Blitz just waiting around the corner and the Warden on top of the yellow stairs. I feel like shields are such a big thing inside of this meta as well. You know, Virtus.pro have an incredible shield player. We talked to Neko about great lengths about him on the shields inside EML. He's admitted to not really liking to play the shields. He wants to get back to playing Ashe as soon as this shield meta kind of is over, but it has been such a great strength for them. It's been leading them to this point where they now find themselves inside this lower bracket match, a do or die. As we were saying, especially for Weibo, if you do not win this map, you'll be out of the tournament.
A map for Weibo to save themselves then, a map for Virtus.pro to progress into the quarterfinal. That is how it falls here on Chalet. If Weibo get the win, we will see the decider of Clubhouse. As you've said a couple of times, Jesse, this is not generally considered a good map for Virtus.pro, but look, who knows? We have seen over the last couple of months their map pool getting deeper and deeper. It is a criticism that we used to have of old Virtus.pro, was how shallow that map pool was. They'd play one of 3 places, you knew exactly what they were going to do. That has definitely been something that has changed over the last couple of months, and maybe they surprise us. Maybe they've done a lot of work here on Chalet.
Well, this is kind of the ultimate test, right? Because of how this map veto came through, VP, they're going to have to win at least one map where they've struggled on historically in order to win this series. They kind of have to get that monkey off their back, find that ability to be able to break through on one of these maps. We've always talked about them for years with having a weaker map pool, and while I don't think that that's as valid of a criticism in 2026 as it used to be, this is a good chance to just kind of put that fully to bed. Take down Weibo here on Chalet, prove that you can play these maps even when your opponent has a massive lead. We've talked about VP's record on Chalet, Tim. I do want to mention Weibo's really quick. 9-game winning streak on Chalet. Most of those versus APL opponents. They will be weaker teams that they've gone up against, but that does include beating Heretics back at SI, so they've got some history taking down some EML teams here. You just made a face. I know Heretics are not VP, but even still, Weibo will be comfortable on this map, and they should have quite a deep strat book.
Round 1. We will go to the top floor site to begin with. Virtus.pro on the defence. They will have chosen the starting side, obviously wanting to give themselves an opportunity to get on that kind of best foot forward. We do expect the attackers to have a little bit of an advantage at times on Chalet, but I think Virtus.pro just looking at it and thinking maybe they can just play into slightly a little bit more comfort by being on the defence.
Yeah, we're going to have Pasha playing down here around Kitchen, of course. The game plan looks to be for Weibo, take control of this north side of the map. Make sure you have Kitchen control, make sure you have solar control, and then go in for a more or less direct push, similar to a lot of those executes we saw from BP, where they get very little map control. The game plan to do just that, of course, is going to have Turd walk in from the basement. Speakeasy is here on the trophy window. They're going to have players up on those solar windows as well, so here comes the push on the Kitchen.
Pasha knows now that he's going to be fronted up by a shield. Nade goes in, and the problem is that he's got Solid Snake moving in behind him. Beautiful play, Turd takes him down. Fantastic team play coming out of Weibo. That's what we wanted to see. Bit of aggression, go in there, get those entries, give yourself the advantage. Are they aware of Rorik though? That would be the big question. We've seen one underneath as well. Reaps is down there in the basement on the Capitao. I think looking to maybe put some arrows up into this position, possibly help clear Solar out. 1 minute 30 left.
Oh, out the window, opportunity for Rorik right as Reaps is getting on cam. If he commits to that a little bit harder, Tim, I think that's a freebie, but gets a little bit scared, of course, doesn't know what Reaps is doing out there on the rappel, so clearly an opportunity from Rorik. He's going to have to find some other way to find impact in this game playing down below. Nako does find Speakeasy. That's a massive pick, and there goes Rorik. The second run out at the exact same window to take down Reaps. It's a lead for BP.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. They've allowed him to get out there again, take down that window player, and yes, they've got themselves a kill in response, but the problem is they've lost that double window control. It means there's now a little bit of freedom inside a site for these players of Virtus.pro to be able to move around. They've got two on solar side, one on piano window. Turd gets aggressive though, goes in, takes down Dan. Great move for Weibo, make it a second. He needs to have a big game for them here, and he starts off fantastically well. 3-0. It is all up to Rorik inside a site. They know exactly where he is. He manages to find the first. 1v3 becomes a 1v2. Surely not again. It will not be, as Hoven manages to find him, and that's going to be Weibo taking not just the first round of Chalet, but their first round of this matchup.
I really like that from Weibo, Tim. They take that one step at a time. They recognize that Pasha is all by himself down inside a Kitchen, so they pinch on him with really good position between their shield player and, of course, Turd, making his way up through West Main. Once they get this opening pick right here, they've started to snowball things into their favor. A bit of an unfortunate death with Nako getting that one and Rorik on the run out, but it really doesn't matter because Weibo has such strong map control. Couple of players over peak, couple of players over swing, because VP, they know that they don't really have the control to stop a plant, so they're desperately trying to win some of those gunfights, but Turd's holding an F2 inside of Solar. That is a terrifying position to go up against, and VP, they just don't have the firepower to beat him back.
Yeah, Turd's done really well there, I think. That's what I want to see from Weibo. I keep talking about backing themselves. Hoven got it, Turd particularly. Huge players in that respect that will kind of do the unexpected, go in and get a couple of kills. It needed that movement, it needed that aggression, it unlocked the round, and they need more of that. So we move on to round 2. Having lost Master Bedroom, VP will move on to Game and Bar.
This is where that Wamai ban's really going to come into effect, Tim. It does get played on the top floor, but particularly for Bar, Wamai is so powerful. Probably the best operator on Chalet for locking down that library corner. Skies loves to play that position on the Wamai. He's going to be forced over to the Jaeger this time around. For a long time, you were a fool if you didn't ban a Zombie on Chalet. The meta's kind of shifted where Wamai is now the biggest threat on the defense, so I was glad to see Weibo take that out. It's going to make them a little bit easier if they want to try to push some of those players out of library up above the site, but just at the start of this push, it definitely seems like Weibo might be applying some pressure here on the full map clear. Going to be taking some space over towards Solar, but they've still got that diffuse kit out towards Library, so expect this to be a long round where Weibo try to take a bunch of map control before they go for their execute.
Nako on the Clash was originally in a slightly more advanced and aggressive position. It's kind of up towards Master Bedroom, but he's been forced back quite quickly once that pressure has mounted. He's now finding himself playing just inside of Ivy on that double door. He's going to be there to stall down this push as much as he can, but to be honest, they can just get themselves through into office anyway, breach that soft wall and move through instead. They've got the Vendetta, they've got the tools to be able to do it. So Something Nako needs to be, I was going to say, he needs to be cautious of, because he could easily find himself kind of getting flanked from mezzanine almost there if they got too advanced on the attack. So he's dropped himself back to library stairs instead, and that's where he's going to post up with that shield.
Feels like they're almost trying to pull Nako's attention, right? Apply some pressure on this piano side so that somebody else can start to make kind of an entry point. They do have a lot of players out there on kind of the ego window making their way forward. Here comes Reaps. Now as the smokes come through, as they try to push their way in through the cases hallway. They do take this space very nicely, but VP, where have they gone? They've completely fallen off this top floor, Tim. They will let Weibo have it for free 90 seconds deep into the round.
Now using those verticals, Nako way back inside of sight on that clash shield, just, you know, really keeping an eye on that, because it's going to be something that can slow down this attack massively, but he needs to be careful, because with those verticals being used, it's going to be pretty easy to get an angle onto it.
Yeah, I don't love this position from virtus.pro team. They've given up a ton of map control. They've got 5 players desperately trying to play in sight, but it's getting really claustrophobic. So they've moved Pasha down to the bottom floor. He might be going for a flank. It's being watched by Gotti at the moment. There's 50 seconds for Weibo to start trying to work picks, and you can see the damage they're already starting to get.
You see the pressure that operators like Nako are coming under at this point. Sky's taken down. We see it as Reaps manages to find him from that verticality that virtus.pro gifted over to Weibo. 5 versus 4. Weibo starting to now get aggressive, push forward. Still haven't really dealt with the clash, and that was the fight that they really could have done with winning. Pasha manages to pick up Gotti on the stairs, takes down the Dockerby, no more calls. Scan comes in, it doesn't matter. Pasha manages to fight back against it. Rorik gets one, Turd with a response. 14 seconds left, but the kills come in from Dan and Rorik. virtus.pro grab their first defense, and despite playing it very passively, giving up a lot of ground over to Weibo, it's kind of like I said at the beginning there, just keep it tight, if nothing else. Make it difficult for them to get that advantage, and there was that moment of magic from Pasha as well, taking down Gotti. A big moment in the round there, especially then when he gets tracked on the Deimos and gets that kill. Big play from Pasha.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that he added that second dimension, right? Other than Pasha, every single person on VP was bunkered up in and around that bomb site. That makes it really difficult to actually work picks, but because they had Nako on that clash at the bottom of the blue stairs, slowing down the advance, it allowed Pasha to kind of make that space to apply that extra pressure. And you can go back to Consulate, right? It was Pasha and Nako, the 2 players that were coordinating so expertly to get a lot of those early rounds on Consulate. They're able to do just that again, where Nako's the distraction. Nako's drawing all of this attention. Nako's playing safe enough. He's staying alive throughout almost the entire round, and he just opens the door for Pasha to come through and make those kills happen. Really impressive stuff coming out from BP. I was almost worried about them for that round because they gave up so much of the control early, but they had a game plan. They knew they wanted to play with their clash late in sight, and it perfectly paid off.
Round 3. virtus.pro will now move us into kitchen and dining, so we are going to see a master and office presence from them, much like we did back in the first round. Rorik's just got himself inside a mud window at the minute. He's going to think twice about it, backs off 20 seconds into the round. I think he was just hoping somebody was going to come looking for a quick entry maybe, or movement around there, but as there are no audio cues for anybody running past, he decides it's time to dip away. As I said, you can see that presence inside of office. It's Skies and Dan who are going to be tasked with holding on to the verticals. They ended up giving it up reasonably easily last time, did virtus.pro. Weibo able to go in there and claim it. I think this time looks like they're going to be a little bit more entrenched.
Yeah, Pasha can make his way over there as well. He's currently playing at the top blue stairs, so they've got a couple of opportunities, and Pasha will do just that. He starts to make his way back over towards the piano side of the map, so they're consolidating up above this bomb site. They started with a couple of players over towards piano, but they didn't want to commit to it. Rorik was down below. He's actually going to go rat in the basement for a little bit. We'll see what he gets up to later on in this round, but for now, conceding space to Weibo, being okay with them taking that space, and giving them some problems. These bandit batteries here on the office wall are going to take a little bit of time to go through. Often we see the tuber outplayed in this position to make it even longer to stall things out. That's not being played from BP, but instead they've got this zombie who can continue to lock things down, close up some of those angles as soon as they get opened up. Taking piano control and taking control of that office is not an easy task for Weibo.
Great play from Gotti to help that wall get opened. If you didn't notice what happened, he used his explosive grenades to clear off the bandit battery. But as Dan went back in thinking he might have a little look at a bandit trick, we could see he was suffering from those stun effects because he sent a stun grenade in afterwards to make sure that that wasn't possible from the bandit. Pasha taken down this time. He won't be the hero. Nako did manage to find a nitro onto Reaps, taking the Capitao down. Always good to remove that utility. Gotti does find Skies. We're going to have one down as well. Nako with with Dan being taken out, and it is a quick mop-up from Weibo at the end of round 3. 2-1 to them.
Really nice seeing that come through. Once again, Tim, VP giving a lot of map control to their opponents. That kind of opens the door for Weibo to walk in and take those gunfights in and around Piano. It wasn't going to be easy, but they have excellent weaponry with those F2s firing off for the attackers. They've got good information on that snake scan, and they're just using it to pick apart these defenders, find them from these windows. Chalet's a really attacker-sided map, and big reason for that is because you can find so much value from outside those windows. It's going to be even easier to get picks from outside the building now that you've banned out that Azami, because no longer can you close up those positions, shut down those sight lines, give yourself the opportunity to make some rotates. I like the snake ban as well coming out from VP. We saw that getting huge value early in that round. Turret has played it every single round so far here on Chalet, but I'm still worried about the stronger guns and the window angles that will be held by Weibo throughout these next 3.
Yeah, that VP timeout being called in. I think a good plan. You know, they don't want to let this get too far behind. I think there might be a little bit of concern on the side of virtus.pro about having to go to Clubhouse as well. They know that it's not a fantastic map for them, as is Chalet, and I think they are looking at this as, let's get this done as a 2-0. We don't want to be taking that chance in what is effectively a best of 1 on Clubhouse, because that's what it will come down to if we get there. So definitely, you know, they're only 1 round down, but they're just not wanting to get out of touch. They've also taken away the Solid Snake as their next ban. No surprise there. Turd's done some serious damage on that operator through those first few rounds, and virtus.pro wanting no more of that action.
Back timeout being called by Dark, the hedge coach of virtus.pro. He'll be very familiar with Weibo as he coached BNK Fear X down in the APAC region for 2 years, of course, making some big results there for the #1 squad coming out of Korea. Decided to come over to the EML region at the start of this season, coaching this new virtus.pro team after he, of course, got his teeth cut down in South America. He can often be one of those overlooked coaches who's had some really big results in his career. I remember when he took down G2 a couple of years back with that Fear X roster and knocked them out of one of the majors. I'm blanking on the exact, might have been Manchester, one of these events back in the day, but clearly he knows what it takes to take a team to these deep results here at events, and now with virtus.pro, he's hoping to do just that, get them back in the game on this defense side.
They're going to have to get back in the game up on the top floor. It is master bedroom again, so they are not going to be using the basement. They're going to be going for, I would imagine, the same rotation now. Reach being particularly cautious as he approaches there. I love the attention to detail from Weibo so far on Chalet. They've not been giving basically anything up to virtus.pro, making life very difficult. They've got 2 out of 3 entries as well, and there's not too much. Make that 3 out of 4. Turd picks up Pasha. Take away the Solid Snake. Doesn't matter. He'll bring the Deimos instead and still get the job done. Pasha on the Solus as well. That's your win condition removed.
Yeah, I mean, he was the opening death in round #1 in the exact same position on the exact same operator. Feels like this game plan from Pasha needs a little bit more support if they're going to continue to run this. Something to think about for VP going forward on this map, but for now, it's not something that they can dwell on. You lose that pressure down below. It has been Rorik historically who's been trying to apply that pressure as well to help out his teammate down on that bottom floor, but he's just going to be playing in the bathroom at the moment. There's really nobody aggressive on the side of VP to try to support that bottom floor player. Nako has an opportunity now. He's not really facing any pressure on this library side, so if he wants to go for a drop, maybe flank down these blue stairs, try to apply some pressure on this flank up against Weibo, he could find some success, but he's going to have to time it really, really properly because this push is under full effect for Weibo.
Candela will go in. We see the Toxic Babe coming out just to slow down any possible push from those solo windows. So it is a battle of utility for utility at the minute. Reap's working underneath. Default cam taken down. We have the Deimos track as well, but you ain't going to get him because he's in the bathtub at the minute. The nade, however, might just change things a little bit. Absolutely love that play from Turd. Beautiful stuff. Creates the angle, sends the nade in, and then predicts the movement, watches the track. Just a cacophony of utility. Just beautiful stuff.
He's writing the book on how to play entry on Chalet, especially for this top floor bomb site. He's done a miraculous job of clearing out these aggressive positions. Now that Bathroom's no longer under their control, they're going to have to find some way to get back in this game. Skies on the Cases window will take down Gotti. That's a great pick back, but you're still worried about the solar pressure, right? Hoven's outside the window. Reaps is over towards the stairs. Turd's down below. There's so many problems you haven't dealt with for VP.
Yeah, VP in serious trouble here on Chalet, to be honest. We're starting to see the difference that we spoke about in these map choices and how they are basically playing in each of their favourites. Turd takes down Dan, closes it out. Weibo 3-1, and that's 7-0. It might not be matched, but I tell you what, there might be a response that's not too far away from it.
Yeah, VP, I think, genuinely just a little bit lost on those top floor defenses, Tim. They're not able to get the aggression or take the initiative at any point in those rounds. They've got Pasha down below trying to make something happen on his own. He's consistently getting shut down. They've got players over towards the library side, which are just having no impact until they come back to site in those last 20 seconds. It just feels like that's a bomb site where all of the initiative is held by Weibo, and VP just don't have a good grasp on how to defend it.
Well, it comes down to that depth again, doesn't it? Because, you know, you said yourself, we were watching them on Consulate, and we saw strategy after strategy after strategy, changing. Always something different. They're nothing different.
Great point.
It didn't work in the first round. It didn't work in the fourth round. Pasha underneath, taken down in exactly the same. It's so easy for Weibo to go through and do that. And it just shows that VP do not have that depth here on Chalet. They have plan A, and then they have plan A, and then they might try plan A.
Right. And I fear we're seeing that again, Tim, with this bar bomb site coming out. And they did win this back in round number 2, so they're at least trying something again that worked the first time. But again, we see Nako on this Clash. Again, we're seeing Pasha on this Thorn. Again, we're seeing Dan on this Aruni. You know, they no longer have that Jaeger because there wasn't really much library pressure last time coming through from Weibo. So I like the small change-ups they've made. But both times, you're absolutely right. They're small change-ups coming through from VP. They're not trying brand new strategies here on the defense, and for Weibo that kind of gives them the advantage here in the second quarter because they know what they're going up against. They know the approximate positions that these players are likely to play, and they can run a very similar strategy. You once again have Turd and Speakeasy working on the solar side. Gotti here, of course, on this playing alongside his shield, trying to make some space here around the front door. You've got everybody really playing their role on the side of Weibo, and they will happily just take this map control, try to push things back, and work their way past this Clash like they tried to do last time.
Yeah, and same thing again. It's plan A. It's plan A for VP. Nako has been forced back straight away by that utility, by those drones coming through, and he will, in about 10-15 seconds, probably drop back to the top of library stairs, as he did last time, and it's going to be this same structured fallback from VP. Last time it worked out for them, they were able to get the round, but don't forget, that was on the back of a big double kill from Pasha. Yep. A beautiful long-range kill onto Gotti on the main stairs, and then he picked up the Deimos, who was tracking him actively at the time. A 50-50 fight it's always going to be. We do see Speakeasy taken out. Skies has been lost along the way as well, but that Blackbeard going down could be a big moment. However, it does kind of remove one of the big problems that Nako could cause them.
That's a favorable trade for the defense for sure, taking out the Blackbeard, but you can see the Dokkaebi immediately hacks those cams, gives a little bit of information over towards Weibo. They spot out that glass shield playing around top blue. They spot out some of the setup going over towards Mez that Dan is playing behind as well. So they know what they're going up against here, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easy to close this one out. Rourke down below, it's using some great smokes through the floorboards to stall things out on the side of Weibo. Nako is kind of alone here at the top of blue, but he's got Dan playing inside this library position as well. They can just play the time at this point from VP. Last time they gave up top floor with 1:30 on the clock. This time it's a minute and they're still here.
Yeah, they've done a better job of holding on to it. Dan manages to pick up Hoven as well, make it a double. They couldn't get it out of Pasha, but they could get it out of Dan. 4 versus 2, Reaps and Gotti, last 2 alive. These were the rounds that we saw virtus.pro able to win themselves on Consulate. When they were in those 2v5s, 2v4s, they were able to still get it done. Can Weibo come in with the same sort of energy? Because I tell you what, if you offer VP a 3-3 half here, I think they'd bite your hands off. So Weibo, it's time to step up and put them under pressure, much like they did to you. 20 seconds left to go. We hear the Toxic Babe canister just detonating on that door, making it difficult for them to push from that angle. And right now, Weibo just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. They're kind of hanging around before this final push comes in. That's going to signal that it will. Gotti picks up Dan. 2v4 becomes a 2v3. They're going to have to put the diffuser down. Not a chance as Nako gets the kill. Pasha with the last, and that's going to be VP taking a second defensive round, and they are at least keeping it competitive on Chalet.
Virtus.pro maintain a 100% win rate in this series when Nako has a shield. Of course, all 6 attacks on Consulate. Now back-to-back bar defenses with the Clash here on Chalet. Again, similar setup. Dan really doing some great work there inside of Library. That last time they gave it up, they had to have a little bit of a clutch come through with Pasha. This time it's Dan who steps up. He finds those long-range fights with the DMR. It was really impressive. These 2 kills right there inside of Library, that got them the 4v2 advantage. Not enough time on the clock for Weibo to really put anything together there. And again, they didn't really have anything to counter the clash with. They didn't bring a Nomad. They didn't have a Capitao to try to deal with that. They didn't have a Zofia. All these common clash counters that you often see weren't really being brought out on the side of Weibo. So something to rethink if we do head to overtime, Tim. That won't be something to worry about for the next little while, but VP, it's clear that they have one site that they're very strong on, and Weibo, if we get to that round 13-14, that'll be something to worry about for sure.
100%. We now need to see Virtus.pro if they want to set themselves up for the second half here, win this and get themselves into it at least level pegging. Gonna be Weibo looking to take the advantage. They are attacking one last time, and it is going to be onto that mid-floor. Kitchen and dining. The battle over the top floor we saw last time reasonably easily dealt with. They were able to breach the wall into office using the Zofia from underneath. They don't have that option this time around. They haven't brought the Zofia with them, so it's going to have to maybe be a slightly more direct approach.
Oh, but there's no bandit this time either, Tim. I mean, the strategy is very different. This is the first bomb site, really, where VP have completely changed up their setup. I like these castle barricades, even if it's being answered quite easily by Reaps here on the sledge. Starting to make their way in towards the building. They've got the Denari set up on the top floor too, so it really feels like this might be VP changing things up for the first time here on the defense. But the name of the game is stall things out of the top floor, and without that kind of Kaid Tuberau combo that so many teams love running around the office, it can be very difficult to waste enough time on this top floor, because Weibo, they've got great tools. They've got this Sense, they've got the tracks from Turd, they've got really good guns being held by Hoven and Reaps, and of course the shield. So if they can find a way into this top floor, start making some space, stop clearing some ground, it's going to be tough for VP to waste enough time up here to actually put themselves in a winning position.
Picking out the trip connectors there will, of course, identify Denari if Pasha hadn't already picked up. That's going to mean that it's possible for her to be able to use those Deimos tracks on to Denari alongside with any other operators that have been identified so far. Halfway through, Sentry's been identified because Turg is going to put the track on. Rorik manages to find Reaps, an entry for VP. Only... that levels things up. 3-3 on the entry so far in this matchup, so they've both been getting active in those early rounds. Are they aware of Rorik's position now, though? Looks like we're going to have the Deimos just trying to get round behind him, but I'm not sure that they're aware of him hiding just inside of the bookcase.
No, this is a big problem from Weibo. They weren't actually trying to full clear that top floor, Tim. They just wanted to go somewhat direct to the site, but as soon as they lose their west main player, now it gets really difficult. Of course, Rorik's playing close on that position. They've shut it down. Hoven gets one back onto Dan, so this top floor pressure is coming out now. It's a little bit late, 60 seconds to go, but they're pivoting and it's starting to work.
That's the big problem. We've got to remember this is not a top floor site, it's a mid-floor site, so they've still got to get themselves on into a position to execute. That is going to help massively, though. Taking down Pasha is going to free up a little bit of space in Trophy, but Solar particularly, and now they can start working those verticals. They don't have the sledge, which isn't ideal, but they do have Turd on the Deimos using that Vendetta. You can see him chasing Skies round at the minute, who's going to try and get himself to safety. Will be able to do so, and then as soon as that track wears off, he'll be able to come back upstairs, but he needs to be careful because Turd's still holding that angle for now.
20 seconds. I mean, this is getting really low here for Weibo. They got to start to fake some way back in towards the site. The Fuse Kit is inside a Trophy, so this push on the backside, it's just going to be pressure.
Just too easy. Too easy for Speakeasy, who comes in and gets a double on the Blackbeard. That opens things up for him to go in and start putting a plant down. Skies had one kill that he needed to find, but couldn't, and that is going to be Weibo taking the half 4-2 and looking solid now, moving on to their defensive chalet.
Turd remains my MVP in this game so far, Tim. He's just had so much value. Of course, on those opening picks, we talked about him taking out Pasha on some of those top floor attacks, but even just rooting players out of position. That track that he got onto Skies on the castle, he didn't get a frag out of it immediately, but he forced Skies out of Trophy, and that was the power position that VP had to try to win that game. That was the only thing that they had to try to stop that push in down those Trophy stairs, make their way in towards the site. Once he was out of that position, Speakeasy did a really good job on the Blackbeard of taking that space, got a double kill for it, of course. Really nice pressure from the ace on that lobby side too. So Weibo Gaming putting together some really strong pushes. It definitely feels like they are the stronger team. They know some of these angles on the attack here on Chalet. But keep in mind, this is a map that leans towards the attackers. We often do see teams struggling to defend on Chalet, and VP are now going to get to move to that offensive side. They chose defense first. I don't know if that's because they actually prefer the defense or if it's because maybe they just want to get the harder side out of the way first, but there is some silver lining here for VP fans where they can start to move to the stronger side now.
I'd hate to take that silver lining away.
Okay, well, you're going to, aren't you, anyways?
I'm probably going to.
All right.
Just having a look at the numbers for VP, we do have 5 performances from them on Chalet, so we've got a reasonable number of rounds to be looking at. Attack win rate for them down at 31%, only winning generally 1 in 3 attacking rounds, so we would expect maybe 2 from them.
Sure.
This is there for the taking for Weibo, who, by the way, have a 74% defensive win rate. Like, it's not looking great for VP. In terms of the map in general, I completely agree with you. If they've done a bit of work, maybe they come in and we see a better attack from them. The possibility is there, but the numbers don't really back it in VP's case unless they have done something to specifically change that up. But I think, you know, VP at this point, you know, they've got to be focused here on Chalet, but there's going to be a little bit at the back of your mind thinking about a clubhouse.
For sure. Opportunities abound for Virtus.pro. We talked about it coming into this map, how this was always going to be a tough map coming through from Virtus.pro. Weibo Gaming, I think, have done a really good job on that attacking side of exploiting some of those weak points on the side of VP. They win that top floor site twice. They win that kitchen site twice. Very aware of those win cons, and now they just have to string together 3 of these defenses. Win your primary site, win 1 more along the way, and you should be in prime territory to close out this game and send us to a clubhouse. I like the Azami ban early coming out from VP. Again, you'd expect to see this paired with a Wamai in 2026, just after his buff. He becomes so powerful. And Weibo Gaming, for the second map in a row, Tim, not being afraid of those shields from Nako. Happy to take away some of those other angles. They think if he's going to play a shield, he's going to play a shield. We've got ways to prepare for that.
Well, the best that you can realistically achieve, you're quite right with the Wamai there, the Glaz is going to join as well. The best that you can realistically achieve by taking those shields away anyways is kind of hurting him for 3 rounds maybe, right. You know, because you're still going to, even if you take Monty and Blitz now, say, you're going to have 3 rounds of Blackbeard, so then you take away the Blackbeard. So maybe you've got 3 rounds without Nako on a shield, or maybe he just brings the fuse shield anyway, and it doesn't really matter as much. But yeah, I think it's a brave move, but I think it's the right move to not get baited into that and to say, actually, look, where's the real damage going to come from on the executes?
You know what? I believe it was G2 who were playing Virtus.pro in Salt Lake City on Chalet when they banned all 3 shields up against Nako. Of course, he played 1 shield for 3 rounds. And then the second that he had to play on a gun, I think he played the Sens or maybe it was Deimos, he dropped the 4K in the very first round with a gun. So we definitely know how good Nako can be when he has to grab one of those weapons and start finding frags for his team. But he will be on the shield to start things off, and I'd expect that to stay consistent through the rest of this Chalet. The name of the game for Virtus.pro has to be those strong executes. They found them on Consulate. It didn't matter what the man count was. It didn't matter what the time was. They had really good late rounds, final 10 seconds. They have to be able to find that again now on this map.
And as you said at the beginning, Jesse, that's going to be difficult for them. They can't keep relying on those 15, 20 seconds. We need to see them, especially here on Chalet, a map that they are not great at attacking, getting in there a little bit quicker, getting themselves established so that they're given. The important thing is if you can go for your execute at 30 seconds remaining, 40 seconds remaining, you're giving yourself a second chance. That's what you're doing. You're buying yourself another life. If it doesn't quite pay off, if somebody gets taken out, if diffuser gets dropped, you have an opportunity to go in and try and change that, try and do something about it. When you come down to those 15 seconds, it better work, because if not, there are no second chances. So I think VP definitely need to be looking towards giving themselves a little bit of breathing space. We are so far a minute into the round. We don't have anybody down as of yet, and it's going to be VP just starting to move in now with Dan into mud.
Yeah, this is classic VP, Tim. They're going to want to take their time, and they're going to want to clear this map control. They're going to want to take a lot of space here on the north side, try to make their way in through library, make their way in through games. And because of this, they've kind of telegraphed their push a little bit. Weibo have moved a lot of players over to this direction. Hubbins down here, Reaps is over in this position, of course. You've got a lot of players playing around this side of the map, even Gotti up on the top floor. So watch out for this push. There's a lot of Weibo gaming players creeping around the map here.
Razor underneath the window needs to be dealt with. It's not going to be dealt with. We're going to have Nako taking a little bit of damage there. Does manage to get his shield in front of it, though. Could be an opportunity. He's got himself into a position to try and thinking about it. I don't know if they're thinking about putting the diffuser down or what they're going to be aiming to do. Of course, no, the site's not in game anyways. It's not going to be. They're just not moving. They've just got themselves in through the window. Skies manages to take down Reeks. They're going to be forcing Hoven away, but it doesn't really gain them too much at the minute, especially not when they've only got 55 seconds left to go.
Yeah, this is a pretty bad early game coming through from VP. They'll take the space gladly, but it's only after Weibo give it up. They get some really nice picks over on that side of the map. They play aggressive on the side of Turd, and of course, Gaudy finding some good value is there as well. They're going to make their way over towards the office wall. They should be able to break this one open. They've got a couple of different tools to make that happen, but even still, Tim, this is going to be awkward close on this doorway. This blitz, he can't flash with the mute jammer there.
Exactly that. Nitro goes out, will be shot out. Wasn't quite quick enough to detonate, but 27 seconds. Turd manages to pick up the shield, and that looks like the round as he gets another. Sometimes we'll see players drop off when they move on to the other side. Turd says, nope, not me. I'm going to continue. 12-3 so far on Chalet, turning it into his playground as he just runs around getting kill after kill after kill. Takes down Skies, and that is going to be 5-2. Weibo winning what I would call a swing round there, getting themselves 3 rounds in the lead and looking very, very comfortable here on Chalet.
On Consulate, it didn't seem to matter much for VP whether they won the early game or not because their final executes were so damn good. But Tim, it just didn't feel like that early round was strong enough from virtus.pro. You've got so many strong attackers still on the board. Snake's not been banned out. Dokabee's not been banned out. They brought the Deimos and the Lion combo, and that's great, but it just didn't feel like it was enough to spot those aggressive players over on the library side. When Rourke walked in through the front door to try to apply that back pressure, he instantly got fragged out, and it just felt like the information was a little bit lacking on the side of VP. You telegraphed for almost a minute and a half what side of the map you're pushing on. All of the pressure that you showed was over towards games and library. So of course, Weibo are going to rotate players over there. They're going to be ready for your entry. And as you try to make that play, you're running into thorn traps, you're trying to push through smokes, you're running into those Denari trips too. I mean, it just feels like no matter where they tried to push from, Weibo were ready for it. They caught them off guard a little bit, and they weren't able to spot those players out. I want to see them running some more of these aggressive operators. If you're going to go for a roam clear like that, bring the right tools for the job and try to smoke those players in a man advantage.
Baron Gaming will be the site of choice for round 8. Weibo will be looking for just a complete defensive sweep here. Get it done. They've got Turd down in the basement on the Solis. I think we're going to see a consistent operator pick coming in from him on that operator, showing his prowess with it in that last round, getting himself a triple. I think it was by the time all was said and done. Oh no, it was a 4K actually from Turd. He's had 3 multi-kill rounds so far, by the way. 3K in round 1, 3K in round 4, 4K in round 7. Absolutely flying at the minute. 13-3. You know, we commented on Pasha back on Consulate. Turd has certainly stepped up and been that player for Weibo here on Chalet, and Gohan must be much happier with what he is seeing from his team as coach here. 5-2, 5 versus 5 still in the round. We've got 2 downstairs actually. Speakeasy's down here with Turd as well, and there's going to be nobody from VP pushing in that direction just yet.
I mean, it was a Solus played by Pasha that Turd did such a good job of taking out on the attacking side, and now that we swap on those sides, he's just going to take this tool for his own gathering, and we just don't see those same tools being brought by VP. They, again, don't have the Snake, they don't have the Dokabee, they don't have the Deimos, so it's going to be really hard to find Turd down there in the basement. Right now, a lot of their pressure is on this library side, so they're probably saying to themselves, we don't want a whole lot of map control, we're going to send Nako on his own, not on a shield, by the way. Dan playing the shield this time instead. Nako's just going to be this one offsite player trying to find these guys down in the basement. It kind of takes him out of the action for the first minute and a half of this round.
Well, the thing is, they want to open up that storage wall. That's, you know, why they've come into basement, and that's why Turd was down there to begin with. He's long gone. You know, he's mostly given it up. He's just moved back down there now. He's kind of up and in between. He's going to go through and challenge them here, is Turd. He's moving into blue hallway. He's looking to see if he can get one. It's actually going to be Hoven that opens things up with a kill onto Pasha. 5 versus 4. But just his mere presence down there in basement has wasted 2 minutes. And before he can get involved in the action himself, his teammates have taken down the majority of virtus.pro. Nitro over the top manages to find the down onto Dan, and that leaves us now with a flawless round as Turd picks up the final kill, and it's going to be 6-2 Weibo Gaming. And what a response to a 7-0. If they can come back with a 7-2 here, maybe not quite the same, but it still sends that message, and it really cements them in this one. And we are screaming towards that best of 1 finish on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like map 1 where VP made it look easy. Right now, Weibo are making it very clear that there's a skill diff on Chalet. I love how mobile they're being on these defenses. They're being really reactive to where virtus.pro are trying to push. That time around, it was clear. There was no pressure on the master side, nothing over towards Piano, so clearly it's just going to be a hop in towards the site. They get that pick over on the game's window on a couple of key players, including the Capitao. Once you start to lose those key pieces, it becomes really difficult to put that execute together. So we're just seeing some of that weakness, I think, from VP on a map like Chalet. They've lost it 5 times this season, Tim, without a win. This could be 0-6 for their record if they can't find some way to claw things back against Weibo. And just as we were kind of predicting in the map veto, once you get past map number 1, it's looking all Weibo all day.
Kitchen dining then. Let's see if Weibo can cook something up that will get this one over the line. 7-2, finish it out, and they can move on to Clubhouse. I think virtus.pro will be grateful to see the back of Chalet with the way things have gone on here. Looking across those players that went so big on Consulate. 3 for Pasha, 3 for Neko, 3 for Dan. Really struggling to get themselves into this. Just not really cutting it as far as Chalet is concerned. So drones will go out. That is a big early pickup. I love that from Weibo, taking the fight to virtus.pro. It's that man again. Turd picks it up. 15 so far. Can't get himself a 20 if they win it in this round. So look, you know, maybe that's a reason for Weibo to continue this one. Dan does get himself a double. Gotti and Turd taken down. virtus.pro desperately needed that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It felt like this might have just been the end of the game if Turd has continued to put up kills like that. But Dan gives him a bit of a lifeline here now on Chalet. Plenty of work still to do, though. This is not an easy round. Keep in mind the bomb site is over towards Kitchen, so virtus.pro are going to have to make their way through this map, and you see the threats that lurk all around. Hoven down towards that bottom floor, trying to make his way up the blue stairs to go for a flank. You've got different opportunities to punish these players. If they don't know where Hoven is at, this might be a disaster and a 7-2 win.
Yeah, I think they've got an idea. The pre-fire comes around as Pasha was looking in that direction. I thought it was actually the Blackbeard of Neko that they were going to send over to clear him, but as it was, Pasha was there a little bit closer. Speakeasy Reaps both playing up on that top floor now. They've set out their stall. This is going to be where they defend the rest of the round from. Just try and prevent any plant going down. But it should mean that virtus.pro, should they want to, can get in there and find a little bit of space. Rorik has the fuser in hand, and he should be able to get it down with a little bit of safety from above. If they push at the same time, then they should be laughing. But at the minute, virtus.pro, I think, just looking for kills and for forcing everybody back.
Yeah, they got time to play with, right? Yeah. So why not apply some pressure here on the top floor? If they do go for the execute, both of these roamers were up above. Reaps is going to fall back towards the site. Speakeasy is going to take a little bit more time to think about it. This Nitro Cell could be a game changer, but it actually downs Pasha. He should get picked back up. I doubt they can confirm that kill, but even still, you're wasting a little bit more time off this clock. Opportunity for Weibo to clutch this one up. You're going to fall back towards that bomb site with Reaps and almost Speakeasy. He's over towards Master playing above the hatch. An opportunity now as the time gets low, but virtus.pro, their pushes were great on Consulate. They need to channel that energy once again to keep this map alive.
virtus.pro are taking care of business. They're doing the fundamentals very well. They've got office wall open up. They've got fireplace wall opened up, so they can now think about getting in there behind that bomb chassis to put the diffuser down. But I tell you what, Reaps can actually burn away an awful lot of this time with the toxic babe canisters that he's got left, and it's forcing them now to rotate around and try and use the door instead. Reaps has been forced back. Speakeasy taken out. That should really be the end of the round now. virtus.pro can get aggressive. They could call to go for kills while the plant goes down. They will indeed. Dan finds the long angle. That's going to be a third round for virtus.pro. It's still a long road back, but that's the first step.
Dan with the DMR has been kind of the only slice of life for virtus.pro in this game. It was back in round 5 when he got those big picks playing on the Aruni inside of Library. Now on the Lion, he's able to find some really important frags as well here on the top floor. And this is the win con on Chalet, right? You have to win your early game. You've got to be able to use these outdoor windows to your advantage. It's so easy as an attacking team to hold your cutoffs on this map, to catch these players as they go for rotations. virtus.pro have not been forcing enough movement out of Weibo so far this game. They finally get a couple of picks. They take that man advantage. They isolate some fights on this roam game, and they manage to walk away with a victory. There's still a long road ahead of them. I really do favor Weibo to close this one out sooner rather than later, but if VP can continue to channel that, find those opening gunfights, take out players while they're still outside the building, there's a path to victory here, however slim it may be.
I think a big thing for Virtus.pro here is not losing that entry death. We talk about it a lot. Last 3 have all gone to Weibo, and that's all of the attacking rounds so far for VP. They've been losing out and, suffering at the beginning of the round. So we need something a little bit better from them here in round 10. Make sure that they're on top of that. The bans that have come in, the Mute and the Deimos taken away. Going to mix things up a little bit. We're going to see Pasha bringing along the Zofia this time around for this top floor attack. Don't know that there's going to be much of an opportunity to get underneath, but we will see. It's Turd who's down there at the minute on the Ela.
I mean, this is the problem, right? We saw Turd doing a great job on the offensive side, clearing out those players below site. Whether it was on the Snake, whether it was on the Deimos, Turd was such a good player on Weibo to be able to get that opening pick and give them the advantage. VP, they've got tools if they get that vert control down below the bomb site, but actually taking it for themselves is going to be a little bit more awkward. Turd's playing in that dining position. Of course, they've got a couple other players roaming around here on the bottom floor as well. Reaps is over towards Games there on the smoke. So finding these players' positions before you go for your execute is going to be absolutely critical. It does look like VP are going to go for a solar side take. Figuring out that library push they went for back in round 7 was not really good enough. So I like this pivot coming through from VP. It's a new strategy being shown by them, but plan A has to be take down Turd. If you can't do that cleanly, this push is going to fall apart.
Interesting use of the Zelma. Clear away the barbed wire underneath the window. That's going to give you a little bit of a safer entry there. Not seen that one before, but makes perfect sense. They get the open up through into the master bedroom, but it starts falling apart as 3 kills come in, all for Weibo. Hoven managing to find the latest of them, and it certainly looks like their work is cut out for them now. We saw them do it a couple of times previously, but the ask gets bigger and bigger as Hoven takes down Rorik. It is now all up to Pasha. If there is one man in all the siege that you want in a 1v5, I would argue Pasha might just be that person, but it's still going to be a huge ask. He's trying to battle from the solar windows. Weibo know exactly where he is. He does have a little bit of time on his side. Manages to get the first of 5, taking down Turd, who, unsurprisingly, was the most aggressive out of the Weibo players. Right up to the window to have a look. 1 minute 10 left to go. I think Pasha thinks about changing it up a little bit, but then just goes back to his same old spot.
If Pasha wins this, Weibo do not deserve to be alive in this tournament. I mean, this would be a massive throw coming out from the APL team. They have every advantage in the world with Pasha not even in the building. The second they hear this repel, they should be able to shut him down and take the 7-3 victory. This map has been just a bloodbath, all favoring Weibo. Turd's done so much. Here's the final kill, perfectly done by Reaps, and that will be a 1-1 series here at the Esports World Cup. Such a dominant performance from Weibo to answer back that performance on Consulate.
Yeah, exactly what they needed to bounce back from that 7-0. We said it wouldn't affect them too much. Ultimately, they knew Consulate was a tough map. They knew Chalet was theirs. I think both of these teams probably came into this looking at Clubhouse thinking that's where it's going to end one way or another.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're expecting from this matchup here. Weibo, what a good job on the second map here. It starts the very first half. I feel like they're doing an incredible job when it comes to their information game, the utility game as well. Really isolating these players on the side of Virtus.pro and dealing with them single-handedly. Turd was doing a great job with that as well. A really good game from him in regards of pure numbers. And then when we're looking at Virtus.pro when they move like on the attack, what we're seeing is they're fighting so far away from the site. I feel like there was a round I saw a very serious fight happening around Bar Gaming. The site was all the way up in Office Bedroom. And then if you lose that initial fight, that initial ground taken moment, it becomes so difficult to have to fight back from there. We're seeing a few moments again where Virtus.pro have that good late round resilience, but it's not quite enough to get these rounds on the board.
Yeah, I think it's fine if you commit to that fight far away from the bomb site. If you do it 30 seconds into the round, you go fast, you get your information, you take it. But it was VP sitting outside the building for 90 seconds, then they go fight Bar while everybody's already rotated on the side of Weibo, then they go down. I thought it was a miraculous game coming out from Turd. He played so well in those positions, and I think just aware of how VP wanted to push on this map, right? This is a team who are heavily reliant on the shield. So many times we saw Nako running on this, and if you're running the shield, you maybe don't have as many options in your lineup to bring that Snake, to bring that Dokkaebi, and so it was really tough to find those rat positions. Weibo did a great job of grouping up, playing together, sitting in those corners that weren't being expected by VP, to the point where Nako actually stopped playing shields. He ran on ace those last couple of rounds in the game. prior to this matchup, he only had 2 offensive rounds not on shields. Both were on Glaz. So he kind of had to go to the back foot. And if you're forcing a VP off the shields, they're just not a comfortable team, right? You know you've got that advantage up against them. And I thought the way Weibo were playing on those defensive roams was absolutely perfect to counter VP's style of attack.
Yeah, it was another question of depth for me. We saw it on Consulate. It was the flip reverse of it. This time it was Weibo who had all the options, all the flexibility, all the adaptability. Plan A, B, C, they had all those choices to go at, and they just completely controlled every part of the map, whereas virtus.pro, they were coming in with kind of same old, or they were coming against a problem and they didn't really know how to work their way around it. And I think, you know, that's one thing that virtus.pro can take away from this is that Chalet needs some work.
For sure.
And once again, we're getting a match where both maps are super dominant. We're gonna have to need an insider to figure this one out. Now, before we go there, would you believe me if I said that secrets on match points?
Really?
Yes.
Wowee.
Yeah, I'm not making this up.
On map what?
The
map
second
1,
map.
map 2?
Map 2. So they've won map 1, which was Falcon's map pick. And then now a match point on map 2. So
Spicy.
I think we're going to take that break to watch and see how that series unfolds this step before we dive into our decider after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We need one more map to settle this do or die match between virtus.pro and Weibo. That map is going to be Clubhouse, a map that we saw Weibo win yesterday, 7-0, whilst there was the map pick of Enterprise. And Jesse, you've noticed there's something going on whenever Weibo win a map.
Yeah, and so far through 3 maps here at the Esports World Cup where Weibo have found them success, it's been Turdsa who's been the MVP on all 3 of those maps. And I think it's a fantastic story to come through from a player who was not always respected, I think, in the early days of OCE. Maybe didn't get the opportunities he deserved. Now moving over to this Southeast Asian roster, here he's finding a home on Weibo. He's finding so much success, especially as the youngest player in the lobby between these 2 teams.
Yeah, he's just brilliant to watch as well. It's such an easy sell, to be honest. honest, as a player. You know, he goes in there, he'll take the fights, he'll get aggressive. He's the kind of game player you want to see. There's nothing shy about him. There's nothing defensive about him. He throws it all, and whatever sticks is what sticks. You know, he's just a lot of fun to watch. I really like watching Turd.
He seems really confident inside this match as well, especially on the map. So, you know, when they get these 4-1s, he's going to be the one that's sending it out, swinging that final player, securing that kill for himself. Now, on the final map, virtus.pro will have the better round difference. They will start defense. What, combined on the defense here, Ace, can they do that maybe shut down Turd to make sure that Weibo don't secure this final map?
The first thing I'll say is it's a good job they've started on the defense, because I'll tell you now, virtus.pro cannot attack on Clubhouse.
Okay.
They've got about a 30% attacking win rate. It ain't good. You know, and they're up against a team that, like you say, won 7-0. The last time they played it was against Daystar, and that was 7-1. So Weibo are pretty good on Clubhouse. It's not one of their favourite maps, but they're pretty decent on it. But yeah, I think, well, how do you slow down Turd? I think you can catch him out. I think you know he's going to play that aggression. So I think it's about finding him quickly. Where's he? If he's in basement, you know, give him a bit of priority. Yep. Send Rorik and Dan after him. You know, send a couple of really good players after him to just section him off and get that kill and punish that aggression from him, because he will be solo. He will often be out there on his own. He can be punished, and I think sometimes teams forget that and they kind of bypass him, and then he hurts them. So for me, yeah, I think you've just got to take it head on with him.
I think you also don't really need to get too involved. Clubhouse is a map on the defense where sometimes you can play closer together. Chalet's a big map. You can have some really far off solo roams where you're playing by yourself, and that kind of opens the door for Turd to win those 1v1s, whether he's on the Snake, whether he's on the Deimos. On Clubhouse, if you can stall him out, if you can make sure that he doesn't get those opportunities to take you, force him into a late 5v5 execute, hold on to Raptors as long as you can, hold on to the roam as long as you can when you're playing on that basement site. I think that's going to be part of the key, is just force him to execute, force him into these late round situations where you've got the advantage, because in the early game he feels like an unstoppable monster with the F2.
Yeah, if you let him have his way, it seems like he's pretty much unstoppable inside of the second map in this series here. virtus.pro starting on defense on this final map. We see the players almost ready to go into this final one. Something you mentioned as well, Jesse, is how much shields Nako plays. Once they move on to the tech, how much do we feel like shields are going to be an effect on Clubhouse?
Yeah, I think for sure we're going to see him play shields almost every single one of those attacks. Clubhouse is a map too where you kind of have to ban out the hard breachers rather than the shields, and if you don't ban the hard breachers, we're usually looking at like Capital Monty, those rafter clearing operators on the offensive side. So I expect there to be lots of shields up on the side of Nako. I'm going to expect him to use those quite a bit. And Clubhouse can also be a map where you clear it a little bit more linearly, right? You can push through that top floor from one side, have everybody grouping up behind Nako on the shields. He's really good at playing the shields on this map, and of course on all maps. So I'm expecting to see a lot more of that coming out from him, and I expect VP to play really well around it.
It seems like Clubhouse will really test your basics. It'll test your fundamentals, how well you can play together as a team, how good you are at clearing out individual players, as we see the final fist bumps almost, I guess, being ignored just a little bit. I mean, if that's a bad omen of team play that we're going to see on this map, that's a little rough.
I think we'll see it. I hope we'll see it a little bit better than that. I think they'll be a little bit more in sync, a little bit more connected. What I like from Weibo at the minute is look at the energy on the team. Yep. After that 7-0, they were straight out of the seats. They were behind the stage. They needed a chat. They've had that. They've come back. They've got themselves a good win, and now it's all smiles. It's laughing. They're having fun, and that is always a team who is having fun and is ready to play is always a dangerous team to go up against.
Yeah, again, we talked at the start of the series. Neither of these teams getting top 8 back at the Salt Lake City match. So to come back into this one map decides it all. It's going to be who has the better mental for sure.
That's the most exciting thing about this. It essentially comes down to just a best of one between these two teams to find out who continues in the tournament, who's eligible for Club Championship points, and who gets their key crushed here. Clubhouse is our final map.
Thank you, Ant. We will get this one underway. It is virtus.pro versus Weibo Gaming, and we have seen two very quick maps so far. It has been 7-0, 7-2 as we load into Clubhouse. Winner takes all, loser sees their key crushed. It's all on the line, Jesse.
Has to come down to this one, and we talked about it a little bit before this game began, Tim, but I'm going to reiterate myself one more time. This is not a map where VP have found a lot of success. You mentioned their struggles on the defensive side so far this season. They've got 2 wins, 4 losses. More even than Chalet for sure, but still a map where virtus.pro have shown some weaknesses. Weibo, this is a rare map for them. They've only played it twice this season, but across both of those 2 plays, they've dropped just a single round, 7-1 and a 7-0 yesterday versus Enterprise. The odds are stacked against Virtus.pro. They have to dig deep on this first half to walk away with the victory.
Well, my head called Weibo, my heart called Virtus.pro, and right now it seems like the head could be winning. We will see. I'm going to give you a little spoiler warning. We know how things have gone on the A stream. It might be a little bit of a surprise to you. That's certainly a long enough delay from me after the spoiler warning to tell you that Falcons are out. Secret, Jesse, have got the win. They have closed it out. Falcons will be eliminated before the top 8. Important in the club championship stakes as well, of course. We just saw Falcons today drop down into second, overtaken by All Gamers, and their siege roster is not going to be making the top 8. Team Secret tweeted this morning saying that they had the chance to do the funniest thing ever, and they've only just gone and done it.
My God, that is a huge story. That means the only teams guaranteed top 8 from EML this event are going to be Team Secret and GK, the best 2 teams from Europe, as we've all been saying for months. So not a result maybe that everybody would have been expecting, but still crazy to see that coming through. One more EML team having the opportunity to do so will be Virtus.pro. Fnatic playing later today up against Furia as well. But for VP, it's all going to come down to this map. It's all going to start here on the defense. And we're starting in the basement, Tim, with a full bunker setup. I don't expect too much action through the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, what started out as a very good day for EU with 4 teams possibly going through to the quarterfinals today might end a very bad day. We will see how it goes, one after another. Certainly possible of being eliminated. Drone goes over, gets caught in the mute jammer. We're going to have Speakeasy looking to move down blue stairs. It is a Church and Arsenal defence. Our bands, nothing to write home about there. The Electro Bros, Kaid and Bandit taken away. 2 of the hard breachers, Thermite and Ace. And that's going to leave us still 5 versus 5 at the halfway mark. Weibo in charge of the map and just trying to break down that side.
And this is what we talked about before this game began, Tim. Turd is one of the best Snake players in the world. Don't give him the opportunity to get these picks early in the round. VP have played this very passive so far. I like that. They're trying to force Weibo to go for some kind of an execute. They've got basically everything open that they could want right now. They've got a little bit of pressure going over towards the stock side. They've got some players hunting around that main stairs. Could be an armory push where they eventually want to end this, but they've got Moto opened up too. So they're not making this easy to read on the side of Virtus.pro. It looks like with 60 seconds to go, they're moving this defuse kit kind of towards kitchen, kind of towards down those main stairs, but it's really going to be a case of how do VP stop this when they get in through those main stairs, when they get inside of armory and try to put it on the floor.
Absolute ton of utility available for Virtus.pro. 3 nitros, and that's 1 nitro used, 1 kill gained. That's going to be the Blackbeard taken down. It's going to be Gotti who is now in charge of the diffuser and will be the one looking towards dropping and planting. Where will that come? Time will tell. 25 seconds left to go. Church and Arsenal is notoriously a site that you can get a lot done in a short space of time, but it's only going to be Pasha getting anything done right now. Make that a triple kill in the round so far. Sitting holding dirt is not going to do you any favours. Gotti, Dan manages to take down Hoven. 5 versus 1. Gotti makes sure it's not a flawless round. Pasha makes sure it is a 4K. Picks up that last kill. Solid defence of Church and Arsenal. Exactly what you asked for, Jesse, and they delivered. Just burnt away time. Let Weibo have the map. Let them play the game. Don't give them the gunfights on defence and force the execute. It didn't work out for them. Virtus.pro 1-0.
And I think that round is a really good example of the mind games that sometimes get played in the prep phase, Tim, because VP, they kind of pretended like they were going to go for a roam game there. You saw Dan setting up some barricades on the mid floor. You saw Nako putting some mute jammers up around the top floor. And Weibo, they saw those mute jammers, they saw the players extending up above, and they thought to themselves, this is going to be a roam. This is going to be Virtus.pro taking that map control, trying to hold on to it. So they brought the Deimos coming through from Hoven, they brought the Snake from Turd, and they brought 0 soft breach. What that meant is once they were given that space for free, the Snake is a whole lot less valuable, the Deimos is a whole lot less valuable, and you can't do a whole lot with that verticality. They weren't able to make good breach over towards kitchen side, they weren't able to breach much of the hallway, so it just ended up being really difficult to get themselves down and towards the site. I think VP playing really good mind games there in Weibo, a bad read on what Virtus.pro were trying to do in the first round.
Second round is going to be gym and bedroom defense here for Virtus.pro. If you recall at the beginning, I called out Virtus.pro and how poor their attacks on Clubhouse have been previously, so Going off those historic numbers, they need to be having a good first half here. They need to get themselves as many rounds as they can while they're on the defense, make things a little bit easier for them when they get to that second half. As it is, we're going to have the Hibana going straight in, looking to get the breach onto that CCTV wall. Just put a little bit of sort of micro pressure onto CCTV, prevent the defenders from playing quite that deep, and look to force them back to cash before you then move them through to construction and beyond.
Yeah, VP, it's going to be Dan and Pasha locking things down here on the cash side. They're going to be trying to hold on to top red and that cash position. Hoven's doing a really good job of pressuring construction right now, so this is going to be a bit of a pinch coming forward onto VP. Often that would force these players to back up, but because you've got Pasha on this clash, it does kind of allow you to slow things down a little bit. You don't have to give up the map control as early as you otherwise would. Just as we hit that 60-second mark deep into the round, they are all going to fall back towards the site. So once again, Tim, for the second round in a row, you're not seeing virtus.pro commit to these early gunfights. Turds below waiting to stun somebody. They left this part of the map 20 seconds ago. They're no longer holding on to cash, and it's taking Weibo a little bit of extra time to figure that one out. They'll take the space now, recognizing with their drones that it has been fully given up, but this is exactly how VP should be trying to win this game. It's slowing things down and not giving any opportunities early for Weibo to eat that man advantage.
Yeah, Weibo getting caught in a little bit of indecision, I think, at the minute, just stalling out, and they just need somebody to push that impetus and start moving them forward. It's going to be Reaps by the looks of things, who wants to get himself on into construction, but again, there just seems to be a bit of a hold up here for Weibo. They're now finally starting to use those windows into sight. They have control of CCTV, so there's no danger for them. They can get on there. Speakeasy is back on the drones. There's a minute left to go, and they're still not pressuring anybody on the side of virtus.pro.
Kurt's job is to destroy this clash shield right now, Tim. They can go down below and try to destroy it with those impacts. There's 60 seconds still left in this round. Pasha's completely given up his shield. He's left it in Master to go hold here inside of Logi. It's Dan who's actually playing behind that shield at the moment, so there's going to be different opportunities to try to force these players out. Turd needs to get value out of this utility before they execute.
Skies picks up Gotti, another one as they go in through the window. It's Dan taking down Speakeasy, 5 versus 2, as Skies is there for another. virtus.pro have just collapsed beautifully. Turd was unable to get any of that value downstairs. Flawless round. Rorik with a beautiful final kill. Pre-fire around the corner on the main stairs, and Weibo there just seemed to be victims of themselves. They held themselves up for so long. Drawn in, checking, clearing, drawn in, checking, clearing, never pressuring. They had CCTV. Where was the player on the windows? Speakeasy was hidden in a corner, drawn in for about a minute of it. They could have been on there, could have been on the windows, making it difficult for the defenders inside of sight, but instead they just got lost in the sauce.
Early tack timeout being called by Weibo here. Both of the Brazilian coaches of these EML and APL teams will have a chance to talk to their teammates, and I think Gohan just recognizing that so far virtus.pro are playing a really passive style of Siege. They're not going for these early gunfights. They're giving up a lot of map control to Weibo, so they need to start taking this. You're right, it's taking a bit of time to come through. It's been a bit slow. I don't even mind if it takes them a minute and a half or 2 minutes to get that space, but they have to find some way to work themselves in towards that execute. Turd down below did really nothing on the Zofia. If he's able to get a free pick onto somebody, destroy the clash shield, do something, you see right down there inside of Jim, that's where he used his explosives, but there was nobody playing in that position. The Azami was already somewhere else, so it just felt like they didn't quite have the coordination when going for that execute. VP's game plan has been telegraphed very obviously through 2 rounds. Weibo need to be able to respond.
Yeah, this is now you can be forgiven for the first couple of rounds. You're trying to figuring it out. Like you said, it's very, very clear how they're set up to play. So now, Weibo, there's no excuses. Once they've had that time with the coach, once they've had that discussion. And I agree with you. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of caution when taking that space. virtus.pro are a team where if you overlook Pasha, you're going to find yourself with 2 or 3 dead very, very quickly. So there is nothing wrong with applying that little bit of caution to take the space. My problem here is once they have that space, there is a huge lag between them getting it and doing something with it. And that was the point. They had that base of operations inside of cash, inside of construction, on the windows for the longest time. And I'm going to bring it out, Jesse. The botherometer is here. How bothered were virtus.pro? Not at all. Nope. Not until the final 10-15 seconds, and then they were just picking up kills because what choice then do Weibo have other than throw themselves through windows to try and get on in? So yeah, be cautious, no problem, but once you've got the ground, have the confidence to use it and push forward.
Name of the game for round number 3, Tim, is going to be Rafters. It's all about killing skies as quickly as possible for Weibo Gaming. He's playing up in this position behind the Kiba barriers. Nako is quite close as well with these Wamai gadgets. See him at the top of the red stairs. He can use his utility to help him out. Weibo have their own good utility, though. They've got the Capitao from Hoven. They've got the Monty from Speakeasy. They've got the correct tools to try to take this space. It's going to be a real battle between who can apply that pressure the best and who can take the space for now. Good work so far on the main breach, but this is usually not enough to go for an execute. You typically need either construction control before you go for your execute or Rafters control. And there's no doubt with the lineup that Weibo have brought that Rafters will be the goal.
Guys is going to be the one tasked with holding on. He's got everything he needs, realistically. He's got Wamai magnets, he's got the Kiba barricades. There might even be a Razor Bloom or two knocking about, but we are seeing a better attempt here. We've seen a couple of wobbly attempts, to be honest, to clear Rafters over the last few days, but Weibo here are doing everything right. They've cleared the stairs out with the Rotero drones. They've got the breach underneath from the Capitao, so he should be able to go in and fire off pretty easily. This is good stuff. They just need to get these Wamai magnets dealt with. That's going to be the next big key task. But Speakeasy up at the top of there, that's going to make it difficult for Skies now to stay in position. We can see that utility starting to come in. He's had to be pushed forward. He's got to fight. Wow. Surely he dies here. I don't know how Skies is surviving. That's going to be the end of that. 4 versus 4, but they did lose Reaps along the way.
Yeah, you get a kill, you waste 2 minutes. That's fine for Skies. It's not round winning. It's not free from this point forward, but you've set your team up into a good position. 3 Toxic Babes from Pasha, a Nitro cell on both Nako and Rourke. There are so many ways to deny this plant. If Weibo Gaming go for an execute just inside the garage, trying to plant default on the B bomb chassis, it's probably not going to work. So I want to see them go deep here on the side of Weibo, trying to push in towards Cash, force these players out of position and make them uncomfortable. They have to have that aggression if they want any chance of winning this round.
Concern at the minute from VP's perspective is where the Nitros are going to be delivered from. They don't have anybody underneath in lounge, so if they want to do that, it's going to have to be a vertical throw over the top of the wall. The diffuser starts going down. Gotti has done it right on the thresholder's side. Rorik does manage to get a Nitro kill, but it goes into the wrong place. Gotti is going to move inside now, go for the plant. Nako was down, so he can't use his Nitro. They try to do a little rotate through the windows. It doesn't work out. Weibo have been better on the execute this time. That ground that they took, they used it, and they used it quickly. They used it well. They get the diffuser down. We're now in a 1 versus 3 effectively. No option but to go for the kills. Turd takes both down. One with a phone call, one with the gun, and that's going to be Weibo grabbing their first round. But yes, much, much better, Jesse. As soon as they had that control in Rafters, what happened? Hoven straight in, up there with the secondary hard breach, got the wall open, saw that they had that choice of moving in. They then, 10, 20 seconds later, were trying for a plant on the threshold of the breach. It didn't work out. They had to adapt, they had to change, but because they were already in the process, they just needed to keep on rolling. Much better.
I think the MVP for me there's got to be Speakeasy. I love how aggressive he went with the shield. He almost forced VP to get panicky a little bit there in the execute. You saw them tossing those Toxic Babes really early. Pasha used all of them quite quickly, but Speakeasy never had the defuse kit. He was never the real pressure that they were worried about. Instead, it was Gotti who got in that main breach, started to work on a bit of a plant. I liked Rourke's position. The fact that he jumped out the con window to then pressure the CC window and have that impact on the round. Rourke did everything right in that one, but it just wasn't quite enough as the rest of VP were a little bit scrambly. I thought Turd played really well outside of the main breach, just covering for his teammates, making sure nobody had a good cross in the midst of that. And Weibo, they cause enough chaos in that late round that VP don't exactly know what's going on. That kind of needs to be more of the game plan, right? Make sure that you're causing that chaos for virtus.pro. Don't telegraph your pushes and set yourself up with strong execute utility, because they didn't have that in the first 2 rounds.
10 seconds remaining.
Round 4 will see us back down to Church and Arsenal. Mirror and Grim have been taken away. We saw Pasha have a great 4K on the Mirror previously when they were down here on the basement side, so they're going to want to avoid that. Looks like virtus.pro just going to play a little bit more of a map presence here. Nako and Pasha both up on that top floor this time around. Last time it was passive. I wonder here whether virtus.pro are now changing up the game plan. They've played the passive play. They've allowed Gohan the tactical timeout. He's come out and said, right, This is how we need to shape up against this. So now Virtus.pro, they move on to the next iteration of their defense on Clubhouse and get a little bit more aggressive out in the map.
Definitely. They've got a little bit of drone work happening up at the top floor here, and you're right, Tim. It is more aggressive from Virtus.pro this time around. Nako is the man I'm watching for, the head captain of VP, trying to make something happen on the roam game. Because of the castle barricades that they've got, it's going to be a little bit awkward to get back in the site while still keeping Nako relatively safe here around the strip side of the map. He's got teammates with him. Dan inside a bar will start to help out with this rotate back. Because they've got these Denari tripwires on the church hatch, they can leave it open. It's a safe escape from the attacker or for the defenders, but there's no way for Weibo to actually take that space. So again, pretty passive at the end of it. They're not going to take these gunfights. They're not going to allow Turd and Hoven in for these opening kills, and they're going to force Weibo to execute.
Patches are going to sit in garage for the time being. The scan does come in onto him, but it doesn't really matter. It's not going to back him up, and he will just hold his position for the time being because he knows that he's a nuisance for them. This could be smart from Rorik. He's actually gone up and kind of traded places.
Wow.
Manages to get a beautiful opener. He couldn't have picked it better. It's the Blackbeard taken down. What a great start for Virtus.pro. Minute 30 left on the clock. Weibo haven't really done anything about site utility yet.
The decision-making from Rorik has been so good these last couple of rounds, Tim. He's still a rookie here playing his first season of the EML and now with the Esports World Cup. Been very impressed with how well he's been able to do for Virtus.pro, but now it's all about stopping this aggression, making sure that Weibo don't have that ability to execute. My eyes are all on Reaps. He's the guy with those candelas. He's going to be applying the pressure over towards Moto Hatch. They need to be able to stand up and stop him from getting value, because if he blinds everyone in the site, it doesn't matter if you've got the man advantage.
Getting pinged out at the bottom of main stairs, so Nako just needs to be a little bit cautious here. They are aware of his position. The scan will come in as well, but as he runs through a jammer, that's just going to remove it for the time being. I tell you what, he's not giving this up. Bullets keep raining down around him, but he does not want to back away. He's going to be forced eventually. 35 seconds left to go here, and again, you just feel like Weibo haven't quite done enough at this point, but if there's any site you can get away with it, it will be this one. The drop comes in. Pasha manages to pick up Hoven. There was candelas available. They didn't use them, and they've paid the price. Dan picks up Reaps as well. Turd works his way in though, works a bit of magic but can't do enough. Nako manages to get the trade. 2 versus 1, it's all up to Gotti. 10 seconds, doesn't have the diffuser, so he's going to have to play for the kills here. Knows there's one inside of Blue, knows there's one inside of Moto. Nothing he can do. Moves into the crossfire, Skies picks him up, and Virtus.pro take themselves another round. It's 3-1.
Again, you're seeing the impact of that lack of soft breach. No ram being brought, no buck, no sledge, no breaching charges even to put on the floorboards and try to open things up. So you're seeing VP able to exist inside the site with very little pressure. Nako spent ages at the bottom of main stairs just wasting time because there was no vert pressure above him. And they had the Moto Hatch, of course, covered by those Denari traps. So it just felt like at all opportunities, Weibo didn't have a good way to actually apply pressure in towards the site. I said Reaps on the Ying might be the one thing that they have to try to work themselves in an advantage, but then Hoven just goes and drops before the candelas. Is a little bit miscoordinated on the side of Weibo, and because of that, their bottom floor executes have just been really weak so far today on Clubhouse. Gets VP up into a 3-1 lead. Tim certainly feeling comfortable early on in this match, but you said it, the attacking half is really going to be where we see Virtus.pro struggle, so they have to kind of rack up the rounds in the first half.
Round 5 will see us back in gym and bedroom. The cycle will continue, and Virtus.pro will go to CCTV and cash in round 6, I would imagine. This time, Weibo need to do more with what they take and what they are given. Last time around, when we saw them attacking this site, this was the one where we were critical of how they got themselves a great base, a great foundation, and didn't really do too much with it. Didn't work the windows into site, didn't really pressure anybody on the side of Virtus.pro that was playing in logistics, in gym, in bedroom. And they have to do better with that. The first half of the round can be pretty much the same as it was last time. They actually dealt with the layering and the extension really, really well. They just need to, once they've got that ground, don't lose the aggression, don't take the foot off the gas.
I kind of like to see them go even faster than last time, Tim, because it's just Pasha actually extending here on the cash side. Dan will come to join him now that they realize there is some bit of a garage pressure coming through. No clash this time either. Pasha's moved over to the Warden, I think reading into that Ying play that Reaps was running in the last round, expecting a bit more of that, knowing that Zofia down below from Turd is a great counter to the clash. So they're going to try to hold on to this for as long as they can, waste about a minute and a half before they go for their leave. But so far, Weibo, they haven't been able to apply enough of that pressure to force these guys out. I'm still watching for Turd. He has to be the guy to apply pressure from down below as the Monty pushes in horizontally.
Yeah, as you said, just a little bit slow at the minute. Speakeasy going to take a reasonable amount of damage there from the Nitro. Another one comes out, more damage done, and that causes him a little bit of a problem because there is still a Nitro on the side of Virtus.pro. There is also no Turd on the side of Weibo anymore. As the Sophia gets taken down, there will be no pressure from underneath. Look at the damage done to Pasha. They've decided that he's going to play his life here, I think. Or does he try to escape? Does he get away with it? I think he wriggles away underneath, and that is great play from Pasha. He hasn't gone back to site though. He looks for the vertical, and look who he gets. He takes down the Monty. Brilliant play from Pasha.
Doesn't get better than that, so we're just kind of sending it in sight. That's the call from Weibo, but they're losing a couple of bodies as they do this. Reaps and Gotti, they've got a little bit of space here with a player inside of Jim. This is a big problem for Virtus.pro, Tim. They don't necessarily have a way to cleanse it back, but Nako hits a nice shot onto Reaps. Gotti nowhere near enough to assist, and a very difficult 1v3 Sig in front of him.
Gotti just trying to at least get established inside a site for the time being. Flips to the secondary, but they are all around him at this point. Rorik picks up the last one. 4-1. Virtus.pro looking good. I said that they needed a good start here. Their attacking stats do not back up a strong second half for them, but this is exactly what they needed. If they can get a 5-1 half, that is absolutely perfect for them, because then all they need to do is win the weakest of Weibo's sites.
I want to continue to give praise to Rorik, Tim. He's not getting big multi-kills in a lot of these rounds, but I just feel like his decision-making is so good. Consistently, round after round after round, he's making the plays that are needed by his team. That time, it was early going down below, punishing Turd on that Zofia, getting the opening pick. It wasn't crazy aim or anything by his metrics, but still, it's just the right spot at the right time where he's able to insert himself and disrupt this push coming through from Weibo. I think Rorik has been absolutely phenomenal now. 6-3 coming in through this game. The 24-year-old rookie who's been grinding Tier 2 for the last 5 years before getting picked up by VP at the start of the season. Really starting to have an impact here at the Esports World Cup and sending VP into a dominating position, one round away from a 5-1 half.
Can Weibo do anything about it? Can they have a final say? Honestly, I think if they come away with a 2-4, it's a bit of a steal. I think they've done all right out of that, considering how the play's gone.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, Virtus.pro, I think, have come in with a game plan. They've executed it very, very well. They've frustrated Weibo, and 2-4 wouldn't actually be looking too bad when they get themselves onto the defense. I think what we're seeing here a little bit as well is, obviously, you know, we came in, Weibo's record on Clubhouse is not bad. 2 wins, only 1 round loss, but you've got to look, and it's not to disparage anybody, but you've got to look at the difference in the level of opponent that you're playing. You know, yes, Enterprise are a good team, Daystar are a good team, but Virtus.pro, at the minute, for me, are a top 4 or 5 team in the world, and you're just operating on a different level right now.
This is going to be almost identical to round 3, Tim. The strategies from both VP and Weibo are very similar, which means it's going to start inside of Raptors. It's going to be all on Skies. How many kills can he get? How much time can he waste from this Raptors position? Skies is going to die, almost guaranteed, unless things go horribly wrong for Weibo, because they've got the Capitao, they've got the Monty. But how much damage can you deal before they start taking this space? And then when we get down to the execute, I want to see them playing their utility. You've got Nitros, you've got Smokes. That has to be the name of the game for VP.
Because he's just going to take a little bit of damage off the barbed wire there. He knew that that would be the case. Needs to be careful. Skies was just having a look at him there, but ultimately it's Speakeasy that comes away with the kill. This is a great start from Weibo. We saw this last time around. Very, very capable at taking over Catwalk. Only a minute 30 into the round, so they've got plenty of time. They need to get somebody up there with this. It's not going to be the secondary hard breach. It's going to have to be Gotti, but he doesn't have any pellets left. They're not going to be able to breach that garage wall.
Yeah, I mean, the garage wall being closed is a little bit scary for sure. It means that you have to jump in through that window if you want any hope of trying to make your way forward. So that is a good point being brought up. I'm still worried about the time that's being left on from Weibo. Last time they had a much more dominant position inside of the garage. Sky's getting a kill and wasting a bit more time. Without that, you really do rely on some aggressive plays coming out. That's exactly what Rorik is trying to do down here on the bottom floor.
Well, one of the big problems was that they're starting to see it already. Because they can't get that wall open, Dan can actually play on Cash Door and push into side. site, so he can get aggressive. We've got a little flank here as well. There's a little bit of a standoff because they are aware of the position. A couple of kills come in. That's going to open things up for Weibo. They desperately needed that. However, Dan over the head of that shield does get one. Neko onto Speakeasy. 3 versus 2. Virtus.pro fighting back, but the diffuser is going down. Can they get in there? They need to get aggressive. Reaps manages to find the kill, though. The secondary just couldn't get the job done. A kill from above. Reaps just finds a way. They had to brute force their way into site there without that hard breach option, but Weibo still get it done. I said 2-4 would be a steal, and they've just completed a little bit of a heist.
You know what, though? That was the cleanest round we've seen so far from Weibo. By far the most impressive I think they've looked. I do think they earned this 4-2 split. Their attacks in through Raptors looked really good together. I think Speakeasy deserves a ton of credit. ag.al on that. Monty just takes the pistol out, finds that opening frag onto Skies playing in the Raptors position. And then, I mean, you mentioned it, Reaps finding those gaps as they push on through. The fact they didn't get the Raptors wall open sucks. But they were so, I think, worried about the position that they gave up early on the side of VP. They were going for those aggressive moves. They tried to retake down below. Again, Rorik, I want to continue to highlight this guy. I think he's making really smart decisions. His position down inside of Lounge, if he had won that fight up against, I believe it was Turd, could have absolutely changed the course of that round, but he ends up losing it. So those gunfights that don't really go VP's way. And they only get a 4-2 split coming through this first half when a 5-1 was on the board. To me, this feels like a dead-even game, Tim. I know the scoreboard favors VP a little bit, but Weibo have not put themselves in a bad position. If they can have some strong defenses on Clubhouse, this is absolutely theirs for the taking.
It is winnable. It is winnable for Weibo. My head at the minute is already starting to think about a word, Jesse. It begins with O, it ends in E, and we all know what it is. I think we could be heading for a few more rounds of this, if I'm honest.
Yep.
It wouldn't surprise me at all to see Virtus.pro do exactly the same. Just pick up that weak side, you know, get a couple of rounds there, but maybe struggle on the others. What I would say is watch very closely here. Virtus.pro fans, get excited if they win one of the first 2 sites. If they can pick up, I imagine it will be Gym Bedroom, Church and Arsenal. If they can pick up one of those 2 sites and then they grab a CCTV, that's your moment to get excited. That's when Virtus.pro could be heading into the quarterfinals. But that is a big, big if, because Weibo, I think, are going to make that very difficult.
Weibo need to hold on to at least 2 bomb sites here, right? That's what VP did. They won Basement twice. They won Gym Bedroom twice. Weibo needs to do the same thing. If they can do just that, they'll force what you're talking about, extra innings here at the end of the game. And if we get to that point, they should be defending first. Weibo will have the choice on which side they want to go. They probably will have chosen defense. I can't confirm that 100%, but you'd have to imagine that's where Weibo want to take this. And I think they'd have the edge if they do get defense in overtime, because we have 2 4-2 splits. So we'll see. We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. You got to get to OT first, Tim, and that's going to be the name of the game for Weibo. Very common bans coming out. This should be the Damos being paired with the Monty. Fair enough. Going to provide some of that vert pressure off the board. You will leave the Blackbeard and the Blitz open for Neko to play. You will also leave all of those breachers open for VP to try to start getting these walls.
That's the other thing that I would say there, Jesse, is, you know, there's another angle to this. And yes, it's going to be close, but you said it yourself there. Weibo have got to get those rounds on the board. And I would always, if I have to choose, favour the person who already has the numbers on the board. They're the ones that count. We can talk about the rounds that might come. We can talk about the rounds that might happen. But Virtus.pro are the ones with the scores on the doors at the minute. 4-2, they go into the second half. This is a big swing round. This is a big, big swing round. If Virtus.pro come away with an initial attack that wins them this and they get 3 rounds ahead, it's panic stations for Weibo.
And I think here's the key thing to worry about for this second half, Tim, is that Virtus.pro have been the better team for late round 5v5 executes. On all 3 maps, that's really been their strongest point. Weibo have been the better team in the early round when they can isolate picks, when they can work the man advantage, when they can get Turd and Hoven into these aggressive positions where they find these opening frags. And when you are on the defensive side of Clubhouse, you can, especially on this bottom floor, dictate which of those 2 styles of game come through. Because while VP, they went for full anchor setups here on the bottom floor, Weibo are completely changing the script. They're going very aggressive with Turd playing inside a bedroom, with, of course, that Raptors position being held by Hoven, with some players inside a bar as well. That's going to be Reaps locking things down there on the mid floor. So there's a lot of individuals that Virtus.pro will have to clear out. And so far, that's been a big issue where they just haven't been able to coordinate and find those individuals.
Yeah, I think that was, you know, as I said at the beginning of the game, thinking about VP's attack, that's what I'd be looking to do here. Find Turd, section him off, and just get him out of the game. Because this isn't a case. In the defensive half, they played it perfectly. You can force him into the execute, don't engage with him, and it nullifies him a little bit. He's only got 4 kills, he's been a little bit quiet, but this is now the time where you have to take, you know, that lead. You've got to take the action to go in and deal with him, because otherwise, if you try and ignore him now when he's on the defense, he can run all over the map, he can run all over you, and he's going to be a big problem. So let's see how virtus.pro deal with him.
Hubbin's been cleared out, but he's actually just teleported back up to bathroom with this Scopos utility, so he's actually got a really good position to have this 3-man roam up on the top floor alongside Gotti and Turd. You've got Rorikin down below, but this might be caught. Might be a bit of a bait as Reaps is here in the position and he finds him through the wall. That's a massive opening pick from Reaps, and again, it's those opening 1v1 duels where Weibo finds so much success.
Yeah, had a great idea of where he was, sprays through the soft wall, finds his man, and they continue battling on the top floor. Gotti will be cut down though. Dan manages to find him. Do they know that there's a second? I'm not sure they're aware that the Scopos is here. It's going to be a freebie onto Dan. Pasha finds Turd. This is becoming a real war of attrition right now as they take the challenge into the shower cubicle. Pasha picks up the kill, 3 versus 2. A minute left on the clock, and now both defenders back in sight. VP need to get moving.
Is this enough? That's the big question, Tim. You've destroyed the soft breachers, you've destroyed Rourke on this Dokkaebi, you've got a 2v3 that favors virtus.pro in the man count, but listen, the time is going to start ticking pretty low, and you've got that defender advantage on the side of Weibo Gaming. Are you going to be able to stall out this push? Because VP, excuse me, they committed everything to that roam game, and it came out on top, but it's not clean. They don't have the 5v5 execute that they would have been looking for.
They do also have to worry about Reaps on the other side with the Solus, with the scanner that will be able to see that plant going down. Nako, low health. Pasha with some chip damage. It's all stacked in the favour of VP as Skies manages to get the kill onto the Solus though. That leaves Speakeasy all alone. He's got the TCSG, comes around the corner, gets the opportunity. Siege timing at its finest, can't find the second though. Nako with the kill, and a swing round is won by virtus.pro. They go 3 rounds up, they take a primary site, and they might just have taken one step into the quarter-final here at the Esports World Cup.
virtus.pro just did something they were completely unable to do on really either of the first 2 maps, Tim, and that's win in the early game. That's get the man advantage on the roam clear. Back on Chalet, it was a disaster with Turd running circles around virtus.pro, Hoven ratting in certain positions, Reaps getting aggressive in certain moments, to be able to take that man advantage and give it to Weibo round after round after round. And even on Consulate, frankly, virtus.pro were not getting man count leads early on that map. They had some insane executes, so it was totally fine. But now for the first time in this series, virtus.pro have made it easy on themselves. They've given themselves that lead. They spotted out Hoven, Gotti, and Turd, the triple man roam up on that top floor. It was so aggressive from Weibo, and I think that was the right call, but you challenge VP to do something they've never been able to do in this series, and they just did it. Weibo are in big trouble.
That's it, you know, for me, exactly what VP needed to do. Recognize where those players are. Don't play shy, don't play timid, back yourself. I said send in Dan, Rorik, Pasha. I'm saying the names.
Yeah.
What a front line to be set. You know, you should be back in that front line against anybody in the world. You send them in and you say, you know what, go and get them. Go and get them and take them out of the game, and it worked brilliantly. Whether it will continue to do so or not, we will see. I think we've got... I notice here in Weibo a little bit of a shift in the energy after that round. There was all smiles, a lot of laughing, a lot of energy coming into the club. Now that they've just lost that swing round and they're 5-2 down, there was a couple of deep breaths taken, let me put it that way. And I think they need to make sure that they're not getting into their heads about this and that they continue playing the game that they've shown us on defense.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, but I believe Weibo, they used their TAC timeout after 2 rounds going on to that first half. So this is not a TAC timeout from Weibo like you might expect, like they probably would like to have in front of them. Instead, we've got a slight tech issue coming through here, but that means that the players aren't really going to be able to talk amongst themselves to discuss the strategy and how to bounce things back. VP could use their TAC timeout, but I cannot imagine they give Weibo that opportunity to get back inside of the game. You do need to start thinking to yourselves, even if it's just in your own head, you know, we lost that first round playing aggressive. Is it time to double down on that strategy? Do we just need to trust in our guns to play better on these trades, to have Turd popping off on this aggressive play, to have Reaps popping off on these aggressive positions? Or do we just try to do what VP did and bunker down inside the site? I don't think it's an easy decision. I wouldn't want to have to make it. Thankfully, I don't. But that call has to be made on the side of Weibo, and it's got to be made sooner rather than later.
I'm honestly not sure that that hunkering down is something they would get away with against VP.
Yeah, I agree.
I think, VP, I know I've already said, and I will, back up what I've said, they're not the best attacking team on Clubhouse, but in general, I do, we saw it on Consulate. When they get into that rhythm, when they get, they will find a way to crack you apart when they're on the attack. Even if it comes down to the last 10, 15 seconds, they will find a way and they will get it done. They will, they don't need a lot of space to execute, don't VP. They will hold the cover so well. So I think that I agree. Weibo are facing a very, very difficult call right now. They have to make it without the input of the coach. Gohan does not have the opportunity to speak to them. It's going to have to come from the ag.al. It's going to have to be a call from within the team to say, this is how we're going to play this. This is any change that we're going to make. I personally think that Weibo will continue in doing what Weibo do. And I think that's what they should do. They should be backing Hoven, Gotte, Turd to go in and get those kills for them. Look, it may work out that it's not possible. Like I've said, you're going up against a hell of a front line from VP. But I think you play your game, and if you have to lose, you lose on your terms. Sure. Don't switch it up and try and do something else, and then ask yourself the question, should we have done that? I think play to your strengths, back your players, back your aggression, see if you can take the fight to them.
Silver lining here, Tim. I still back myself saying that Weibo need to win 2 bomb sites consistently here on the second half. They lost their first, but they've got 2 more chances, right? If they can bunker down on the top floor, make sure they win these CC defenses, the gym bedroom defenses, it's okay if they do lose that bottom floor even twice, because VP themselves had a bomb site they just could not win in CCTV cash. But again, you have to favor the team that's already gone and done the hard part, right? Virtus.pro up 5-2 now, a massive lead, and it will be gym and bedroom for the second site of Weibo.
They've done one hard part. This is the next hard part, backing it up. Because if they go on and lose the next 2 rounds, it was all for nothing.
Yep.
So they have to win one of the next 2. You've got to think about this game now in quarters. You've got to think about it in groups of 3 rounds, in defensive rotations. Virtus.pro need to come away with 2. So by winning the first one, the difficult one, they've given themselves an opportunity. They now pick up one of the weaker sites, and they are great. It's done. They move on. If Weibo win the next 2, they have rescued themselves. They've got back to within 1, and you start that next defensive rotation again. VP have got to do the hard bit all over again. So really, really important round 8 here. You either come away with a 6-2 or a 5-3. Virtus.pro, of course, will be hoping for the former.
The 2-man cash extension, Speakeasy on the Clash, trying to lock things down aggressively here in cash. It's actually Turd and Gotti who are playing over here, as Gotti's just made his way over towards these red stairs. He's trying to make some rotations for his teammates. Name of the game early, of course, going to be waste as much time as you can. Gotti literally came over to open up top red rotate and then went straight back to site. So it will be Speakeasy and Turd who are trying to lock this side of the map down. And VP, they are going to go for this full map clear, right? They're starting to take control of Rafters now. They're starting to work their way in through CC. They're starting to drone this out a little bit. But Weibo, they're kind of playing a little bit more passive than what we've come to expect from them, Tim. They're already giving up this CC control. Speakeasy is backing things up on the Clash, and while they had the opportunity to re-aggress and maybe play with their food a bit, this is a lot of map control they're giving up to VP.
Yeah, it's maybe taking a leaf out of VP's book. It's something that you suggested they may do, Jesse. Get a little bit more passive. Try to do to VP what was done to them. But Virtus.pro, are you going to have that little bit extra on attack? Are you going to be able to get aggressive? Use those areas that you are given. We're a minute and a half through the round. They have now been given as far as construction. They haven't yet taken it. Are they going to fall foul of the same problems that Weibo did? I'd like to see somebody on those site windows at this point. I'd like to see somebody pushing into construction. Bit of pressure in logistics. Start making them feel the pressure.
Rourke versus Reaps on the bottom floor is going to be a really critical fight to see who comes out on top, because if Rourke can do that, if he can find that opening frag onto Reaps, all of a sudden he's below in the Zofia. Speakeasy's job gets way more difficult, having to worry about the Zofia down below, alongside the fact that Dan is on this Kali. Unlike when Weibo were playing this site, there's so many good opening duels to come through their way and ways to counter out that Clash. Rourke has just done what he needed to do. He forces Reaps back, he takes control of that bottom floor, doesn't get the kill, but Tim, that's good enough. He's taken the space and can apply vert pressure.
Yeah, there's very little chance that Reaps can go down here and win a fight. He gets spotted out there, you can see he's back up the stairs, he doesn't want to overcommit to that. We can see now the Zofia getting to work underneath as well. He's still concerned about those though. How about this? Gotti moves around, takes down the shield. Here comes the aggression though. 30 seconds left. Weibo are standing up tall at a minute. 2 kills from Turd. They needed their superstar to deliver, and he does. Rorik, he has a response though. Takes down Gotti. These rounds are so hard fought between them. However, Turd makes it 3. That is going to be the round almost certainly over. Hoven picks up the last against Pasha. Weibo have a response, and they've got 1 round of 2 that they needed. This one just keeps going. It's anybody's, Jesse.
They needed him to be the MVP map 1 versus Enterprise. They needed him to be the MVP map 2 versus Enterprise. They needed to be the MVP just earlier today on Chalet. It's always Turd. It's always him who steps up and finds value for his team in a critical round there. Round 8. He plays so well around that clash being piloted by Speakeasy. He's able to step up and use that slow from his teammate to just find the pressure, find these kills as Virtus.pro are struggling to get in through construction. The attempt there from VP to drop the Logi hatch to kind of pinch in from construction and Logi, and then 1 player coming in from below from Rorik. It was a good attempt coming forward, but that clash just completely stalled them out. They didn't have a good answer to get past that bit of utility, despite all of the good operators they brought. They had the Zofia, they had the Kali, but it didn't seem to matter when Turd was still being able to play behind Speakeasy. They shut down some of these positions and got those kills. I like how passive Speakeasy played, because if he goes down on the clash on the cash extension, that's GG. That's probably 6-2, but they play it passive, they bunker up in sight, and Turd, what a round from him.
Weibo needs heroes. Weibo needs heroes. They need to back those players, and one of them just showed up. And the thing is, they've got a roster full of them, so Virtus.pro, it might just be back to the drawing board, but this really is now the critical round. Like we said, Virtus.pro did the hard yards. They got the win in Church and Arsenal, but in order for that to have any value, in order for it to mean anything, they have to get this round. They needed to get one of the following 2. We're thinking of this in 3s now, and if Weibo can take that mini victory, that 2-1 out of those 3, then they continue on looking for overtime. Virtus.pro, this is the moment to prove that you're one of the best.
We always say when attacking CCTV Cash, you need rafters or you need construction. Weibo went for rafters twice. VP are changing the script. They're going to go construction side, ignoring Turdsta, who was playing in that rafters position on the Azami. Immediately you're seeing Weibo respond really nicely. Turd's actually given up rafters. They're not holding it at all because they've seen where VP want to take. So this is good to fight into what VP are showing. They're taking the space on Jacuzzi. They're starting to breach their way in through this top floor. Speakeasy's getting huge information here to try to open things up for his teammates to get these frags. The opening duel is going to be absolutely critical on this first 90 seconds.
Yeah, they're not really moving the clash too much yet. A little bit of damage taken. I think it was actually from a Toxic Babe canister. We did hear the clash coughing a little bit, so I think it might have been from his own team, but Zofia just working underneath as well. They're going to need, like you say, a little bit. There's a minute 20 left on the clock. They haven't touched anything towards site yet. Work needs to be done. Moving on up the stairs. That utility will tell him that there is nobody present there. Don't want to waste too much of it. It tells him that the clash is up at the top of the stairs, and that's one of your shield breaks. That's one of your opportunities. Neko manages to take down Hoven, but it wasn't the opener. The Grim was lost before that. Gotti getting that kill. 55 seconds, and they're still fighting over bedroom.
Yeah, I mean, this is completely off the site at this point, Tim. They're all fighting towards Master, and it's going back and forth. These extended players are starting to fall back now. 45 seconds still on the clock. Speakeasy and Reaps, they kind of want to head back, but if they're hitting shots like this, they might not need to. The frags are all going the way of Weibo Gaming. They've managed to find these picks in and around the Master side of the map, and Rorik is now left in a devastating 1v2.
Yeah, Gotti is on site though, so he does have a 1v1 opportunity, but Reaps is there waiting, takes him down, and the damage that was done on Church and Arsenal by Virtus.pro has been repaired by Weibo. We go again into a full defensive rotation, whereby if Weibo can just do what they've done in those last 3 rounds, they will take us to overtime. This one will need some extra.
I love the read from Weibo in that round, Tim. They do a great job of completely giving up Raptors, giving up all of that site control and just going back to the site. And even the players that are not necessarily near where that push is coming from, they're finding ways to have impact. Turd, who was initially on the Raptor spot, comes all the way up to bedroom to try and play close on those highway windows and shut off some good angles and get some early picks. And Gotti, who never really left the site, he got a pick through the CC window onto the highway player, so he got a really good frag early in the round there. And then late in the round, Pasha actually found a gap. Pasha was not with the rest of the team. He actually entered garage and worked his way up through Rafters, took the 1v1 fight against Gotti on site. The information was there. I thought Gotti was a really underrepresented player in that round. We didn't quite see it from him, but the value that he had holding down the back lines and still having impact on that roam game was absolutely phenomenal. It keeps Weibo alive in this game.
I love that from Weibo, just really backing themselves. We've actually seen a nice combination. We at the beginning of this game, at the beginning of this half, sorry Jesse, we're talking about, you know, what do they do here? Do they play it passive like VP? Do they keep that kind of Weibo aggression and take the fight to VP? We've actually seen a really nice combination of the two. We've had rounds, Gym and Bedroom, where they did play it really passive and they got the win. They were able to grind it out. And then we've seen CCTV and Cash, where they just drew a line. They just drew a line over in Master and said, nope, we will not be moved out of here. We are going to take the fights. We live or die by Master and Logistics. And they lived and they got the round 5-4 on the scoreboard. It's round 10.
All eyes on Turd. Last time it was a heavy 3-man roam, really a 4-man roam, honestly, with Gotti playing on that middle floor. This time, everybody is playing passively down and around that bomb site, with the exception of Turd, sitting with that Vector inside of construction on a mute jammer. How much damage can he deal? And this is smart from Weibo Gaming, because if this goes poorly, like it did back in round 7, who cares, right? Like, Turd going down would suck, but he's already used his utility, and instead, he's fighting the Blackbeard with these impacts. He's got the shield break, but he's missing these fights. They know where he's at now. They have to be able to collapse on Turd.
This is it. Get him down and get him taken out of the round quickly. Get aggressive. Back yourselves here. Make sure that you're getting this done without losing anybody. That's the big thing. You've got a shield here. There's absolutely no excuse. Turd is quite clearly going absolutely nowhere. He wants to get aggressive, but he goes too aggressive and loses his life, and that's what I was talking about. You know, if you put Turd in that sort of position, he's going to try to make a move, and you can take advantage of that. They get the opener, they take one of the star players out. He was influential in the last round. He won't be in this.
But that's a risk that Weibo were willing to take. Again, if Turd dies and gets nothing, who cares? You know, Turd's a great player, but he's already used all of his utility down the bottom floor. He wastes a bit of time for his teammates, and there's no danger of anybody else dying in that engagement. So this was the strategy from Weibo. They knew that was a chance. They gamble a little bit, but they give themselves the opportunity to just hold things onto this basement in the 4v5. This is a bomb site where the time gets low. You can put yourself in a really powerful position. I like how much soft breach VP are bringing. They've got breaching charges on both Dan and Skies, plus of course the secondary pistol from Rorik and different opportunities to start working on these floors. So they're going to have a lot of time to work with. They're going to be able to open these hatches. They're going to be able to work on the floorboards. The question is, can they get past the Toxic Babes, the Nitros, the Kibas, and of course, those Echo drones being piloted by Speakeasy.
Yeah, it feels like the next kill is going to be particularly influential. If it goes in the direction of virtus.pro, you feel like they might just be that moment of the seal breaking the collapse onto site where they continue to get aggressive. There is a shield holding them back. There's now toxic gas as well. They do have the kitchen hatch open. They've got the motor hatch open, so they have options. The drop is going to come into motor. Still waiting for this smoke to clear. The challenge onto the hatch. The challenge onto motor. Reaps. Speakeasy standing tall. Another for the Blackbeard. No! Hoven's got his teammate covered. Keeps the Echo in the game, who then gets another 4v1. 1 second left to go. Nothing virtus.pro can do. Church and Arsenal this time goes to Weibo.
Weibo have just flipped this match on its head. That's 3 full bomb sites, Tim, where they've run back to back to back, and with that, they tie the game. 5-5. Full momentum for the APL squad here at the Esports World Cup, and what a strategy it was. They knew that even if Turd went down, they had such strong site presence, and I thought Speakeasy was absolutely phenomenal. A lot of Echo players in that position, Tim, would have been trying to hide deep in the site, use their yokai drones. He said, I've got a shotgun, I'm playing close on Moto. Why don't I go for a couple of swings? And he absolutely had massive impact shutting down that push from VP. A lot of their players were pushing Moto. They had had a really heavy main stairs extension as well, while Rourke was doing his best kind of on that blue side of the map. It was a solid push attempt coming through from virtus.pro, but they just didn't quite have the utility to push through on that execute. It was great roam clearing utility. They had loads of hard breach, but they were really just relying on Nako to break things open in the site. And after he went down, what was the win con? They didn't really have one. So VP scramble, they have to call their tack timeout here, and Weibo Gaming have a great opportunity to win this 7-5.
Yeah, they really do. They've got those 2 top floor sites to hold on to. I want to give Hoven a shout there as well. There was a good chance that the round was won by that point, but when that Echo gets put down, Speakeasy by the Blackbeard, the cover from his teammate, absolutely beautiful, and it just goes to show, always have your teammates back, because what happens, Speakeasy gets up and then gets another with the shotgun. Like, just brilliant stuff coming out of Weibo, really getting their heads together, working as a team, and getting that one over the line. 2 more rounds will see them through to the quarterfinals. Virtus.pro, it feels like they're on the ropes at the minute, Jesse. They're taking a few body blows here. They're having the wind knocked out of them. They've had the tack timeout. They've had the minute with the coach to try and get their breath back, to try and get themselves into this one. This could be a bad day at the office for Virtus.pro.
It was heartbreak in Salt Lake City when they barely missed out on top 8. Now here at the Esports World Cup, history seems to be repeating itself. Weibo Gaming, they got blown out on map 1, but what did we say? That was all right. They knew they were going to win this series on maps 2 and 3. They dominated on Chalet. They went to an early deficit here on Clubhouse, but they've done a great job of battling things back, trusting in their defenses, setting themselves up for success. And here, on their final opportunity to win on Gym and Bedroom, I really like what they're bringing to the table, Tim. No more clash this time around. They already showed that once. Instead, they've got Speakeasy on the Maestro. They're extending quite heavily into Garage with Turd back here on the Azami. This is a difficult setup for VP to try to crack open.
I feel like a large portion of this is going to be about that catwalk clearance, because they need to get CCTV, they need to get cash, and we don't often see this, you know, to this degree on a Gym and Bedroom hold. It tends to be top red, it tends to be cash. Going for a full-on garage hold, you'll sometimes get somebody playing out there, but with the Kiba barricades, with the magnets, with everything that they've got, Turd, he could literally win this round from here. Dan is going to take down Reaps. Big start for Virtus.pro, though.
Yeah, this is where it gets kind of expensive to commit to this roam game, Tim. Last time they let Turd die earlier in the round and it was okay. They were still able to recover. Now Turd's in a position where he should go down. Maybe he gets some kills here, but you've already lost Reap, so this is a very expensive roam game.
Going to take a little bit of damage as well, though, so they could find themselves soon in a 5v3. They've got the shield in lower garage. Kiba barricades start to be taken away. The pressure is mounting, but Turd is holding on for the time being. He's just keeping himself out of danger. New Kiba barricade will replace the old. However, he is going to be pressured with a shield at some point, but it's the time that's really starting to concern me for Virtus.pro. They've been nowhere near sight.
Yeah, Turd is still in Raptors, bro. We're almost 2 minutes deep into this round, and he still exists. Even if he dies at this point, who cares? He finally goes down, but Tim, that feels way too late.
It really does. There's so much now for Virtus.pro. They haven't got cash. They haven't got top red. They still have to move these. There is maybe an opportunity, actually, for them to rotate around and find the space inside a site and just pick off the defenders as they try to move back. As it is, I think Weibo take a really nicely timed run back into sight, but Skies is there on those windows to take advantage. 35 seconds.
Hoven needs to be able to play quick with it, Speakeasy. These 2 players inside the site have the time on their side. They have to play around it. Construction control by VP, highway control by VP. They're going to have to try to funnel in towards the bomb site and find these picks without going down.
Dan gets the first. It's all up to Hoven now. 1 versus 4. This one could guarantee a minimum of overtime. They jump over the top of him. Hoven gets a double, but the Blackbeard comes to the rescue. It's Nako again. Virtus.pro get round 11. It's 6-5. They guarantee themselves overtime as a minimum for the chance for that quarter-final place. Weibo, they have to win the next round or we will see their key crushed along with their hopes.
Tim, the time was all favoring Weibo, but what we learned on map number 1 is VP don't seem to know what the clock is. It doesn't matter if there's 15, 10, 5 seconds left in the round. Their ability to put and execute together out of nothing with a little bit of a man advantage, pushing into that site together is so incredible to watch, and they do just that despite the time wasted by Turd. They lose a couple too many bodies. They don't get any picks on that roam game, and I think you got to give a huge amount of credit as well to Skies, because as those three players in the 3v5 were rotating back to site, all of them had pushed into at least construction. As they came back to site, Skies was already on the window, watching for them, holding the cut. He gets 1-for-1 trade. He makes it down to a 2v4, and I think that gives them just the edge that they need. In a 3v5 with 30 seconds, I kind of back Weibo in that position, but the fact that Skies goes 1-for-1 makes it go down to that 2-player lead for Weibo. I just think it's not quite enough to hold on, and VP 1 round away now from top 8 at the Esports World Cup.
Hoven has gone for the Oryx pick. I think he did try to hide it from the drones. He was off in the bathroom, in the shower, just trying to keep off the radar. Obviously looking to try and deal with Nako. Nako on the shields, who continues to be a thorn in the side of Weibo. But this time, Nako is not going to bring the shield. He's going to bring the glass. I would like to see virtus.pro maybe mix this up a little bit. It didn't work going master last time. They just got into a quagmire where they were slowed down and so much time was burnt away from them. This time, I think keep it simple, keep it basic, get your catwalk, get your CCTV breach, get your lounge control, put the diffuser down.
And Tim, that's exactly what they're doing, right? Clearly the focus here is going to be on Garage. Nako's already setting himself up outside of that area, and Nako being on the glass, he's going to be the one to try to break this hold open. Turd is playing that position on the Azami. I think the whole game plan for Hoven was to kind of jump up that gym hatch, but that's not really going to be an option if VP don't care to take gym control, don't care to take master. Instead, it's going to be on to Nako to pressure these Kiva barriers down, to put this pressure onto Turd. It all comes down to the MVP from Weibo Gaming. He has been the one to step up on all of their victories so far. He has to be able to do it again on Rafters.
Pasha's getting aggressive here. I like the Selma on the inside of the garage wall. It will make it difficult for Turd to stay in the position on Rafters, but Hoven gets down. That's not going to help clearing Rafters, because it means that utility from the Capitao is lost. They continue to try battling with Turd. 1 minute 25 into the round. virtus.pro yet again on CCTV cash, struggling to break down this Weibo defense.
Dan died with all 4 Capitao bolts still in his pocket. He used 0 utility, so that play from Hoven actually might have just won them the round. It means Turd's life is so much easier to hold on to. He's already wasted nearly 2 full minutes at the top of Garage, and he shows no signs of being forced. He's dead. He's been forced out, but that's okay. The time's been good.
Yeah, this is it. He's done his job. They're not aware of Hoven down in Oil Pit, I don't think. If he plays this patiently, he takes down Nako on the glass. That is another big kill. Glass, one of those operators you'd be wanting to have on the cover when that diffuser is going down. 3 versus 4. 40 seconds left to go, and Weibo, they're starting to feel themselves. Hoven's had a hell of a game and a hell of a round. 12-7 at the minute with the Oryx dash out. Can't find his man, but it keeps VP guessing.
This might be absolutely everything. Rourke's going to commit to this plant, but there's a lot of utility to stop this. Reap's got a nitro cell. Toxic Babes have been burned at this point. They're down below.
Rorik could go for the plant here. They are in a position where it's possible. He will now go for it. Nitro in hand, though. They know that this is a problem. Rorik has to dip out once again. Does he relocate? No. Reeves manages to find him with a pinpoint throw. They now have to scramble. I don't see any way virtus.pro do this. They make the call, and it's Pasha who goes in, gets that diffuser, but with the kill, Reeves forces him off, and we're going to overtime, Jesse.
That might have been the craziest CCTV cash play I've ever seen from Hoven, Tim. The fact that he goes to the Oryx, and despite the fact that plan A doesn't work out, you know, he starts over by pool table. He starts wanting to go for a flank if they take that master side, but he finds other ways to get value. They have the castle barricade on stock, so even if the attackers had lounge control, he was still able to jump up that hatch and run out the door. Not expected at all from virtus.pro. It was brilliant from Hoven, and then in Oil Pit, the fact that he gets 2, just nasty coming out. One of the best players on Weibo Gaming. I thought that C4 from Reaps was so good because he ripped it twice before. He was just wasting time. He'd rip the C4, plant wouldn't commit, wouldn't throw it. Rip the C4, wouldn't throw it. Finally throws it and gets the kill because of it. He played mind games with virtus.pro in that site and played absolutely phenomenally. Reaps and Hoven putting in the work that round. All of the plans coming together from Weibo Gaming, and the fact that they pull out a strategy like that, the Oryx run out roam, coming out on round 12, elimination point on the Esports World Cup, that might just be enough aura to push this one through.
Camera ready to
6-6 we find ourselves then. Virtus.pro continue on the attack. It has been a 2-4.5 for them. As you say, Weibo now getting to use those strong sights to their advantage on the defence. Turd straight up to that top floor once again for what will be a Church and Arsenal defence. Last time around he wasted over a minute 40 up here on the top floor before they were able to deal with him. Virtus.pro need to move a little bit quicker in the early round this time.
Game plan is going to be the same as it's been, Tim. Make sure that on this bottom floor you don't lose too many bodies. Last time it was just Turd, a solo roam up inside of CC. Now it'll be Gaudy's time to make that play happen. He takes a little bit of damage early in this round and gets out of dodge. I like this play. Commit to having 5 guys in the bomb site. Force VP to execute. They've been good at it so far. Don't get me wrong, but if you can play your life here on the side of Weibo Gaming, if you can play 5v5 for the execute with all the utility you have, you've got Nitro Cells being guided by these Valcams too, that's going to be the win con. They don't need to fight VP early on the roam game because they've got 3 Nitro Cells and they've got cameras to guide them.
Virtus.pro pretty happy, I think, at this point that the map is clear. The last bit of droning will go on, but they move in towards Garage and will start working on getting those hatches. That'll be the job of Skies on the Hibana, but from the movement, I think fairly confident that they've got themselves the control they need. Gotti has taken a bunch of damage along the way. You spoke about the Nitros, you spoke about those win conditions. Needs to be careful that he doesn't give his life away because he's got one of those win conditions in his pocket.
This is where we're going to see VP start to enter this middle floor where things get really scary. I like that Dan's on this IQ though, Tim. He's been able to clear out a lot of these Valkyrie cameras and make the information so much more devastating for Weibo. If this does end up being a 5v5 push, if the Nitro Cells don't find their marks before Virtus.pro go for the execute, you're looking at a Sens, you're looking at a Ying, you're looking at a Blackbeard. The execute operators are really good. I kind of feel like Weibo need to do something to get the man count advantage.
Pasha's on a bit of a lurk out towards blue at the minute, so they are setting up for a multi-angled push here, which I like. You can never attack this site from just one side. They're getting the hatches open, they're getting into blue, they're getting onto main stairs. They're going to make it difficult for Weibo to focus in any one direction. 1 Nitro goes out, unsuccessful, 2 remaining.
That's going to be key. He's still some players inside of Kitchen. They are vulnerable to these C4s, but so much of the floorboards already opened up. It's difficult for Weibo to get in that position inside of Armory and actually commit to throwing those Nitro Cells over. This push is looking like it's going to come Kitchen side. There's so much pressure there on the main stairs, and then maybe a little bit of pressure on blue side too with Rourke all by himself. The Sens walls will come out now. VP start to draw up their attack.
Yeah, it's about time to start thinking of putting that diffuser down. It gives them an opportunity to pick it up and collect should it not go to plan. Nade goes in to try and deal with the deep player, but Toxic Babe canister was out and did its damage. Pasha, Rorik do more though, but Reap stands tall. He's had a big couple of rounds and it continues. 2 versus 3, and it looks like Virtus.pro might be out of ideas. They have to take the drops. A quad comes in for Reap, Turd with the final, and it's going to be advantage Weibo. They need one more round. They get 2 chances to get into the quarterfinal and to get onto the main stage.
Reaps 96, the player that's been talked about for Weibo for years now. Ridiculous sensitivity, comes in alive for Weibo at the end of this game, Tim. We've spent all tournament talking about Turd, talking about Hoven, talking about Gaudy, but Reaps has always been that threat, lurking in the back lines, waiting to pop off, hoping for his moment, and that is exactly where it was. They didn't just beat Virtus.pro by playing their strategy on the roam game. They didn't just beat Virtus.pro by getting a man count advantage in the early game. They didn't even get some cheeky C4 kills. They let Virtus.pro execute. The one thing that they have struggled with all series long was stopping those VP executes, and Reap said no more. He said, this is where we finally put our foot down and make a stand. 7-6 now for Weibo Gaming. 2 opportunities to send VP home and advance to the final weekend.
Weibo made it into the top 8 at the 6 Invitational, where they lost 2-0 to Team Secret in the lower bracket. They are hoping to go further here. The first step in doing so is to get themselves into that top 8 again, and they are 1 round away from doing so. And then it's just 1 more win, and they get at least their best ever finish, not to mention the big prize money that goes with every space you jump up at this tournament. Unbelievable stuff so far, and so many heroes across the side of Weibo. I said they just needed to back those big names. They needed to have that confidence. Hoven, Reaps, Turd, all delivering.
You know what, Tim? It took 14 rounds, but I'm finally seeing a bit of change from Weibo that I really like. It's a small swap, but Gotti has moved from flashbangs on the Hibana over to the breaching charges. That's going to give them that soft breach ability that they haven't had so far, attacking onto the bottom floor. It might not be a ram or a sledge, but it's still going to give them those options once they clear out these roamers. Now, for the first time, it looks like virtus.pro might actually be committing to this roam game. Weibo did such a good job of clearing these guys on Chalet. If they can do it again, get the man advantage, work the verts, go for an advantage execute, that'll be the game.
It always raises the question of Turd on the snake. He's got an absolute freebie. We've picked him out as a danger.
No way.
Throughout this game, he makes the F2 sing again, picks up a double, and that could be the first blow dealt to virtus.pro here in round 12. Turd taken out, but the damage done, Jesse.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. He spots the gap, he makes the play, he gets 2 of those anchor players down, and now you see the movements from virtus.pro. They can no longer commit to the roam game because they realize the guy's in their sights. Oh, we're getting spicy now. Weibo Gaming with a massive man advantage. All of the roamers have to return, and there's so much time for Weibo to work with.
Turd deciding there's a little bit of work he can do after death. Whether virtus.pro have got the chat on or not, I don't think they're going to be looking at it somehow. 3 versus 4, they are now desperately holding on. We could see virtus.pro's key being crushed far before many might have expected. They were considered one of the favourites, I think, coming into this tournament, but right now they might fail to make it out of the top 12.
It's important they take their time here, team. They cannot rush this. They've got time on the clock to play with. Use that. Open the hatches, work these floorboards, start to force these players out of the advantageous positions. They don't have to rush it. I want to see Gotti using the breaching charges just like this. Create an advantage for your team so that when the players inside a site are looking at their positions, they can't be at the bottom of main. They can't be deep inside of armory. They have to play these isolated spots over towards blue and over towards church.
I think we're going to see the shield drop into Moto. Speakeasy goes for it, but Neko, he's there. He keeps the dream alive. As does Rorik, 3v2. They've got heroes of their own. Reeks manages to pick up Pasha, 14th kill in the game. 2v2, 25 seconds left to go. You feel a little bit of an advantage for virtus.pro. At the minute, they just need to keep holding on. Neko low health, so is Rorik. Reeves with another make it 15 seconds left to go. Weibo sending the utility, sending everything, looking for this last man. I'm not sure that they're aware of Rorik's position, but Gotti finds him. Weibo on their feet, letting everybody know how they feel about making the final 8 here at the Esports World Cup.
It did not come easy. It did not come with a simple bracket. They had to go against some of the best at the Esports World Cup, but they do exactly what was needed. They started this series on the complete wrong foot, Tim, blown out back on Consulate, but they never gave up. They never counted themselves out. They always believed they could pull it back on Chalet and on Clubhouse. They do exactly that and earn top 8 once again. What a performance.
And look at what it means to them. This isn't just about top 8 at the Esports World Cup. That's brilliant for Weibo, of course, for these players, but this is about more than that. This is about flying a flag for a region.
Yeah.
This is about coming here and putting a claim down for APAC and saying, you know what, we're here to win, we're here to beat the big boys, and we can do it. Unbelievable scenes. This is what we watch Siege for. This is why we love esports. Brilliant from Weibo. What a performance.
And we get to see them erupt in loud cheers, and rightfully so. What a victory for Weibo to qualify to the playoffs of the Esports World Cup. They did so last year. They do it again here at the 2026 edition. And what a game we have just seen. Not quite the prophecy where it is again Turd to be the MVP, but maybe for that final round, digging that final nail in the coffin of virtus.pro with an incredible entry. And just in general, the time waste of Weibo on defense, getting them so many rounds on this map.
I think it's so poetic that we saw the 3 star players on Weibo step up and have 3 incredible moments. First, it was Hoven on the Oryx, running out round 12, getting those early picks to get his team into a man count advantage. Then it was Reaps sitting inside the site, locking things down, stopping a virtus.pro execute, something they had been unable to do the entire series long. And then who else? The MVP of the tournament so far for Weibo, Turdsta going explosive, finding that gap for Weibo. Just an incredible chain of events. And they fully earned that spot at top 8.
Who else?
Who else?
Who else in this scale of game with so much on the line walks down main stairs, gets a double kill with the F2, dies, and then gets straight in the chat? Like, it couldn't be anybody else. But this is why I said at the beginning, he is so entertaining to watch. It's always going to be electric, win or lose, and he's just delivered again. Brilliant hero players out of Weibo, brilliant team players. Well, they deserve the win. They deserve the top 8 spot, and just fantastic.
Incredible result from them here. Of course, top 8, as you mentioned, they'll be eligible for Club Championship points, a big part of the prize pool as well, and so big for the region. As you mentioned, there's not a lot of people here at Esports World Cup for Siege in the first week, but those that were here were getting loud for Weibo. They were showing their support, and they helped their team get towards this victory.
Yeah, it's so impressive to watch against a squad like VP2, who I feel are such a high-quality roster. Virtus.pro fought tooth and nail to find success here in this game. They should be feeling proud of the performance they put up because I really thought they played so well. But despite the different looks that they were giving Weibo, despite the different strategies they were showing here, especially in overtime, there was always an answer. There was never a sense that Weibo were going to give up. It felt like they really were able to dig deep in those late rounds. And I mean, even that round 13, or that round 14, I should say, Virtus.pro had spent the entire game showcasing that they wanted to play 5-man bunkers on the bottom floor. They didn't want to commit to roams. They didn't want to fight them aggressively. And then when they changed pace in the final round, Weibo recognized that. Turd spots the gap, and he completely exploits that position that Virtus.pro were playing. It felt like from top to bottom, Weibo were playing such a good game here in VP. I mean, they had such strong moments, but I just feel like they couldn't hold it down in the end.
And what a legacy Weibo are building for themselves, not just in Siege, but here at the Esports World Cup as well. As we said, it's something that they achieved last time. They've come out and they've shown that they can do that again. This time, maybe they can go even further. They are really setting themselves up as a team that loves this tournament and that are going to be looking forward to coming back year after year.
Yeah, it is. And if you think about it, the first map, Virtus.pro 7-0. Where is that now?
Yeah.
They leave this tournament empty-handed. Their key will be crushed moments from now. And what a turnaround from Weibo inside this matchup. We did say once we get to Chalet, that'll be a much more comfortable battleground for them. We've already seen them be so successful on Clubhouse against Enterprise with that 7-0. This wasn't quite the 7-0. It was a bit of a longer matchup. But they show that they can handle the pressure, whereas on the other side, Virtus.pro, they crumble under that pressure of, oh my god, we're going to get another just outside the playoffs finish. Yeah. It's going to happen again. And it did.
Yeah, and I think, it's not a 7-0, but it's, in my mind, more impressive than the 7-0 they got yesterday over Enterprise, because this was such a difficult game. No shade to Enterprise in the match that they played yesterday up against Weibo, but Virtus.pro came off to such a hot start. They played so many different defense strategies. So many of those rounds came down to just 1 or 2 kills, and Weibo consistently had answers for what VP were putting up on the board. I thought it was so impressive to come through from them.
I'm excited to hear from the players, or rather from the mastermind behind the team of Weibo. Gohan is standing by Lexi.
Thank you, Anne, and the guys on the desk. Wait, Turd, before you leave, come here really quick. I have a quick question for you. I want your thoughts on Rorik, you dog shit bot.
I mean, that guy was typing crazy when he was up, but when the pressure was on, he shit his pants, so I had to let him know.
All right, I'll let you go. I'll continue with the mastermind behind you of Gohan. Gohan, I'm sure you got to be proud of the boys. I mean, you guys have shown some quite bit of resilience throughout this tournament so far. How does it feel to now be making the main stage?
So this is our main goal, right? Everyone, when come to these important tournaments, want to be in the main events, right? So I'm very proud. They fight until the end. We was losing 5-2, right? But they fight hard. They got trust in your job, and yeah, we make it.
Now, these guys have been to the Esports World Cup plenty of times now, and they continue to make top 8. What is going to be the difference maker this time around to push them into a semifinal and even extending that further to a grand final?
So the thing is always improving, Since I joined, we are making good progress, but right? You are a champion. So the thing is, some things take time, and our competitive scene have a very high level. We have few teams that they play very well. So to beat them, you need to improve, and keep going, So every event, we are showing that, right? So we showed that today, a big resilience. So yeah, I think we are going for more.
All right, and before I let you go to celebrate with the team to be able to go crush Virtus.pro's key, is there anything that we can expect going into the main stage ahead of us?
So the thing is, we're gonna work hard like we did until now. And 100% we can beat any team on this tournament. This I can guarantee you.
All right, you heard it from Gohan. They can beat anyone in this tournament if they are playing the way that they need to be. That ends it here for us on the stage. I'll send you guys right back to our lovely desk.
Wise words from Gohan at the end there. I feel like what he's saying is true. If you are playing at the top of your game, you could take down any team here. We're seeing it here with virtus.pro coming in as a favorite for this matchup. We saw it earlier on the A stream with Secret taking down Falcons. I love all these upset and surprise victories we're getting at the Esports World Cup.
If it's a single elimination bracket in the final weekend, anything can happen. And I think, you know, Gohan's right. The quality that Weibo have shown here at the Esports World Cup is enough to take down even the best teams in the world as long as they play to the top of their game.
I will be really impressed if anybody has successfully survived 3 predictions after those 2 results. I will be serious. If anybody's done it, we need to get them on the desk or something, because that's a phenomenal performance predicting those 2 games. And it just shows how competitive World Siege is at the minute. You can have 2 top teams like Falcons, virtus.pro, who everybody would expect to win, come away and both of them lose at the same time. And it just keeps us guessing. It keeps it entertaining. And something like the Esports World Cup, seeing results like that is just all the more thrilling for it.
Yeah, there's been some drama today at the Esports World Cup. I'm not sure if you caught it. Call of Duty is happening at the same time. They had some people getting a little bit intense with each other on stage after a matchup. Do we rate this with the instant getting in the chat after he gets the opening with the F2 above or below that?
Listen.
I mean, we heard from him afterwards. He said Rorik had been chatting plenty when he was winning. He needed to let him know. He let him know.
And to be honest, like, Turd is usually typing a lot more than what he showed in this series. I'm used to watching Turd go on, and he's typing every single round, trash-talking his opponent. The fact that he left it to the very final round, I thought was perfect. Knew how to get in his opponent's head, delivered that final blow, and he earned it. Again, the MVP in every single map that Weibo have won today. If he's typing after that, you can't really be upset about it.
To be fair, it was a pretty close game, right? So you can't be typing in the first few rounds expecting to eventually win that one out there. You gotta make sure that you're doing that when you're about to lock the map in. That's what we see from Weibo. It means they will move on to the playoffs for virtus.pro. We already mentioned the pressure. It's just getting too much for them. This is the second event in a row where we see them falling short just before it comes to playoffs. You mentioned it, they're coming in as some of the tournament favorites, and they can't make it happen.
Like I said, they had that dip in form towards the end of EML. It just doesn't seem to have recovered. I really don't think virtus.pro need to take this too hard. I'm sure they will. They'll come in and they'll want a grand final. They know they're in a position to get those sorts of games in the future. But as a team, I think you've just got to write it off, move on. It's an opportunity to learn from it. Maybe a little bit more work on that map depth. You know, as we've spoken about, you've got to have a good clubhouse. You've got to have a good chalet. These are maps that you're going to play very, very frequently in competitive Siege. So I think there is still work that they can do as a team. But look, they have got some great foundations there. They're looking fantastic. They've had a little bit of a dip at maybe a bad time, but you wash it off. You go to stage 2. You crack on.
I mean, I go back to an interview that Rexon gave at the last Esports World Cup, where he talked about the current level of quality we have in Siege. And it's only gotten higher in the last year since he gave that interview. But there are so many teams at the highest level where it's like, you can't just say, oh, this team's better than that team, so they're definitely going to win. It's just who's better on the day. virtus.pro, they weren't better at the very end of Clubhouse. It happens, but they're still a great team, and I expect to see them back at the highest level again.
Well, it is the first key that we're crushing on the B stream here today. virtus.pro's key will be crushed as we're sending it over to the key crusher. I'm pretty sure we have a turret standing by from Weibo to put his money where his mouth is. We saw the talking already in the chat. And now he gets to put it into action, crushing virtus.pro's key.
This has got to feel good for Turret, of course. They've been struggling a little bit, I guess, the last couple of years internationally. They've had some moments where it hasn't really gone their way, but now versus VP, getting revenge from Salt Lake City, knocking out the EML favorites. What a response. He's having fun with it, isn't he?
Would we expect anything else? I don't think we would. Well, it's a key that I don't think anybody expected to see crushed so soon, but there it goes. It ends the same way as all the others who've lost. And Turd will just be able to claim those little pieces of it as they're brought around for his team as well. And there is quite a few little pieces of a little wave as well along the way.
Quite a lot of pieces actually coming out from this key as we get to present it here. That's the end of virtus.pro's journey here at the Esports World Cup. Once again, just before the playoffs, falling short, the victory for Weibo. it is a big thing for them, of course, in regards to the club championship as well. But even worse for Virtus.pro, once again, we have to talk about it. They were 5th at the club championship coming into today. A victory would have moved them up to 3rd. You're eligible for a lot of money at that point. And then Virtus.pro, they only have 2 more games. And you said that you're a Trackmania enjoyer. They're not going to be doing too hot in there.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Trackmania Chess, they've got a couple more opportunities to earn points for the club championships. But when you look at VP as an organization, their Siege team is top of the line. We expect them to be getting their points for their club. The fact that they haven't been able to do so here at Rainbow Six will be a big blow for fans of that club.
Yeah, I mean, top 8 minimum you'd be, you know, if you're looking at it as a club championship thing and you're looking through your titles. I think if you're Virtus.pro, you're looking along the line, you're thinking, yep, Siege, maybe that's one we can bank on. But look, it just hasn't worked out that way. You come up against a tough opponent. There are no easy matches anymore in International Siege, and Virtus.pro just find that out the hard way, but fully deserved win. Brilliant from them, and they move on.
Well, this match got close in the end. It is a good thing to see at the stage of this tournament. I expect our next matchup to be close like the first one. Furia versus Fnatic is after this.
Whenever I see the Key Crusher on stage, I think, yeah, that's cool, but it could be cooler.
Yeah, baby, all the way! Oh, hell yeah!
That's why I found a crusher of my own. Through totally legal means. Ah! Now let's crush this watermelon. That's how esports should be done. Solve this, nerd! Yeah! For T1. Okay, France was stronger than I thought. Don't need soap when you're in esports. Squeaky clean. Can of beans. Ah! Ah! Can of cola. Esports! What time is it? Time to go.
If you could pick a fantasy Rainbow Six Siege team, who would you pick? Let's find out with the guys from Furia, of course. Imagine you're picking a team to go and win EWC. Just pick the best player that you could pick to be on your team. Any role you need.
Okay.
Yeah?
We'll go with June.
Oh, okay, no, so we're going separate here, because we're going to put the teams up against each other at the end.
Oh, okay.
You see, I'm making a competition in the...
Yeah, so I take June.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get Casey.
Okay, so let's now break it down a little bit. Who would your second player be? You have to keep it different though, all the way through.
Okay. I'm gonna guarantee a good ag.al also. I'll go with Vita King.
Oh, I'm taking ag.al like fact. 2 trophies EWC. Yeah, very experienced.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Vita King on EWC. Nervous, big nervous.
I don't know if you realize, but he's picking the Falcons team.
No.
All right, third pick. We'll go first for your heart.
So my flex is Handy.
That's a hard one.
You can pick some of your own players in your own roster, I
Can I
suppose.
pick me?
You can pick you.
Okay, I'll pick myself now.
I'm lost.
You're losing, bro.
You're
losing, bro.
He is the best.
All right, who would you pick next then? All right, you got 3.
I'll go with JV. in Liquid.
Oh, I think my support is Kino, the shoot player.
Yeah. So get your final pick now.
Final pick?
This is important to get your final player through. and then we're going to see who you think's got the better roster.
So me first?
Yeah, go ahead.
So my team is Handy, June, like Feck, Kino, and me.
Yeah, no, I mean, you both picked yourselves, so that's, you got to be confident in yourself.
Yeah,
okay. Okay.
We could have pictured each other, right?
We're thinking of, a bit
We're so selfless.
Yeah, a bit of team bonding, and they're just like, no, I'm not picking them.
Okay, last one. To win this, I need someone to balance the team. Because I have JV and Vita King, and I have me and Casey, so I need someone in the middle, Some flex player. Jane, I know. He won the last major, so I'll give him that.
So we've got both teams. Who wins in the grand final?
I'm win. Yeah, my team is more
cohesive, yes.
Yeah.
Consistent.
Consistent.
Do you agree with that?
I still think my team's better.
Okay.
I guess we'll never know.
Guess we will never know. Okay, guys, thank you. Thank you so much.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hard from blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Do you really need the wraps? Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Welcome back to the B stream for just one more matchup of group stage. Furia versus Fnatic is our final game here on the B stream. I'm still Anne, we're still joined by Ace, but this time around we also have Dave on the desk with us getting ready for this game. Dave, you excited for just one more game of group stage? It is flying by.
Of course, but I feel like it's been amazing games, especially that last game. Weebu really finding a way to get back in there, and I feel like this is what EWC is, just making sure these teams are really competing and actually showing who can go the distance. You know, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, Ace.
That's what these stories are all about. It's about teams digging deep. It's about, you know, in Weibo's case, building a legacy here. That's now a couple of good tournaments they've had at the Esports World Cup. They continue to deliver, and they might just go a little bit further yet. I wouldn't write them off against anybody after that performance.
Now, when coming into this match, I feel like it's a difficult one to predict. Furia going up against Fnatic, and there has to be pressure on the shoulders of Furia, because for our PS5 story of the day, we picked Furia, and we talked about them not winning any game against an EML team yet with this new lineup. In Salt Lake City, they lost to Twisted Minds, they lost to Geeky here in this tournament. Makes you think, is third time's going to be the charm?
Is it something about the European style? Is it maybe something they're just not meshing with? It seems to be more international play in general. You know, we saw them Weibo took them to overtime. I don't think Furia have been anywhere near as convincing here at EWC as we saw them during the regional stage in Brazil. So for me, there just seems to be a little bit of something when they get up on that stage that's maybe affecting their performance.
But I feel like they have such big players on that team, so I always don't count them out in these big games with Herds being in the line. Speaking to them too, before the match, they seem really calm and really just ready to get this done. And speaking to Fnatic too, honestly, they seem very calm. So both sides going calm into this match with a lot of pressure on it. So excited to see it.
Well, it is do or die here for both our teams, Furia and Fnatic. If you lose, your key will be crushed. If you win, you will make it to the main stage. That is the most important thing for this matchup. Starting to talk about Furia as a roster. You talked about these big players they have on their roster. Well, the reason they find themselves here is because they kept on losing these big players inside the match against Geeky. Opening deaths on their side, and they kept losing these important operators, really struggling in that specific best of 3. And even for Salt Lake City, for Furia, it was an early exit there as well. It makes you worry, you know, this lineup having to rebuild around Hertz, that one reigning player on the lineup there, but they haven't been off to a flying start.
I feel like right now they're still trying to find their identity in this international play, because I really do feel like it just puts pressure on your team and making sure everyone is supporting each other. And you see that in the opening deaths, because if you're giving away those opening picks too early, too solo, not trading back into the 4v4, you're always going to be putting your team on the back foot. So I expect them to really link up with their support players and making sure if they're playing aggressive, everyone's playing aggressive. If they're playing passive, everyone's playing passive, and they're really playing to the T and the strengths of their team.
Yeah, I think the team element is so important for them, because you look through this list and it's so easy to see a list of individuals, isn't it? You know, you've got these big names, Diaz, Lawyer, Revolts, you've got, such big names on the side of Furia that equally can just go and win a round. But really, they need to find a way to make that their sort of last resort. If Diaz is coming out, or, Revolts is coming out and they're getting a 1v3, you've almost lost the round. You know, you've got to look at it. Let's try and win it as a team first, and then we worry about if we need to have those big hero players.
Yeah, we do have seen these big hero players inside of this tournament as well, with big clutches, incredible moments, but it is safe to say that they're coming into this match with a different momentum, right? Off the back of that loss where they really struggled, and for their opponents on the flip side, it's a completely different story. If we look at Fnatic, they made very quick work of Edward Gaming yesterday, 14-3 over 2 maps, and it's just a really dominant victory. I mean, everything seemed to be working out for them. They were getting spawn kills, they were contesting control, C4s up the hatch or floors, everything seemed to be working out for this roster, and it's just such a good thing to see, because it's the first time that we see Fnatic qualify to an international event since this organization, since this club joined EML.
They were so good against Edward Gaming yesterday. Honestly, I said it at the time, I'll say it again. If they play like that, they could beat anybody here at the tournament, could Fnatic. They are taking time to settle down as a roster, but we're starting to see everybody chipping in, everybody having their moments. You know, we know about the big players like Deadshot and Wizard and what they're going to do. Wizard, one of the top rated at the tournament at the minute. Citizen, we keep talking about these impact kills. You know, he's coming in, he's putting up decent numbers, but not necessarily the biggest on the team. But every kill he has has is just so meaningful that it's so valuable to his team. And then we've got Deepak rolling back the years. 2 1v2 clutches yesterday. Brilliant stuff.
But I feel like, too, you mentioned just coming into this game with a lot of momentum from that last game against Edward Gaming. I also feel like there could be a negative to that because you have such a strong game. You can actually have a little bit of overconfidence coming into this Furia game. So I really do feel like Fnatic have to do a good job of resetting and really making sure they respect this opponent, because Furia are going to come out there with everything they have here.
And that's a good point to make, because this is going to be a completely different game for Fnatic. I mean, Furia is going to show them much more aggression than what we saw from Edward Gaming. So yeah, a full reset is definitely requested from Fnatic if they want to make it to the playoffs. I'm curious to see what maps will be part of the occasion as well. We've seen both these teams play best of threes. We've dived a little bit into their map pools individually as well. So for this matchup, anything that stylistically would fit this matchup maybe?
Aggression. It's going to be a mobile game.
Perfect.
It's going to be a mobile game. Both teams like to get in their face, get aggressive here, so we're going to have to see who can do a better job of it. Border being a perfect map for that, because it's really attacker-sided right now, and the defense really does have to just pick the points in the round where you do want to get aggressive. You see East being such a focal point on this map on the defensive side, how you're going to hold it, what operators the attack is going to ban to weaken the East hold, what util they're going to bring to clear through East, and I mean Fortress 2. It's going to be a crazy series here.
Furia are really good on Fortress. It's not to sort of downplay Fnatic there, but Furia are really, really good. So if I'm Fnatic, I'm looking at this and thinking, I need to win Border. If I'm Furia, I'm thinking, if we can just outgun skill them on Border here, I feel there's an advantage for Furia in this map, man, because I feel like you look at it, and if they can come out and just rely on those big players, we know Border's just going to be one big gunfight. It's just going to be 12 rounds of gunfights. So if they can then win that out, I think Fnatic have got a serious problem coming into Fortress, because Furia are just so good there. So yeah, it could be a tough one if Fnatic don't pick up that first map.
Taking all of that into consideration, sometimes a map veto can really change the expected outcome from a matchup, who is more likely to take it. If we do look at map veto and we take into consideration that Fortress is so good for Furia, what do we think is going to be the map score and who takes it?
For Fortress or for Border here? For Fortress?
No, in general. Is it going to be a 2-0, a 2-1? Early prediction, I mean, hey, it's a difficult question, but no sitting on the fence.
I'm genuinely a little bit concerned seeing those maps. I was hopeful at the beginning of the day that we were going to have loads of EML teams in the quarterfinals.
Oh, no.
Seeing the maps, I'm a little bit concerned for a 2-0 for Furia, if Furia can turn up and play, and that's the big question mark for me. It's but yeah, I mean, they're 2-1 on Border as well. They lost to NIP, but they've beaten Flux OW7M twice on there. They're capable on Border. It's maybe not their best map, but they can do it there. And if it comes down to gunfights, look at the players they've got.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to be 2-0 Fnatic or 2-1 for Furia right now. I feel like if Fnatic can come out strong on the attacking side, really ramp up the attacking aggression and make Furia use this team play, because I feel like the defense, you really do have to make sure you're in sync with your team and making plays together, and we see that being one of Furia's weakness. So if they're getting opening killed and they're just letting Fnatic work them extremely well, I feel like Fnatic can get this Border map and then go on to Fortress and put Furia on the back foot and potentially 2-0 here. But I'm really excited. It's going to be an insane game.
One thing I would say, Fnatic on Fortress, when we look at it, they beat LOS at this tournament. So the losses have been a little bit older. So look, maybe they're reformed on Fortress and they'll be a bit more competitive there.
Well, we're seeing the final fist bumps for the players. The pressure is on. It is do or die. You lose. Your key gets crushed. You win. You make it to the playoffs. This final best of 3 starts on Border.
Thank you, and more tension, more drama as we load into Border for our second elimination game of the day here on the B stream. It's Group B, it's Furia versus Fnatic. Winner goes through to the quarterfinal. Loser is no more. Key crushed, and off they go. Both teams have been a little bit up and down so far. As we saw Fnatic struggle against FaZe. Anybody can do that, that is fair. But we've seen them both have good performances as well. Looking at those bans, we've got a double shield ban coming straight away from Furia.
Really nice too, because we see Smiths being such a big shield player, really taking out what shield they can actually play, forcing them to the blitz. You might see the third shield ban coming out. We'll see that. On Fnatic's side, like I said, they're weakening the East extension, banning the Azami away, banning the Wamai. It's going to make it so that if they want to bring Capital, they can use it to clear East. Their nades are going to be getting in through easier. I mean, you're going to see a smoke probably coming out on East stairs to delay time right nowadays.
going to be keeping a close eye on Citizen. I feel like
Yeah.
Solid Snake's really, really powerful on border
It
as well
is.
because of the range of that Soliton scanner. You can kind of get beyond CCTV, so you can just walk along the balcony. You can basically scan out all of CC. You can scan out Break. You can scan out Catwalk. You can scan out Top East, and you never even have to step a foot inside of the map. So it can really help shape that attack.
On the defensive side, C2, you see the Tuberal coming out, you see the Mute coming out to counter any Deimos play. Deimos is such a big operator on this map, getting below in the custom side right now. Not bringing any of that here. The Warden's going to be good for any glass play. You see the glass coming out. A lot of teams bring this Nomad out because the East Valk aggression is so big for the defensive side. Like I said, having to break your attacks push is such a big thing on border, not letting them stack up that momentum on you and put you on the back foot.
Straight away then, we're going to have the attackers getting themselves onto that balcony. The Nomad air jab is already out to prevent any run-outs coming from Break, and it's going to be up to Citizen likely to start using that scanner, getting them a little bit of intel. I tell you what, not only does he get them the intel, he gets them another one of those pivotal kills, picking up the first entry. First blow is dealt, and it looks like it was a little bit of an attempted run-out coming out of Furia, so punishing them early is always a good start. Elegon as well is going to give a little bit more freedom to Smiths.
They get the trade back right now. A lot of people on the Armory Balk here. They're inside. We're holding sandwich. Oh, this is dangerous for Furia right now. They don't know he's small. DS looks to go huge here. One of the most clutch players I know. Gets traded out. Last guy CC. 2v1. They have bomb. Half time. D-Pick gonna go for the play right now. I'll let you take it, Tim.
Yeah, I think as soon as they see that drone getting taken out, they know exactly where his position is. Wizard can hold the rotation back in, does so beautifully. The plant was going down as well. Good first round from Fnatic. That's exactly how they need to play this. They need to be aggressive. They need to, as you say, be mobile, move quickly, and not let Furia settle. Really, really good game plan there.
Because the defense, it's just so fast-paced. When the attack usually starts to play, they're going to end it really quickly. So you have to be, it's really like a boxing match on board. You have to be very in sync with your teammates and making plays back onto your opponent right now. Great starting round for Fnatic. Yeah, it just gets an opening kill, and that really just gives them the pressure. Because once you give away one kill to on the defensive side, it makes the map so lopsided. You really have to identify what control you want to give and where you want to actually put your back to the wall and actually hold for them. Gotta go bathroom here.
This is the thing you've got to remember about top floor of border, isn't it? You're basically playing in 3 rooms. You've got armor, you've got archives, maybe 4 if you push office and CCTV. That's going to be it, but usually you're only playing in one of the 2. So yeah, it just creates such a small map mentality here, whereby the defenders have got to get right. Furia aren't in the wrong for doing what they're doing. You know, once the attackers are established inside of the map on border, more often than not, they will win those rounds. So Furia have to get up to those boundaries, have to go for those fights, the run-outs, the aggression, but Fnatic aware of that and more than ready to punish it. Herds will be in that position again, holding down CCTV with the Ella. Quite a top floor presence here. We've got 4 out of 5 up above, so it's going to be a vertical hold.
Doing a, call this the bathroom safe at the Cade, giving out workshop control right now. You can see Fnatic take pressure through that side, have an alert going horizontal side while they clear through the top right now. Gotta be Wizard on the Snake getting in. And they're using the DMR right now so they don't know Snake's going in. The DMR is gonna move, putting pressure, so it's gonna mess with the counting of Furia right now. That's all this game is about, misinformation. Making it seem like you're going somewhere else when someone else is going in. Bringing out the Nomad again too, just to control this Armory balcony right now. We're gonna start with the CC take. It's their initial here. Because the East has been so strong and so prevalent in last year's border play that a lot of teams are trying to find a different way to get in here. Holding for the Armory. They're going to clear through Armory and CC right now, Tim. DS got to be careful right now. Might be an opening kill for Wizard.
Smith's just looking to get aggressive with the shield, or at least take the attention. We've seen these shields used as magnets so often to just try and draw that focus from the defenders and give the opportunity elsewhere. We do hear the Nitro ripped. It's going to stay in the hand of Loyra for the time being. They're not 100% sure just on which side Smith is pushing at the minute. I think Herds is trying to give that intel based on what he can hear, but there's no clear-cut opportunity here for Smith to get himself in yet.
There's so much control going. 3 people on the Armory balk right now. Gonna put damage on the Herds. The Armory guy gets 1. They trade out here. 1 more Armory. Let's see if they go Armory side or CC here. Laura's gonna give 1 lurking archives here. Defense going through. Do they know?
Yeah, Diaz is going to be in a tough position here.
E4.
He manages to get the kill onto Citizen. That really helps him, actually. It gains him some space because now we're seeing Deadshot have to rotate over and take that ground back that Citizen has just lost, and it puts Deepek in the pinch, but Deadshot goes in and gets the trade. Really nice adaptation from Fnatic, but look at the time. 45 seconds left to go. Fnatic not in control of top floor yet. They haven't even touched site.
They're going horizontal right now. Bonxer playing a lurk on the top floor. They get the kill on Laura. It's a weak round right now. Volp's alone lower east side right now. It's going to be difficult because they have all these walls reinforced off. They have to flood through Tellers and bathroom side, and if Bonk can stay above, he can keep the hatch for WinCon right now. They kill Bonk on the top. Left on Volts right now. Taking the fight to Wizard. Gonna go sight window. Bomb in. Bomb going down. There's no cover right now, though. Deadshot drops. He's going to have to cover here. He misses the plant. Fnatic 2-0.
That was so close. The right opportunity, I think. As soon as they recognise that Volps is lower east stairs, they've got to get in through the window and start planting. There's nobody on site. The kill on Tabak opens that up and allows them to do it, but they didn't. It was a little rushed. Fnatic didn't have anybody in place for the cover. There was almost an opportunity for Volps. He pops the Goyo canister. He turns around, but Fnatic had just about got themselves into position and were able to find that final kill. So 2-0 and a good start on the attack for Fnatic.
Yes, I think Fury just need to do a little better job making Fnatic work for it. You see how much information they use, how many drones, how many flashes, 3 bodies on the tiles balcony clearing through CC. Once you see them stack up like that, you can pull back and bait them in. They use all their utility, and you can play the deeper win cons inside the map right now. Really just giving the front kills to Fnatic, and it's really going to make it troublesome for Fury to defend right now. They have to just get this game, get these rounds a bit deeper with more man count up.
Sometimes we will see this, Fury going back up to that top floor site. The reason being because they've lost the first 2. By going back up here again, they basically get themselves now 3 attempts at the best site, essentially, because even if they win it here, they can still play it in round 6. So taking the choice to go back, rinse and repeat, rather than maybe moving on through their standard rotation to somewhere like Venton Workshop. So up on the top floor, last time around, Fnatic were able to clear Herds out. He got a little bit aggressive on the run out. Citizen punished him. I don't think he's going to give them an opportunity like that this time. He's going to want to hold CCTV for longer, burn more time. But honestly, Fnatic are looking pretty good. Whether they have the man advantage, whether they don't, they're still finding a way here on border.
Let's see here. Same lineup coming out for Fnatic right now. Same from Fury 2. Herd's going to be switching to the banana position. No Deimos, no Buck below, so he's going to be able to play here safely. They have the information on him inside of CC side right now. We're just starting outside of Archives here. Maybe eyeing Archives plant. No, just going to put Grims down. I mean, the Claymores down, should I say. Going to Bailiff open here. Going to destroy the doors for Wizards so they don't know he's glass out here. C4 coming out. Beautiful play from Bonk right there. Breaks their push here. Grim is such a big operator. Going CC side right now. Elamine countering the Blitz hop. Going to be forced to go towards Diaz on the tube.
Herds has done a much better job of keeping himself in this position this time, and it's really holding Fnatic back. Herds also gets the kill onto the shield, so really doubling down. Can't find Deadshot, who does manage to find the trade. Find ourselves now in a 4 versus 3 in the favour of Furia. Glass taken off the board with Boxzera picking up Wizard. 4 versus 2. Furia on course to pick themselves up their first round. Deadshot unaware of Dios getting aggressive onto that breach wall, and it leaves it all up to Citizen. I've spoken about his influential kills so far. He's going to need 4 of them here, but the double peak will get the job done. Boxzera on the Warden picks up that final kill, and it's going to be Furia taking the round. That leaves us 2-1 still in the favour of Fnatic.
Much better round right there from Furia, really making them solve. Have the C4 play on Archives, Boxzera with the Warden to counter the glass on outside of Archives, and Herds playing a much better position inside of CC, making them have to go deep on him. And you see too, they're rotating, they're helping each other. They have Laura ready with the C4 if the Blitz does actually hop CC window, so they're really in sync right now. Going to be the Blitz band coming out. Gonna have to care, might be a lot more Glass Ying coming out. Gonna need to stick that Warden. Smoke band coming out to hurt East. All 3 bands are attacking side to stop East play here. More traps coming out right now. I gotta go vents. A lot of times on the vent, you go for a 5-man top or even a 4-1 split. 4 to the top, 1 on the side playing his life. And you usually do the deep state win con of having the Solus being able to stop the plants. You fight hard on the top floor. Armory, Archives is where the round's gonna end.
Ventilation Workshop, it will be for round 4. So it's going to be another battle over top floor. Get ready to see plenty of them. It is almost always how Porte will play out for the first half of the round. At least rare that we see teams pushing horizontally because there is so much verticality up on this top floor. You've got there's a little portion of bricks off to your left-hand side, and then Fountain in front of you, right in the centre of your screen, are basically about the only two safe spaces. There's a little bit of office as well that can't be found with verticality, but otherwise you can rip absolutely everything up. Above this bomb site particularly, you can shred
they might go Hori,
as we see.
They might go Hori with that bathroom side.
As you say, maybe it is going to be a push in and try and get that access into workshop.
Also, too, it's big on the control, just being able to take customs because you're actually able to spy the site the whole round. Good on Furia for starting a person in here to just deny that control early right now. Because if you kind of give them that map space all the way up to the site, and you have that pressure on the top floor, you can actually just make some pressure on archives with the Ying and go for the plant inside of sight. Thatcher 2 being so good to stop the Solus. No Thatcher this round though, so let's see how they deal with that. Zofia stuns also do stop Solus from scanning.
So it's currently playing off in customs, not necessarily a specific win con here for Lyra. We would expect, you know, maybe above the site, that would be a different matter. Maybe we'll see the rotation later in the round, but for the time being, I think just trying to catch anybody out inside of CCTV. Maybe they go on the drones. It's a, you know, cheap opportunity for the Solus to just pick them up, but we are starting to see now the Solus just rotating away from that position in customs, and we might well find him up above later in the round.
Oh! Good trade. 4v4 right now. Sledge is gone here. Zakif was going to be huge. She's one office double. Laura with the trade back. Got a hop CC window right now. Yeah. Great contention right there, floating up the top, stopping their horizontal initial. That was great rotation play from Furia. Really stopping them in the mid floor. Fnatic think they're going to be playing harder mid floor. They rotate to the top, into the bodies. Boom. Great round from them.
I like the play from Lawyer in that round as well. Starting off in customs, waiting for that opportunity, feeding the intel, anybody on the balcony, anybody on the drones, we can see what's going on, and then that rotation up in the late round takes over to CCTV, gets himself a couple of kills. Beautiful stuff, and that's going to be Furia leveling things up, and in such a fashion that Fnatic have decided they need a tactical timeout here. Sethus wanting to have a little bit of input.
I feel like a triple shield bans are really going to hurt Fnatic. They're going to really have to change how they're playing because you've just really seen it be a staple of their gameplay. Maybe bring out the fuse shield just because I feel like I really haven't seen him play too much other than shields and a bit of Capitao. So let's see here. Really trying to get his players animated right now. Tate is giving a big timeout here.
Okay, then we're going to be going back in. I think we will likely be seeing Bathroom. We're not going to see a custom site. I would be absolutely amazed if Furia did that to us. So it's likely going to be Bathroom. We saw this back in round 2. It was the last round that Fnatic were able to get the win on.
Yep.
And it was...
Customs.
Are we going to customs?
We're going to customs,
wow, okay, that does surprise me. I take back everything I said, Furia. You are more than capable of surprising me. We go to customs and storage.
Hiding the Maestro right now. Cade being good because it's a combination of having to clear through the util you want to bring. They usually bring a walled mount piece of operator, and then also too the trap just to split on any just gaps right now. The mirror is going to be really crucial to on the CC armory side extension, making sure that if they're not bringing the range breach, that they have to bring the Ash or something to get rid of these mirrors here. And with the Maestro, they need to stick this Flores here. Bringing Twitch, bringing Thermite. Could have seen no range breach. Twitch is going to be the only counter for the mirrors right now.
5 seconds.
And a lot of times you see teams slice a Thermite the door here. Some teams bring the Aurora on the passport side, Aurora the door, Thermite the wall. You actually see teams have counter plays ready for that impact C4 over the wall. Mirror coming out in E-box side right now. It's hard TC extension right now. Saving both Cades for the detention wall. No Thatcher. No nades. One nade, should I say. Could get difficult here. Yeah. Boom.
Going to be successful. Yes, the thermite will detonate just in time. That opens the detention wall. The Maestro being brought along as well. Always an interesting one. We don't have the Brava in response, and deciding that they're going to deal with those bubbles elsewhere, but it certainly always lines up a very specific defensive plan normally. He's one of those operators very similar to Castle, and if you're bringing him along, there is a definite focus. He's not just kind of a utility operator.
Yeah,
the thermite will open the other wall as well. Electrical largely wasted there with that barricade available on the side.
You usually see teams open that up so they force into bringing the Aurora. A little bit of misplanning from Furia going customs. I feel like if you are going customs, you have to know about that. Gonna be bringing the floors to clear out any castles in this hallway. C4 coming out. Nothing for turrets on that C4 outside a break door. Destroys Nomad though. Lark Chrome Wizard on office. Flexing right now. Great flex. Gets it off here. He really boxed out from the archive side. He can nade the castle. And that's a difficulty too, Tim, not bringing a range breach on this because you cannot get this 90 wall open to cut off the hall. And they can actually flow and help the top here. 90 being one of the best positions. Going for an early fight. Laura, never afraid to take a fight here.
He's the challenge, manages to pick up a little bit of damage onto Citizen, who is going to back away from that one. He's not going to be taking any more damage, wants to get those Roteros out, continue working on the utility. We see 90 being opened up by that exothermic now, which is going to force Lyra away. He actually jumps outside, takes a lot of damage and will be closed out by Smith, so that takes him down. That's the entry kill in the round, but nearly the 2-minute mark there. The Maestro does get picked up, completely unaware of this droning, by the way, given that he was on his cameras, so there could be another kill opening up here as it all gets fed back in. Volps onto Smith, 45 seconds.
They killed him right there. He was droning and he killed him. That was great, just going outside for that kill. Like I said, Laura not afraid to take a fight here. F on the workshop ascension. 2 kills back, 2v4 here. Fury on the back foot. Flank coming out from Herds. Could be big on the round. Oh, Citizen.
Another one of those impactful kills coming in from Citizen as he takes the head off of Herds. There's an opportunity now for Deepak to think about putting that diffuser down, and he will begin to do so, but doesn't have time as Deadshot finds the line, and whatever Seth has said in that tactical timeout does the job for Fnatic. They change things up in round 5, get themselves another. It's 3-2.
Great round right there too, just really calm, composed, making sure they're actually just using their utility, running around with the thermite, breaching that fountain wall open, pushing them back with the utility, not taking any fights, and they push them into the weaker zone, and they let them, they kind of run around like chickens with their head cut off sometimes at border. When you really do get on the back foot, give the attack too much space, you really have to make sure you're playing for 3v3s, honestly, trying to break, just get some kills back. You see them going outside of Smith, it was unlucky on the trade back, so just good round for Fnatic here. See Citizen. Happy with that shot he had on Herds.
Sure he was. It was an absolute beauty. Round 6 then, final defense coming in for Furia. You feel like if they can get a 3-3 half here, I don't think that they'll hate that necessarily. We know that the attackers often do have a bit of an advantage on border, especially in those rounds where they can get themselves inside the map. That's always the big factor. But looking at sort of history for Furia, 50% attacking win rate, so it's not too bad. I think a 3-3 suits them fine.
Yeah, okay. Let's see here. Going back to the armory side, great information on CDC right now. Bringing in the Arena DMR. No trap coming out here. Going for a little peek right now. Oh, great kill onto the Flores.
Got to be a little bit more aware of that, Citizen. Fnatic can't be affording to give away lives early in the round, especially not the Flores. The Rotero drone's going to be so valuable for clearing out utility here. You know, they've got the mute jammers to find, they've got the barbed wires, but look at the lineup on the side of Furia looking through that utility. 4 nitros in hand. I think that makes it pretty clear what they're playing for on Armory and Archives.
It'll be C4 for Archives and C4 for the break balk here to deny that pressure. Deadshot already on the break balk walking here. Smith's getting info right now for his team. Wizard coming out to double up here. Their round's already kind of broken here. They have to go for a little play together.
Nothing to hold on.
Get aggressive right now. We got a spot info 90. The drop off below. Let's see how Wizard really does this. Watch for Wizard this round, guys.
Yeah, Wizard just giving us a great look of what we were talking about with that value of the Soliton radar. Able to see throughout the entire map. We're going to see Deadshot down but not out at the minute. Unlikely to be recovered, I would have said. They'll be too concerned about the run out coming out from Herds to finish him off and anybody else that's with him. The Grim Pings will give a little bit of intel for the time being at least. They can maybe start working underneath here. Wizard just gets himself into a position he can spray through the floor with.
Drone seeing Herds, and he might get a kill back right now. They have the ping, he's gonna pre-fire. Virtus needs to relax right now. No reason to go for this here.
It's just a little bit too late. As soon as he hears the audio cue of the pickup going through, he jumps out of the window, but smartly Fnatic have got themselves around the corner. We see another attempt from Herds to get outside of it. They haven't been able to deal with him in this position. This is becoming a really big problem. He's able to reactivate that laser gate, and right now, Herds is the stumbling block.
Laura fighting right now. Wizard below. They're probably going to do a break door walk-in or east walk-in with the climb on metal right now. They're getting stuffed everywhere they go right now. I have no idea how they want to get in this map here. And that's the troublesome thing on Porte too. When you just get into that 4v5 too early, there's not really a way to gain that foothold if you do not link up. Got to be flipping towards Archive side right here. But like we see, they have so many C4s to stop this. Still 2 C4s in the lineup right now. 1 Armory, 1 Archive side. Let's see if Volps flips in here.
Wizard has been sat underneath for the longest time at the minute. He's not really been able to have much impact on the round, nor has his gadget. And as you say, his team's struggling to get themselves established. He is now going to have a little walk up these stairs as the diffuser's going down. Smith will go for it again. They're unaware. This could be a huge play from Wizard. Dead shot with 1v2. It's all up to Herds. The plant is down, but Deadshot, Smith, both seriously low health at the minute. They have been able to get outside and get to a level of safety, though. One on the rappel and the other out on the balcony. Herds, you're going to have to go out of this window, but if he does, he could be in serious trouble. Is he going to go for the long arm? I think he's trying to reach it just to try and bait them in for the challenge. Does he stick it here? He's got about 3 seconds left to go. He's going to go for it, but Smith gets into position, finds the kill, and it's a 3-3 half.
Beautiful rotation right there for Fnatic. Just beautiful right there. Such a great round. Was it really activating when they needed him to? Because in that chaos that the plant creates, the people going to stop the plant opens up the gap for Wizard. And that's what I mean exactly in the preamble. When if you aren't in these rounds as a defensive team and you aren't really making sure you're aware of the front of the attack and what gaps are opened up, you can just leave a gap open, and that gap bit them really hard right there.
I will correct myself, it's a 4-2 half. Fnatic coming away with the advantage on the attack and now move on to the defense. How do you think they play this, Dave? Do you think that, you know, we spoke about mobility, we spoke about aggression coming into the border. Do you think that they keep that up now, just get right up there, take the fights, or do you think they maybe give Fury a little bit more space?
I think if you want to go CC side, you need to kind of fight extremely hard. And then on the E side, if they want to go, I feel like it's extremely hard to fight because it's just so attacker-sided, both doors being open, the cat window. So making sure you're playing a good layer, bringing good util ops, and then having that info for the mid-round to power off of, I feel like kind of baiting Fury in, making them think they have control that they actually don't, and going for those plays in the deeper round will net Fnatic better round results.
Going to be one of those swing grounds in round 7. It could come away 5-2 in favour of Fnatic, could be 4-3, and Fury are right back in the game. We are currently in our 2-minute half-time, where the coaches do get the opportunity to have a chat with the players, start laying out that blueprint for the second half. And we'll see, of course, once we come out of this, the bans that are going to come through as well. Fury completely locking down the shields, wanting to take them away. Fnatic, whether they take that same approach or not, we will see. I think probably not. No.
Got to get rid of some info, I assume.
Looking towards operators like the Deimos, maybe.
Deimos, Doe could be probably.
Solid Snake.
Yeah. I think the Solid Snake he's really good, but I feel like the Doe could be Deimos, or just better at inducing that chaos from the attacking side to the defensive side. So I feel like getting rid of those really allows you to sit and in your hard a lot longer. You can't have the verticality. The Zofia, I'm shocked we didn't see Fnatic bringing that out a little bit on the CC clears to triple impact below, especially with how good info they had. Okay, they go for the Snake here, go for the Mira. Mira might be a little bit of a... Let's see what the second ban is.
Second bans do come
Deimos,
through.
Snake Deimos, and then the Wamai.
The Wamai, we're seeing obviously a raising ban rate for the Wamai. Those changes to the magnets, bringing along the Nitro possibility. You know, so much flexibility now for that operator. We are seeing that ban rate climb up. The Deimos, as you said, you know, one of those operators that gives great intel, but again, I already commented on the verticality possible on border. Almost all of your power spots are going to be on soft surfaces, so the Deimos getting in underneath can cause a real problem.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Good to see them too bring out the ace, that range breach, the blitz to just help spearhead right now. The Grim is a great operator too, just for armory side, archive side, the CC, clear the east player. It's really good all over the map on every map here. Good to see the recruit coming out, just that double set of util. Let's see if he brings flashes, nades, or smokes, nades. We'll see that. Sophia too coming out for the verticality. Triple impact like we see being such a big part of this meta here. The defensive side doing an east extension right now, double reinforcing passport walls. It's going to be a heavy east extension. Look for them to fight hard, Tim.
Yep, not wanting to give up the top of East there as we see how much value it has. There's not going to be a shield brought along on the side of Furia, as you say, not necessarily a great shield team, but quite often we will see that utilised to take... Oh, sorry, no, the blitz is locked in. I thought it was being swapped away, but yeah, so we may well see that blitz being used to kind of try and push into top East and force that space, create that movement then on into office. But at the minute, all shaping up towards CCTV for Furia.
Look for Wizard this round. Key player being below on the solos. If they have info on him, it's going to be big. If they don't, it's going to be a menace. 2 impacts in the pocket, going to be aggressive. Man, a few words, a lot of action though.
Challenge may come sooner than he thinks here. He does see the player drawn in from main door. They also see him, so there's going to be a little bit of attention towards the two. Very much so. Moving in, Volps is getting aggressive. He's ready on the window to go in and support his player pushing that position. Boxera does take down Citizen. That's going to be the Fenrir off the board, and here goes Volps right up into the face of the Aruni. Seems to lose track of Deepak for a second, but then does manage to get the kill. Herd's taken down elsewhere by Deadshot. Wizard gets a beautiful kill underneath onto Diaz. That keeps him in position, but 2v2 as Volps takes down Deadshot. It's currently 2v1 on site because we know Wizard is playing below. He's just got himself back up those main stairs so he can get into the fight, but it might be too little too late instead. He chooses the wink on over the fight. He goes downstairs. He's going to try and prevent this plant. Volps is sticking it. He can't do anything about it. He's had to go back up and try to take the challenge here. He moves around the corner. Can he find the shield? Volps manages to get up in his face. That's exactly what he wants to do, is close this distance so he can take the melee and get the kill. Volps plays it beautifully. We maybe question Furia's shield play, but they bring it beautifully.
What a round, what a round. That really got dicey right there in the trade game. Spence was playing it beautifully though, but I feel like him and Wizard really need to activate better in that 2v2, try to isolate one of the, not the shield player, because the shield is really trying to go for one of them, but trying to isolate the Capital, take the 2v1, force the blitz into the 2v1 here. But great round from Furia. You see how fast-paced Porter is. It's a casino, and the house always wins, Tim.
House always wins. In this case, Furia did as well. It just, like I said, just seemed to lose a little bit of control over Deepak there, but knew that he was being challenged from the right-hand side. It was so close from Fnatic really to getting themselves back into it, but ultimately, Volps played it really well.
I don't know how he got out of there. One was half wall, one was outside armory on him. Beautiful for Volps.
He just closed that gap. He played it on the corner beautifully. He knew that they had to approach him, and so long as he was within striking distance, he wins the round. So we go to Ventilation Workshop for round 8.
Double info.
And Furia, with a good first attack, are going to be looking to level things up. Winning that swing round, they bring themselves back within touching distance. It's 3-4.
Bringing out the Monty right now, the Ace 2, bringing the Brava out to counter this Malusi play. Smoke Ella here, going to be great counter for the Montang. Solus Pulse, going to be great information game. Should see the Pulse extended horizontal control. Should expect them to layer CC if they want to do that here. Or even, he can just be playing CC like side with just so much information. Up and call where they are, where they're not. That's the big thing on Border too, knowing where they are and actually where they're not. Going for this Ace play. Good ace, 90 wall. Did he miss the ace?
I think he might have done. I think it hit the door frame there. A second one goes in, which would suggest that's the case. Deadshot manages to take down Herds. Herds has been really quiet so far this game. They could do with getting him activated, getting a little bit more out of him. But as it stands, Volps and Loira, Diaz all picking up the slack. Boxera on 6 and 4 as well, so it doesn't really matter too much. Herds only losing the Ash, so not a big loss of utility either. 5 versus 4, they spot out the man, but for now, Fnatic have held back that initial push.
Force 2 here. Looking to go east side, they're going to give this control. You see how well they're making sure that if they want to get into the map, they can give them that initial layer, not give a kill back, and then actually play for their deeper round right now, because they have the pulse below, they have that Solus for the deep con, so it's going to be amazing right now. They're going to need to use one ace to get this Archives wall open to cut the whole cross right now. Do they have this information on the pulse? C4's a little bit too behind. Unlucky.
Too late to catch the Monty there, so Volts will continue, and look, you can see the effect ahead of a Monty. You can see how much he's bullying those defenders, just forcing them out of position while feeding all that intel back into his teammates. Boxera just holding the angle here, knowing that the opportunity will present itself. Citizen moves around, Boxera picks him up, beautiful patience, can't quite find the final kill, but he knows that there's a teammate trying to back him up, gets aggressive, wanted to catch him before he went down the hatch, but couldn't.
He's going down with him.
Careful here, because he might just chase them. Look at this. Fnatic all stood on top of each other under the hatch.
Oh my gosh, they got to calm down right now. They got out great right now. Don't give a kill back. They're going for the customs hard zone right now, playing for this retake, giving them the site side. Expect the front door hop through to stop any vent plant right now. Should expect an east retake from somebody, and some site fly-throughs here. Oh!
That shot an absolute beauty onto Lyra, takes down the Grim, and the big question for me now is where does the execute come from Furia? They're playing against the Pulse, the information is there, Deepak expects it and gets a double. Smith closes out a flawless round. Fnatic get themselves to an important defense on border, and it's 5-3.
You see how mobile and active they are, Tim? They're giving that map space. The one gets down. Everyone is fighting the hatch to help save them.
Maybe a bit too mobile at that point.
Oh my gosh, what a round. Tack timeout coming out from Reduct. Let's see what he has to say.
One nade down that hatch and it was round over.
I thought he was going to go down the hatch with the shotgun. I was ready for it.
They were all stood on top of each other. As you say, Furia calling the tactical time out there. I think this is a good time for it. You know, they've come in there. Yes, they've had a successful attack, but then as soon as they lose that attack, they know that they're now 2 rounds away. This is a big problem. Fnatic only need to find one site to hold on to.
But I feel like Tim, too, on the border, I feel like a lot of the times in the rounds, the rushes work a lot better, but for me it's really seeing how they clear and if the clears are actually gaining like actual momentum, and right then and there they really didn't get much momentum from it, and their rush was actually a really close round. So I feel like Fnatic are in the driver's seat here. Fury really need to make sure they can sync up right now. Herds too, just looking to kind of calm down on the initial entries, trying to get these, just trying to find his way into the map right now.
Yeah, it's been a tough one for Herds so far. He's 1-2 on the entry, 3-7 overall. He's only currently at a cost of 38%, so, you know, really not having an impact. For anybody unaware of what we're talking about with cost there, we're looking at it's an acronym for kills, objectives, survive and trade. So it's these actions that we're determining that you've had an impact in the round of some sort. You've got a kill, you've played the objectives, you've survived the round, or your death has been traded. It's some way having an impact. So for Herds only to be kind of active and impactful in a third of the rounds, it's really hurting Furia right now, because on the side of Fnatic, when we look across their stats, they really are putting up numbers. Everybody is above a 65% on the cost.
Yeah.
So everybody on the team is really impacting and contributing to a lot of these rounds. So it's almost like Furia playing a 5v4 at the minute.
It's a great team game. Let's see here. Heavy pressure coming out from the Armory side. Running info again on the Solus right now. Switched it off of Wizard here. Going to Deepak. C2 bringing out the Mutas to counter any type of Dokkaebi play. Vineyard Trap outside, gonna be awkward to clear. They gotta get rid of that here. Playing for the East extension with the smoke to stall out. Did a shoot East cam. As long as they're gonna put pressure on this top East door too from the other side. Nomading the hops, C4 ready for a play. Smoking the cat window, cutting off this Monty, forcing them on. They might kill this Monty right now, Tim. Monty 1 HP.
Needs to find the throw, but cannot. Volps is just going to back himself into a little bit of security. As you say, very, very low at the minute. The Nitro would have been enough, but didn't quite swing wide enough to thread it through that window and find its mark. Instead, Volps continues to just feed that intel back into his team, but the East Stairs hold is looking pretty good from Smiths for the time being.
I think Courage is on East right now. Expect to see him go big right now. Hitting the barb. Fnatic again, just giving them this control. Flank coming out from Deepak. He's gonna retake Passport. He hears the impact. ES Lucas. Just trying to play lower East right now, holding for him. Get a good trade back right now. Monty 1 HP 2. Fnatic in the driver's seat here.
Looking like it could be a tough finish to the round for Furia, as you say, just trying to get themselves into some sort of position. Herds is half health at the minute, but all they've got is East Airs at the minute. Is an important part of the map, of course, but they need to start moving forward. They need to start taking more ground, but they're tentative because the Monty is so low health.
Exactly here. Gonna look to go off the side. Look like they were eyeing C, so they're gonna go off as the weak side. Now, nothing to stop Archives playing here. They could maybe flip towards that. One ace left. They can ace open this long wall here. Cut the site in half. Love to see them do that right now. Holding for the C4 over. They have doubling up Archives Balk here. Ace in the long wall. Gotta go Archives end.
No Nitro or Impact Nades left, so Vault should have a little bit of freedom at least.
They're gonna plant behind them.
Looking to peek around this corner, take the fight onto Elbow. 30 seconds left to go. Fnatic not overcommitting here, but they might just rue the fact that they haven't been aggressive enough onto Furia as the kills come in. Lyra, Diaz, one apiece. Opportunity now for Herds to be able to plant if he so chooses in behind the Monty, but Deepak once again steps up for his team. They knew the jump out was coming. It was worth a try from Citizen, but the plant is down, and Deepak now finds himself in a 1 versus 3, working through the smoke. He can't see a thing. Herds picks him up, and that's going to be a better round from Furia.
Really well played right there. See Diaz Lucas, the Punisher, I call him. Holding the back line, man. Wow, what a round. Really able to flip into something they can actually get the gap into, and using the Monty low HP to cover. No utility to actually down the Montagne. Very unfortunate there for Fnatic. 4-5. Any man's game now.
Furia just proving why they're a top team in the world, able to just keep Fnatic on a little bit of a tight leash at the minute, not letting them get too far ahead, but it does still feel like Fnatic have what they need to be able to get this one over the line. We're going to be heading into round 10. We'll see those next bans come out. No surprise whatsoever to see Fnatic taking that Monty away.
Yep. Two good bans. Smoke's going to hurt the East extension too. Let's see some more Blitz Blackbeard play right now. Going back from Tellers here. Bringing the visual to counter the line play. Double trap here. Ella 2 to stop the shield play. Solos is good information to see where they're going. Be able to scan their push. Lucy for the gaps on the east side. Defender 2 for the gaps on the side right now. I start to see them go harder on the top right now. A lot of times you see them bring this Melusi. They're going for a heavy top extension here, having defenders for the gap on the side for the horizontal push through. So it's going to be big to see if Furia can take some horizontal space, get some kills on the top, and split site and the top at the same time right now.
What's the likely alternative for them holding top east now that they've lost the smoke? Is it going to be the Fenrir? Is it, how are they going? What's the utility there?
Not much utility anymore. It's going to be gunplay. Going to be playing for that lower east position a lot harder, like the lane position here, just making sure that you're actually layering it back and forcing them deep to clear you, because it really is a hard position to clear through here.
Round 10 underway then. We'll have Fnatic continuing to defend here, looking to get themselves the first map. A reminder of the stakes for anybody who's joined us after the start of this. The winner will go through to the quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup. The loser will have their key and their hopes crushed.
They've got a sledge through sandwich here.
Looks like it could be a little bit of a hot breach here. Get that barricade open and get themselves straight on in. Sledge has the shotgun as well, so looking for those close range engagements, just waiting for a bit of intel, and here they go. Opens it up straight in, looking to get aggressive. Boxera onto Wizard. Deepak does manage to find the trade. They've slipped through the net though, and not been able to find him from the sledge, and that is a long range engagement for the sledge on the shotgun.
Oh, no metal flank. See, they gave them that control here. Oh, 4v4. Great round from Fnatic already. Let's see, it's a next step right now, the office extension, to clear through here. Do they know Citizen's close? Deadshot can bait for him. Shield down. They're gonna shotgun the wall. Oh, clear Citizen.
Absolutely. Key kill coming in from Deadshot there. Beautiful stuff to take down the shield. Deadshot with another. What a round from him. 2 versus 2. The nade finishes him off. 1 minute 30. And this has been an absolute bloodbath so far. Deepak is now in a position of serious importance on that Solis. He's able to see if they do get themselves into the site at any point. If he can keep himself safe, there might be an opportunity for him to get up above, given that there are only 2 Furia players left. At a point where they do look for a plant, they may have to both be on that ground floor.
Yes, 2v2 here, Tim. You need to play, and for Fnatic to play for the plant, have the plant going down, play for the 2v1 isolation, play for the late run right now. Furia, you need to find a kill here. Isolate Smith inside the site. It's going to be troublesome with the visual static. Deepek's being able to scan what drones are up and where they're droning here. Going to be able to eye what they want to execute. Lower making a ton of vert right now. Going to have to start working their play soon here. I think they want to go bathroom side. Patch drop right now. This is where Deepek can activate on the top extension for the retake here. Going at metal. They're going to draw. Going for the plant quick.
Now the question is, what do Fnatic do here? Deepek too far away to see that this is going down. Smith does not react. He does find the kill. Do they play now for the retake? The problem they've got is Diaz up above. They need to go and find this kill. Otherwise, he will hold on to it. The choice here is go both of us, make sure we get the trade, and then whoever's left alive drops the hatch and disables the diffuser. They need to make sure they time this right, and they don't. They give him the opportunity of 1v1s. It now comes down to Smith. Diaz closes it out beautifully in the 1v2. He knows what it's all about. Fury are on their feet, and that is now game on. 5-5, and Fnatic, their timing, it's been so good over the last couple of days, but they got that 2v1 all wrong.
Iceman, if anyone you want there, it's him. What a round. Just Deepek a little too far right there, not ready to make their play when the bomb goes down, because immediately once they click that play, you have to take the fights. Great rounds. Fnatic again just getting put on the back foot. You can just see how much of a trade fest this map is. Clinical.
Yes,
5-5.
Playing it absolutely beautifully, exactly as he needed to. Just holding that angle. He knew where his power position was, and he knew that the challenge was going to come as well. That was the thing. But, you know, the real big key for me there, Fnatic had to approach that in a position where they were both able to attack him at the same time. It was difficult, of course. It's not always as simple as that, but being unable to, it just feeds him them 1v1s and gives him every opportunity to do what he did. 5-5 on the scoreboard. Like I say, Fortress is a good map for Furia. Fnatic really could do with holding on to border. Round 11, and we're going to be back in Armory Archives.
They might try to send off the Armory Cross right now, but the 2-barrel will counter that. Gonna have to prepare for that. Bonk's been playing on the aircraft extension though, so just maybe bringing that X utility here if they don't get any initial front inside CC here. Looks like they're going to clear through east here. A's going to open up the passport wall. You have the Blackbeard and Nade top east. Thinking just getting his util. Nading traps right now. Nade's aces come out right now. Expect east to be the next step.
I'm reloading.
Bonk flipping right now. Flipping towards Armory, I'm pretty sure. Nades come out. They gonna hop this? Let's see. They have the ping on him.
Just feel Volp's wanting to get aggressive here, wanting to get himself into catwalk and move forward. We saw this position being the one that Herds played primarily when Fury were on the defense, and we saw how impactful it was when he did. Just Smith holding the angle here, gets caught out. Herds with an absolute beauty. I said that Fury needed to activate him, needed to get him online, and look at the difference he's making over the last couple of rounds. Brilliant entry, takes down the Vigil, Porte off the board, and that gives Fury an opportunity to start moving forward.
They get 90 wall open 2 right now. Look like they want an ace break wall here. No, they're gonna cancel that. He's gonna walk break. They have info that no one's break. They're gonna go for CC clean right now. They need one to flip the CC window. Doubled up in CC right now. Elamine for the shield. They're really one-sided here. I need to see more pressure on the CC window side. Need Laura to flip. Okay, they're flipping the shield, doubling up here. One going to pick up break door. Gonna be our Armory in.
One of the problems for Furia at the minute is not too much of an impact on site so far, really struggling to deal with this CCTV position. Nade goes in, not really in a position to challenge as the player moves away though, taking the attention towards Citizen. The double up here in CCTV has been brilliant from Fnatic. Citizen and Deadshot really holding this position down. Furia with no opportunity to get aggressive onto it. I love the peek along the balcony. They need to be careful though, because there is a man-led prone watching it.
Deadshot are rocking the hard place right now. Just got to play his life here. Fury really stalling out here. Don't know what they want to do. Going to hit the finger boost. Going to go for it, but they're stacked for this. Going to be on the trade on the armor wall. Can Laura trade this? Oh. They have armor control. Bonk down. That's Archives pressure. Volp's in. He pops a pipe. It actually hurts Volps.
Unlucky not to get the kill as the shield break came in from that explosion. 1 versus 1. Anybody's at the minute. Volps is going to start putting the diffuser down. Deepak can't get to him. He needed to stick that. He came off. He came off. Volps just needed to stick it. There was surely no way that Deepak made it there in time. Volps just heard the footsteps, panicked, came off and lost the round. 6-5 Furia.
That pressure bus pipes ice. Oh my gosh. Ooh. Close round.
6-5 Fnatic, rather. I'm getting carried away here.
Gosh.
That was so close for Volps. He had that one in the palm of his hand, but Fnatic not panicking at all. Keeping themselves in the round with trade after trade.
2 Fnatic having the running. This is Zombie, and Zombie's been up this whole game. This last round, bringing it in this round again, bringing it. Going again to vent. Solus in play. Gotta have the Bandit too to just be able to close up these walls. You see the Ace being such a strong piece of their attack. Being able to close off archives and make them actually have to bring something to get that open. Ella 2, Deadshot playing CC beautifully right now. The Vigil to stop the line play. And let's see how Wizard really uses his Zombie. Making it very annoying here. Gonna drop the shield for this final round. Bringing out the Osa. No, the glass, okay. Better say. Sledge 2, Blitz, okay. Might be something a little bit quick here. Horizontal to Dokkaebi, Lion. Let's see. They might go fast and furious, Tim.
We'll keep an eye on that as we load into round 12. Fnatic have the opportunity to close this out on Border before heading to Fortress, which will be the second map. I said I felt that Border was an important one for them to win. They did beat Los earlier on in the week on Fortress, but it is a map that Furia are very capable on. Straight away, Loira going back towards that armory window. We've seen this before. Fnatic should be ready for it. He's got the shotgun for the close range engagement. He's looking for the player on armory wall. We see the silhouettes ahead of us. Last time they were able to escape. It looks like Citizen on the Solus. If I had to make a guess, it is indeed. So Loira ready to go. He's just waiting for that bit of intel, but Citizen's just moved his position. Now almost would be the time to go. He's right in shotgun range, but he manages to get himself back to the small office.
They get it going when they go for the plant, so they either have to choose between stopping the plant or stopping the sledge here. Bonk could be good counter pressure to flash Arcrash. The foam's gonna have to retake here. Hurts 1 HP on the site. Going at metal right now. It's gonna be a metal beat. They're gonna go through armory right now. Armory kill. Gonna go off the sledge. They get the trade. Laura in 4v2 right now. Gonna drop sight. They have plant potential. He's close sight. Gets 1. Almost a 2v2. Hurts being 1 HP here. Look for Deadshot right now on the top floor. Can't tank that call. Answers.
Can't really afford to take the damage given that he's already down to about 60 HP. It would put him far too low, especially in the 2v3. Hertz has 2 more calls left. He will be on a 7-second cooldown for Deadshot, but there is the potential that he keeps sending those calls in. 3 versus 2. I like this from Fury. They're not getting over aggressive now. They've had that aggression at the beginning of the round. They're using their time. The second call is going to come in. It goes to Deepak. He may well choose to tank it. Does take the damage. His phone is now offline, but can't be called again. The problem there being, it means any further calls will come to Deadshot. That's exactly what happens. He takes the opportunity to close it off. Fury are not really in a position to punish that, though.
Going for a metal walk right now. Bomb being down in a weird spot. Deadshot in the key spot to stop this, as you know. Oh, Hurts with the big fight. Big ET in the 1v3. If anyone could do it, it's him. Hurts. We're going OT.
Hertz manages to get that final kill, takes us into a few extra rounds in a map that it feels like Fnatic have been in the lead throughout. They've now been dialed back in. Given that it was their map choice, though, they will have had the choice of starting sides here in overtime, so you would feel that they might be able to get a little bit of an advantage by taking the attack.
Of course, here. You see good plays coming out from Fury right now, especially in the mid-round, being able to slow up and really find and isolate the fights. Great job here. You need to look to Fnatic just to isolate and try to just get it more in sync in these 2v3s. Making sure that if one person's taking a fight, the other person's right there to trade, get it to a 1v2, and then it's more winnable than a 1v3 right now. And it's amazing atmosphere in here too. Both teams really going at each other.
Yeah.
Especially after these rounds, yelling at each other, really letting them know that we're here to compete.
It really does show how much it means to both teams. We continue on. It's going to be ventilation and workshop for our first overtime defense from Fnatic.
They're going to go for a quick plant probably here. Bring in the Thatcher, bring in the glass. Either that or they're going to try to Thatcher some. Yeah, he Thatcher the Solus right now. No other reason to have the Thatcher. Let's see where they go.
I think Fnatic going to be wishing that they'd chosen the attacking side, given how the defense has gone so far. We have a look back at how they went on Ventilation Workshop. It was one of the, they won one on Ventilation Workshop, they won one in Armory Archives. That was their only two successful defenses. They lost one in Ventilation Workshop as well, so it's very much a 50-50 for them. I don't think it's a bad choice necessarily, but this is a little bit of a risk for them. Furia just starting to find some momentum on the attack in that second half.
Courage to really being able to get back into this game. Crucial that last round. Look to him in OT. He's heating up here. He'll go for the CC peek. Deadshot killed him before. Let's see if he can get his revenge here. Oh.
Just waiting patiently, sees the opportunity. The pixels change colour, but not quite long enough. So far, Furia have had a massive advantage in the entry. 8-4 in the 12 rounds that we've had so far. Fnatic getting themselves a better start into this one could be essential. We're going to see the relocation of Volps on that blitz. Going to be looking, I think, towards getting in through that main door, maybe. I don't know if they maybe think that they've spotted an opportunity.
They pulled CC side right now, tried to show the blitz there. They think the blitz is coming through CC. Now they rotate in front door, stealth side. Let's see here. Bongsair doing a walk. The Smiths know. Going in sight right now, going for the plant. Bomb going down here.
Volps is going to try to stick this. The fight is on. He's going to get away with this. There's damage coming in, but it's too late. 5v5 in the post plant now. Smith gets one. Fnatic have got a serious fight back. It's not about getting the kills. It's about getting them quickly enough when you have to find 5 of them. They've got Volps now outside. He can play the window. He's going to be challenged. Needs to be careful. Doesn't want to overcommit. Deadshot takes down Herds. They've got about 20 seconds left to do this, but Loira, he's on a bit of a walk-in. I don't think they're aware of his position. This could be round winning from Loira.
Just be patient, Laura.
Exactly that. He's just going to hold his angle. Gets one because he has to. Finds a second. 3 versus 2. Loira does enough. They cannot win it at this point. And that's going to be Furia taking the first attack. There is not enough time now for Fnatic.
Ah, Volps. They're standing. It's electric.
Unbelievable stuff from Furia. I love that. Just sneaking the blitz on into sight, getting the plant down, tanking the damage. Furia get it done.
You see how deep the game is right now. Showing where Blitz is at the start of the round, making sure you know where he is, then rotating quietly, going for your main play. This is Siege at his finest, man. Wow.
Beautiful stuff, and that leaves Fnatic now on the attack. The problem is that they've got 2 rounds that they need to win back-to-back here.
This is where it stacks. The pressure.
This is where it starts, as you say, becoming a real problem. Furia only 1-2 on the defense. Armory Archives and Ventilation Workshop, much the same as Fnatic did. So I would imagine we will see them taking one of those, but I'm sure Furia's eyes are going to be on that final round. We see them giving plenty across to the other team. Furia's eyes are going to be on round 15. If they can get it done here and now on the defense, brilliant, but they know that they've just got themselves an advantage by having the opportunity to attack for the win.
You don't want to leave it on the last round, though. Anything can happen on 7-7 here. Got to bring out the Mira, 90, K that. Look to see them hold East really hard right now. They're not going to give up East with this 90 Mira. Cade mute tube. No Deimos coming out. Not much info. You know, you have Deimos, Snake, and Dokubi all up. Need to see at least 1 or 2 of those in his lineup right now. Let's see. Bring in the Glass again. Switch widget to the Twitch for the mirrors. Nobody coming out here. They don't have much just catalyzation going into the map. They might get stuffed here. Dab's coming out to stop the aggression.
Herds is in that position again inside of CCTV that we saw him in a couple of times, and the later times that we saw him inside of CCTV, Fnatic weren't able to clear him out from there. He did some real damage. I think he got 2 kills from inside of CCTV in the last round. As I say that, he actually dips himself away. He's playing on the mirror, and he was the silhouette that you saw just going downstairs. So maybe looking to play underneath. He has Nitro in hand. Not sure if he's going to be chased down or not, but he does have a little bit of support from Volps.
Volps playing on East with the Cade, C4 in hand. Herds playing below here. That's going to mess up Fnatic. Not used to that. I wonder what he'll do here if he'll play a run out. Volps gets killed on East. Red opening kill. It's going to change the round. Herds going to have to rotate back up, help the team on the top floor. Going for our armory side. extension or a play on the Fnatic side with the smoke, with the glass, getting that control here. He might sledge in. No shotgun though. Verge crosses back in. C4 out the window for Glass. Glass dead. 4v4.
Huge play from Herds, managing to take Smith down. He will have been one of the key operators that Fnatic were looking towards to create a little bit of space, but Wizard manages to do that. 12-9, big game from him, and it continues now that he's back on the attack. 3 versus 4. Challenge comes out, takes a lot of damage. Citizen low health as well. Rotero drone will finish off Herds, leaves us now 2 versus 4, and it looks like we could be heading the distance here as Fnatic continue to grind down Furia on this attack.
2 C4s and Diaz Lucas. Fnatic have to take this one seriously. DMR in hand too. 2 players weak. Let's see if we can clutch up here. Takes a fight. Deadshot puts him down. Bonks there in the 1v4. 7-7.
It's over, and we are going to 15 here in Paris at the Esports World Cup. It is map 1 between these two, and they are giving us every single piece of it. Furia, Fnatic, but Furia have an advantage here in the final round. They will be on the attack. Their attacking half was 4-2 win for them. Yes. So Fnatic, they need to find a way to successfully defend. I think we'll see them up on the top floor. It's one of the sites that they did win originally when they were defending. They tried ventilation again last time. It didn't work, so I think that they probably mix it up.
Let's see here. Looking to go Armory right now. Seeing the zombie coming out, the Bandit 2 to deny any range breach here. Gonna have the Tachanka coming out too. Gonna be a lot of just plant denial here. Let the stream catch up pretty damn. Here we are. Okay. Warden 2 to stop any plays. The Blitz has been such a pivotal just roll, just making sure if he does flash you, you can stop that. The Outlet 2 is going to be crucial. Deadshot playing CC beautifully on 16 here. Wizard 2. Great games coming out from them. 2 of their best players here, showing up when they need them most.
You feel like the hold of CCTV has been pivotal throughout this game. It's going to be important once again. We've seen it burn so much time for those defenders when they have been able to hold on to it. But Furia, can you crack that nut? Can you get yourself on in there? Smith looks like he's going to be playing top east. He's gone the Tachanka, so he's got that Shumika launcher. Can keep any shields at bay should Box Zero go in that direction. We've got Volts as well.
Be quick.
Yeah, they are moving here. No messing about. Furia rolling the dice.
I like this though. Let's see here. Better be going probably a Glass on the archives window right now. Ying through sandwich with a shotgun. Good to have the Blitz go deep to deny any archives potential for the C4, and then the Fuse will get the bomb down here. Better be quick here. Let's see how Fnatic react.
Yeah, they need to do this before Fnatic realise what's going on. We get the door open straight away. Volps is right on the threshold, looking to get in and get that diffuser down. He's baited the nitro. It goes out, will not be successful. Smith finds one onto Lyra, but the plant is going down. Is there anything here that Fnatic can do about it? Yes, Volps has had to back out. Citizen does team kill Wizard along the way, but finds another with it. That's Lyra and Box Zero offline. Volps recovers the diffuser, but it's back to the drawing board for Furia. They're having to now move away and look elsewhere. They need to find some kills. Out comes the fire, doing damage as well. And right now, they've got a big problem here of Furia. It looks like it's all coming up for Fnatic as Citizen gets a triple in the round. There's that impact moment that Fnatic have been waiting for. Diaz gets one. 1v4 becomes a 1v3. Not looking likely. 1:30 left on the clock. Time is the one thing he's got going for him.
The Flames right there really just shut down that push. D is in an almost impossible clutch right now. They're going to give him all the ground. Still 2 Flames, just all a little bit here, but it's going to be all in the crossfire. Who has contact and who's respecting it here? Bomb down being in 92. Going to be very difficult here. He has to retrieve that. 2 Yings, 1 smoke, so he can isolate some players right now. See how he uses that utility right now. But Ying 1, Citizen should be up there with the cross. Flame come out to stop him. 1 metal, 1 armory, 1 archives. All to do.
I love this patience from Fnatic. Patience wins the day as Smith lands the final kill with the LMG. Fnatic on their feet celebrating that first map won. They will take Porte. They will take the advantage here at the Esports World Cup.
Wow. What a map. Just great siege right there. amazing team play too to really finish it out, because you get tested with that rush 7-7. You can't overreact, but you have to make sure you have the perfect reaction and make sure you stop that. You get the kills, you stop the bomb going down, you back up, you make sure they have to execute deeper. They don't have the util to clear out archives, to clear the bandits out, and really, what a round from Fnatic.
Beautiful
what a win.
Stuff.
It is getting loud in here from Fnatic and their support staff as they take map 1 in this do or die series. You gotta compliment Fnatic for the way they're contesting map control. We talked about top east being such an important part of the map. And if Furia want to push it outside with a shield, I'm seeing smoke cannons being thrown at that. I'm seeing them fight for every single millimeter on this map.
Yes.
It got really close though. On the side of Furia, you have to compliment them for their way they're adapting in this game. If the map control isn't working, they're gonna go for something direct. You see the sledge shotgun, they're going into the window, they're contesting map control. And then we see that rush, or the attempt of the rush in the very final rounds. It's a great idea. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. And I feel like this is what we wanted to see from Fnatic 2, because we know map 2 is gonna be difficult for them.
Yeah, I don't think Fortress is going to be easy. Furia are seriously good there. It's like I said, coming in, they needed to pick up Border to give themselves that cushion. They did win Fortress earlier in the week against mibr.los, so look, maybe there's an opportunity there. Like I said, the losses that they've taken previously were a little bit longer ago. There's plenty of time for them to have done some work. The roster changes, everything else could work for them.
Looking at the highlights from this game. Go ahead.
I feel like too, with Secret beating Falcons, anything can happen here, especially going into this next map. You have that momentum. You're seeing it's a very animated game too between both teams. Like, there's so much momentum, there's so much passion in this. I feel like anything can happen this next map.
Really are the most important games for some of these players. We're looking at a player like Smith, who has never been to this point in competition. Same goes for Wizard. Both these players being at their very first international event. On the side of Fury, they have a little bit more experience. You're seeing that in the way that they are completely switching things up inside this game when it comes to being more direct, showing more aggression when it is requested from them. But in general, especially for the neutral viewers, you are being treated to an amazing game of Siege, which so much teamwork, understanding, finding the gaps as well. So it's been a very good game to watch.
Yeah, it's just been entertainment wall to wall, hasn't it? No matter who you support, whether you're behind one of these teams, whether you're a neutral coming in, we've had big kills, we've had big team players, we've had basically absolutely everything inside of the 15 and overtime finish. It was a little bit unexpected. Fnatic had to win it against the grain. You know, they'd struggled on the defense, but then they got it done in the very last. All there to play for as this one continues on. And look, don't be surprised if Fnatic come out with a 2-0 here and we have another upset.
Just looking at these highlights too, some insane rounds, especially this one.
Yeah.
Volts being in the corner, finding all three, just wow. I mean, it's just a great game of Siege. It's going to be an insane map too. I feel like it's going to be another close one. Going to be down to the wire here.
It really feels like these overtime rounds for Furia on the attack were all or nothing kind of vibe. Because you're going into overtime at a 6-6 and you're going to plant with a 5v5. Like, that is something interesting and something we don't often get to see, especially inside these high pressure games. But luckily for us, there is more, the potential of 2 more maps, and it all happens after this. We have a series on our hand, and that's only the first map that we just saw. As we said, there's potential for 2 more maps, and we're gonna go to Furia's map pick after. That is going to be Fortress. Now, the way that they lost this one, they must be a little bit upset with that. Of course, they were so close to getting the victory. It just falls short. Now, what is gonna be their confidence boost going into Fortress if you look at the recent history of them?
Yeah, I mean, look, they've played really well. They're on a 6-2 record, a Furia on Fortress. They won it twice in July, both against NIP, both pretty comfortably. So a very good side in NIP. I know they didn't qualify ultimately, but still very, very solid at the minute. So yeah, I think, it's their map choice. Fnatic are a 1-2 record on there. They did beat, like I say, mibr.los this week, so maybe they can bring a little bit of something, but Furia will definitely back themselves on Fortress.
I feel like, too, it's going to be big just to make sure they're really taking Fnatic out of these rounds team play-wise. You saw when they got into the scramble, Fnatic were able to hang with them, and it really was in that 50-50 engagement of making sure who's reacting in the executes. We saw Fnatic do a good job some rounds, a bad job other rounds, so it's going to who's going to be able to close the gap when it's in the 2v2, so it's going to be a big game here.
I feel like it isn't just one player on the side of Furia that they're relying on, or one player that really is dropping the ball in this thing here. So what do Furia need to do other than maybe like one individual player stepping up? What is it they need to do to claw the series back?
I think just play their game.
Yeah, I think for me, it's about controlling more of the map. I think, Fnatic were getting into positions quite freely a lot of the time when they were on the attack. So I think, we had Herds holding CCTV once or twice, but other than that, Fnatic were able to get in there, get a bit of map control, pressure site. So I think, they just need to control their zones a little bit more. So when we look at something like Fortress, like Bunken Dorms is going to be particularly important when they're on the defense. Eagle is going to be particularly important when they're on the defense. Horse is going to be, if they can hold on to those key positions a little bit better, win the gunfights around them, don't allow Fnatic the trades. Fnatic were very good on trades. I think, maybe they can start getting a bit of ground.
I think, too, with the narrative of the rounds, you saw 6-6 Furia. They show the Blitz CC door. They rotate him, go for the Seek plant. That's one round you've already rushed. You go 7-7, you go into another rush. Fnatic are already going to expect a rush and be ready to stop the rush. So I feel like you have already that initial narrative to create pull on Archives. Pull them into Archives, pull them to deny the plant. You saw how many people on Fnatic rotated to Archives to fight for the plant. You do that pull, and then you go somewhere else with your pressure. So just making sure you're actually solving against Fnatic, because they really did go for just rush. And Fnatic really just had the Tachanka, they had the Ella, they had everything to stop the rush. And I feel like Furia just kind of tried to ram their heads through a wall right there. So just making sure that they're really thinking about that narrative, taking it a step, because Fnatic will bite. So just making sure they're solving that level, and it'll be good.
Yeah, we know Furia as a rather aggressive team, right? They've shown us that inside the SAL. They have the star player in regards of players on this roster to back that up as well. But we're seeing bits and pieces of that from Fnatic as well, especially when it comes to that contesting of the map control. What we're seeing right now is the final strat books being swapped around as the players get ready for this very important map here. It literally is do or die. You win, you move to the playoffs, you're eligible for the club championship points, and you lose, your key will be crushed. Neither of these teams want to have that happen, of course. If we look at the regions in general, it's been an up and down day for EML and for the likes of SAL. I mean, they're fighting really hard on the A stream as well. Third map, being pushed to a third map by CAG, but in general, they don't really have a lot of other teams to back up in that situation.
No, I might need to take some responsibility for the Group B performance of EML, and I did say that I thought we might have 3 out of 4 Group B teams coming from EML, and then Weibo went and won. They deserved every bit of it, to be fair to them, so I'll take that one on the chin. But yeah, a little bit of a roller coaster of emotions for EML fans today. Look, Fnatic can still absolutely do this. We're not looking towards the third map realistically yet, but if we do, to give you an idea, it is very much middle of the pack. I'm just trying to whet people's appetite here. Very exciting. 4th out of 9 preference for both. 5 and 3 for Furia. 3 and 2 for Fnatic. Cafe is anybody's if we get there. So hold on to your hats, because Fortress is going to be big.
I appreciate your efforts, but I don't feel like we need to make this game more appetizing for our viewers, because it is delivering so far. Absolutely. Fortress is now the challenge for Fnatic to close this series in a 2-0 over Furia to bounce back.
Let's see here, starting out with the Snake. Snake being such a good operator too, because Fortress is a really tight map towards the middle round. Just being able to get that information off the scanner is extremely big here. Good to see the Monty going away. Monty being one of the best shields, just to be able to drop old tower, drop the con side, walk up.
Yeah, the Monte was particularly influential last time around, as we saw. So no surprise, Fnatic taking that away. They don't want Volps. You know, we'd questioned maybe Furia's shield play previously, but they really did show an ability in that last one to get the most out of it. So we will be getting on into round 1 here of Fortress. Now loading in. Where will we be going? I imagine it will be office to begin with, as it usually is, office and bathroom. And then it certainly will be. So, big question for me here is, where does the Furia push come from? Do we have attention over to game and dorms? Fnatic will likely hold that at least to begin with. Do we have attention to Eagle? Personally, I always like to see at least 2 lines of attack. You don't want to be going in one single direction, because eventually the defenders figure that out, and all 5 guns are going to be trained towards the angle that you're pushing from. So, which do Furia choose?
Seeing based off of this, they're going to have the Blackbeard going lower Eagle side here, and they have Laura's pre-placed cam on the actual dorm side. So you should see DS take that control once they layer that, because a lot of teams like to give that control once you put that initial pressure into Eagle side. Like you got to clear through white here, so making sure they can get that split pressure is going to be big in the mid round right now. Looking to their lineup, Fnatic here have the pulse to get the information on the below player here. The mirror is going to be really good. A zombie too to be able to hold. Earth's trying to repel, can't repel there. The mirror is going to be really good too to cut lines of sight on the briefing side, just holding on to the bathroom here. Thorn's going to be a great trap operator right now. You see the nades coming out to try to clear up, open up that courtyard gap here. Twitch is going to be big too. Mirror and Thorns being available. Grim outside a horse. Deimos 2 below horse. Could see them go for a horse take mid round. Maybe climb with the BB up the hall right now. Starting dorm side. Volk's gonna go old tower right now with the shield spearhead through. He is gonna get the walls. They're denying. So a lot of teams do this double reinforcement on the games wall, making sure you can actually do a games extension a lot harder right now, making them have to get that deeper wall open here with the range breach, and having the player deny that here. Great strategy coming out from Fnatic. Let's see.
Certainly holding the old tower players at bay for the time being. Volps is going to move his way up the stairs, so he can start getting. He's going to move his way quickly back down again as he takes a couple of shots there. But whilst that was happening, Boxero was droning out the Eagle side as well. So Furia are certainly looking towards the possibility of having those multiple angles of attack that we spoke about. Herds will help Volps now start to move in. We do see Citizen move himself away. He's gone more towards holding onto courtyard, which leaves Smiths all alone on that side of things to hold on, but he's dipped away as well. Volps takes that ground, Herds with him, so Furia, it's took a minute 45, but they have got that south side locked down.
Headshot being a thorn on his side. They have information on the horse player right now. Here's going to get tracked. They're going to push him back here. Going to style it. They're going to put his power. This guy styles right past him. Good play, getting back to sight here. Now it's all in the clear through a briefing. How are they going to deal with this mirror? How are they going to deal with Citizen in the hallway right now? If they flip off horse, it could be good. If they stack through, it could be bad for them here. Looks like they're going to go horse side with the Blackbeard. Doubling up. Grim going to help catalyze with the bees here.
Loira's just moved underneath on the Deimos, maybe going to try and just dislodge a couple of these players, but Deepak on the pulse should be able to keep an eye on his location as soon as they know that he's down there. 25 seconds left to go. A bit of a concern for Furia on the attack here. They've spent a lot of time in the middle of the round, kind of stalled out and not really pushing sight or pressuring, removing utility. Boxera does manage to find the pulse, takes down Deepak. 15 seconds left to go. Time could be running low here. Fnatic need 1 or 2 gunfights to hold on. Loira takes down Citizen with the Vendetta. Deadshot 1, Wizard another 2v3. Is there an opportunity for Volps to plant? He will start it. I don't think Fnatic can do anything about this effectively. 2 versus 2. If they can find the first kill, it could be over. Wizard does get the shield player. It's 2 versus 1 now. Fnatic, 1 fight to win. It's all up to Herds. He hears him go prone. You won't get away with that. Wizard now 1v1 gets onto the diffuser. Is Herds going to get there quick enough? He goes to take the fight and wins it! At the last second, Wizard had baited him in! He goes for the gunfight, but Furia, they get the kill in the round!
Herds in. Big player in the big match here. Putting his team on top. Great round for the start. You see how just that split really got rolling right there, and it just, there was so much pressure being stacked up. Fnatic really were spinning, didn't know which way they wanted to fight. They have to make sure in these rounds when they feel that split, that horseplay starts, they have to put pressure onto the courtyard player, onto the briefing player, get rid of those guys on the backside so they can focus on the front. Great round from Furia. really milking the clock, making them have to make a mistake right there. You see Laura 2 going below. Here's the Warden drop con. Leaves it, goes back up to courtyard, ends up getting a kill in the courtyard hall. Just beautiful rotation. Going to just find the gap. Such a great player, Laura.
Using those multiple angles, using those soft spots of Fnatic to be able to pick up the kills there, Furia, and that leads us into round 2. We're going to have Fnatic moving on. They will this time go to Games and Dorms, so they'll be on the south side. They will pay some defensive attention back to the previous site, office, bathroom, courtyard. They'll want to hold on to that top side. Furia, couple of options here. They can work their way through Eagle, through Tower, through that top side, or we can have a slightly more direct approach. Get that wall open directly into sight, get a challenge onto central stairs and move in from there.
See right now, bringing in the Blackbeard might be a little bit of a quick... No, they're going to go for a clear here with a double shield thermite to get the walls open here on the split side. That's good lineup from Fnatic. Have 2 time stalls, the Goyo, the smoke here. The Woman's going to be great too, just to make sure you have the C4 capability and you can just project all the Mai here. The Finn's going to be great for the gaps. The Warden's going to be good too, because the glassing is up, so you always have to be precautionary. Always have that just in your back pocket, because you don't know if the attack is bringing them or not until they're actually shown.
30 seconds in then, waiting for Furia to get themselves established fully inside of the map, but we've got Box Zero working his way up tower stairs. He's going to get himself into Eagle and start this push forward, and the clearance, as you suggested, with Volps in tow. It is going to be a top floor sweep from Furia. Try to take that far side and then move into sight after that point.
Of course here. Let's get out here. Bouncer opening it up. Bouncer at 1 HP though. The smoke gore is going to be huge here now. 2 impacts on Deepak too. Could effectively kill Bouncer by himself. Going below. Misses the impact. Very unlucky. 1 impact left here.
Furia making great progress here. Herds has got himself all the way into bathroom. He's going to be opening up briefing walls. So right now, Fnatic have been completely pinned back into sight. They still have 5 left alive, which is something for them. But the big question is, where are they going to have an impact? Deepak is actually underneath. He's keeping himself off the radar and is one to watch at the minute, as is Wizard. So there's only 3 on site, and there's a real opportunity here for a flank to come off and to really hurt Furia. We'll keep an eye on that as the round develops.
Gonna flank Khan right now, plus the central flank. Bongser holding for it. See this timing right here. It's gonna be big if he gets off this camera or not. Oh, he just has to wait for the execute to start and then start this flank. Does it too early, gets the information on the flank. Now they know. They're gonna turn here. Did they get this kill? Bongser gonna spearhead. They're gonna look like they're gonna go mattress side here, but Deepak can activate on the flank lower central side right now. Forcing Furious play before they want to make it. In the site now. Watch for Deepak. Smoke comes out. Blitz Bongser in the site. Oh! It's a trade.
Not going to get away with it against the ward, and the plant does go down though. They managed to secure that. 4 versus 5 in the post plant now. Furia need to hold on, but they are in pretty good positions here. But Deepak picked him out earlier. He's been lurking underneath for the longest time, and he moves back up as part of that retake. Beautiful stuff. Diaz manages to find one, but Fnatic are grinding them down, burning them away one by one. Loira picks up Deepak 1v2 as the trade comes in. It's all up to Loira now. 2K is going to have to become a 4K if he wants to win this out. Wizard gets onto the diffuser. Is he going to be able to stick this? Can Loira find him? He he can't. Hitting shots. How about that for some nerve from Wizard? He's taking damage, but he trusts his teammate to hold him, to cover him, and to take Loira's attention. Just sticks it out. Holding F has never been so hard.
Oh my gosh. These are some of the closest rounds I've seen. What a game. The lock-in. Everyone at home, grab your popcorn, do what you need to do, grab your food of choice, your beverage of choice. It's only heating up here at the EWC.
I cannot believe that Wizard kept hold of that. It's something that we say so often, but I can't overstate. It seems like such a simple thing at home. If he lets go of F, they lose the round. So it's super simple to keep hold of it, right, Dave? No. In that situation, when you start taking damage, there is an instinct in you to let off, to challenge, to fight back, and to just ignore that and keep a hold of that key and understand that is the only win condition you've got in the round. In that kind of stressful situation, at this size of tournament, is unbelievable. Well played, Wizard. Well played, Fnatic. They get the post plant done. 1-1.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see it. Going, whoa, going Hammam here. No, it's top. Okay, this top down messes me up sometimes. Going to the top side here. Going to see the Deimos track coming up below shotgun. Tells me it's going to be a little bit of eagle take right now. That verticality is going to be really strong right now. Going to see what information they have. Volps with no one spotted right now, or yeah, no one spotted. No one in his track. We're doing some early breaching. Putting pressure, I assume, onto the onto the split side right now. Trying to send Topic that they're going to go for the same type of clear through the dorm side here, but they want to go horse here. Horse and eagle. Lion scan the lock. Hers is going to look to use his smokes to isolate this master side. Going to be an early hot maybe from Bonk. I think he has a gap. Nades from below. Going to push Smith's back right now. They're going to have to care for this painting hop from the Lion. Let's see if Bonk goes for it off his pressure from Diaz on the horse. Okay. What they're holding for a D-Peck in the hallway right now. C4 ready for the white climb. They're going to trap this guy and go on him. Holding the vert for the rotate.
Nobody really pushing that eagle side just yet. There is a little bit of a ping there, but I think maybe incorrect intel. There's nobody looking to move up there just yet. That's going to come slightly later in the round. The thing that comes right now is Lyra taking down D-Peck. That's going to be the Azami off the board. No more Kiba barricades for Fnatic. Great opener. Lyra having a good game so far here on Fortress. 4-1 as it stands. They know now that the Deimos is up at the top of Eagle Stairs. Smith is there ready for the challenge. Manages to put some damage down. Herds picks up Deadshot elsewhere. They're keeping Smith busy, so there's only really two inside a site. They can't fight back as they come in. Citizen manages to get a double. He's going to have to make it an ace. 1 versus 3. Fury are in a position to start thinking even about putting this diffuser down if they wish to, if they can get themselves on. Inside, Volps is there on the door, ready to move on in. Track comes out. They now know where Citizen is. They're going to go in for the challenge. He picks up one. Surely he can't do this. 1v3 becomes 1v2. Could it be an ace clutch? No! Diaz denies! What could have been a play of the tournament from Citizen? 4 kills, just not enough, Dave.
Wow. I mean, my gosh. You see, too, you're talking about not taking that pressure white side up, but they're putting so much pressure on their defense, making them think they're going to commit to the white side. They give all the pressure on the dorm side. They allow Laura all the way up the mattress hallway. They kill Horse before they get the white side, and then it makes a defense sandwich. You look at Citizen, heads are spinning. He finds a great way to bring that round back. Because what a tight round. I feel like Fury, again, needs to sync that up a little bit better. Bonk peeking a little bit early, taking away the counter pressure there, leaving it in the 2v1. Giving Fnatic they're still in these rounds here. It's any man's game.
You can see a few smiles on the side of Fnatic as well. They know just how close that one was to getting over the line. I will keep talking about Citizen and these influential kills. It's not necessarily about number, it's about the impact of the kills that he has in many of the rounds. Always seems to be at the heart of those important moments, and he was nearly at the heart of an absolutely huge one then. What would have been an ace? Not a 1v5, but it would have been a 1v4, I believe. Unbelievable stuff. A great attempt, just couldn't quite get it over the line. Furia 2-1, and they come out with the advantage. Fnatic will move us on and go downstairs now to waiting.
Let's see here. A lot of trap operators tell me it's going to be a horizontal extension. Cade Bandit Band's going to deny them from getting rid of the hatches, so no projectile breach coming out. Usually see the Habana just to open up these hatches on the top floor. The Thermite coming out. Should be a horizontal sweep right now coming out from Furia here. We're going to look at Thermite the Hammam wall, take lobby, Thermite the lower lobby wall. Spawn peeking goes onto Bonk, takes a little bit of damage here. They're going to start this round slow, put the pressure right now. They may go for a quick bathroom entries with their eyeing. Yep, with the Zofia. They're going to Zof through the wall here. Take showers, like I said here. Look on the Hammam side. Smith is going to be the main target right now. Fnatic are going to have to care how they want to help him. Smith stopping his push initially.
think he knows that that's not going to be a fight that he's going to win against the three of them, including the Blackbeard, so he moves away. He's going to just drop back, no doubt calling for a bit of support. Razor Bloom is deployed late from Smith, but manages to at least back up the shield operator for the time being. Nade goes in, does force the movement. Smith gets away without any damage. Herds and Boxera have taken some chip along the way, as does Volps. Loira, however, finding that entry again, 2 rounds in a row. Smith manages to pick up Herds. He's doing a great job here of holding back this side of the push, but the problem is his teammates elsewhere are dropping like flies, one after another. Smith's now taken down. Furia 4 versus 1. It's all up to Citizen again. No idea that the Thermite is waiting around the corner. He dies as he peeks around, and that's going to be another round for Furia. 3-1, and they're looking confident on Fortress, Dave.
Laura activating. Just their plays are so in sync right now. Just taking that space, not overextending, forcing Fnatic to react, forcing them into their crossfires, allowing Laura to eat up right now. Timeout coming out from Sathis. Let's see what he has to say.
Definitely going to need to have some sort of impact on the team here. I don't know what you really tell them at this point, because Furia are just looking, you know, they're pushing multiple angles, they're winning every gunfight, they are taking away utility, they're working from underneath where they need to as well. They're just doing a bit of everything. They're ticking so many boxes. It's kind of like, which one do you focus on unticking?
Yeah. And a lot of the time you have so much pressure coming through. You have the Glass, the Sophia, the Blackbeard, the Thermite all pushing the Hammam side. The weakness is Laura. You have to find that one player, isolate him in whatever main zone they're going through. You can back up. That's the one thing they did on Border really well, especially on that event where the 4 people were underneath the hatch. They were able to just back up continuously and push Furia deeper into these rounds. Right now, they're just giving them the scramble. They're giving them the early fights, the kills, and they're not really making them work for it.
The Citizen getting taken down at the end of that round. Furia then sit 3-1 and looking pretty comfortable on Fortress so far. Certainly more impressive showing than on Border. It wasn't bad from Furia on Border. It just goes to say that this has been, I think, considerably better from them. They are in complete control at the minute, despite Fnatic not really playing badly themselves. It just shows that Furia are a great Fortress team, and we're starting to see them stretch their legs and run away with this one a little bit. So round 5 will come on in. It's going to be back down to the bottom side of the map, and Games and Dorms will be our defensive side.
Games Dorm. No smoke, so Old Town's a little bit weak here. No Goyo either. A little bit of an odd lineup right now. Double shield coming out. Let's see if they use that for the clear on their cross. They bring the Valk so they can fight harder. Fnatic looking to contest more right now.
Reloading.
Bringing out the Thermite here again. Starting with their default pressure. Putting pressure courtyard side. This map is so important, making sure you open up the avenues so in the late round you have different avenues to come through to really throw your defenders off. He is putting pressure on the main wall here, impacting. Get rid of the courtyard gap with the Twitch drone here. Fnatic gonna have to care for that.
Special charge. Stay clear.
Deadshot is currently the player that's playing to aggress onto that vending window. He's actually dropped back into sight at the moment. He's had a couple of quick looks at it, but decided that he's not going to challenge that too hard because Furia have been well aware of it. They've had a gun trained on it at all times. Wizard does manage to pick up Loira. That's what they needed. As you said, when Loira's going in there, trying to get aggressive on one side, on his own, you got to punish him. You got to make sure that you're making him pay for that you're taking advantage of getting the opportunity to isolate him. Boxera does manage to take down Deepak though. Nice trade, levels it out, 4 versus 4.
Left wall coming out right now. Gonna push the layer back. They do have the Thermite, 2 Thermites left. They should be able to get this open. No real wall to not besides the mute. I don't think they have a mute they have a mute preface on that wall, okay? You need to use nades of the Blackbeard to get that off.
Isothermic charge goes out, opens up the wall, and that is Furia progressing nicely here. They're now going to open the wall from briefing into site itself. 1 exothermic left for Herds. So he will, he's going to rotate away with it in pocket actually. I thought that they were going to open site wall up, but no, they've decided to make a move instead.
Nothing to get this wall, they could use the cans. Beautiful play.
Yeah.
Cans don't get stopped by mute jammers here. They're going to use a can, they're going to nade it, and they're going to Thermite after. Beautiful play here from Furia.
They've already got that preset so that they don't need to worry about getting the thermite up onto the wall after that has been opened up. We see the full breach coming on through, and I think that Fnatic are going to have a couple of shields up in their face any second now. 40 seconds left to go, and you feel like Furia are just 1 or 2 kills away from getting themselves another successful round here. The next step for them is getting on into sight and in a position to put this diffuser down. That's going to be the play. Volps goes in, gets himself behind a little bit of cover. Not in a position yet to get himself into sight, though. That's the big problem. Nade comes in. Smith gets one as he dips away. Wizard another. 3 versus 2. Fnatic holding on. It's going to be all up to Herds to hold the cover. But Boxera taken down. Fnatic fight back and get themselves a defensive round. It's 2-3. They refuse to let Furia run too far away from them on Fortress.
Really nice round 2 from Fnatic, finding a way to really make them waste time getting that wall open and forcing them into that later and execute. They have the central play again. They kill the Mattress Hall potential. They force them just being able to be twin. There's no real play potential for Boxera there because he went to the right side where the 2 players were instead of going for the solo player. Very unlucky on the counting right there. Good round from Fnatic. That was a nice nade right here too to clear out.
It was, I mean, Smith, you know, beautiful play from Smith as well. Like you say, the nade comes in, it forces him out. You're going to lose your life, but if you can take one along with you, it's the best you can ask for in that situation. Not easy with the SMG-12 either, but does find his shots, finds his man, takes him down, and at least gets his team a little bit of something. Round 6 then, final defensive round for Fnatic. We're going to have them going to office and bathroom once again.
The 3-2 right now. Crucial round here for Fnatic, getting this going into the attacking half. Bringing out this meat again. Great info. Knowing where they are is going to be so important for them here. The zombie's going to be crucial, but they really need to make sure that they don't get pulled too much on this right side, and they're trying to just isolate these fights right now. Going for a spawn peek here. See if it nets anything right now. Oh, Boxera.
One problem that Fnatic are going to face is a slightly lower attacking win rate than they might like here on Fortress, but that's a problem for them to deal with after the half-time. For now, they just need to focus on round 6, which is getting this defense locked down and getting themselves that 3-3 split. I think if they come away with a 3-3 split, Fnatic have done fantastic here because Furia, you know, they've certainly not been messing about. They've been right on top of them. They've given very little breathing space. Smith, again, he's having a good game, 4 and 5. Not a huge amount of kills necessarily, but again, impactful. We saw it in the last round, helping to get it over the line, and just he's burning a lot of time. Is Smith. He's in these positions where he's coming under a lot of pressure.
Playing with the same pressure on the dorm side right now. They have the zombie still staying stood right there, just keeping that control, keeping their feet planted in the deep parts of the map right now. Oh, opening kill on Wizard. Volps lurking below here with the bomb too. Wow. Looking to do is maybe a little bit of a horse take right now. Let's see what the damage will. They put a track out on him. With some damage to the drone hole here. Just probing, looking like they're going to take the space they're going to layer here. Volps walking up the old tower side, looking to pinch out Deadshot right now. Deadshot is not going to track him, yep. Might die to Volps. Yep. 5v3. He's going to flip back below too, leave the lurk for Laura.
Great play from the Deimos there to take down the second, and that's going to be Furia now. 5 versus 3, certainly in the driving seat. They've got that south-sided control, and they've got time on their side as well. 1:15 left to go. They're getting the drones in. They've got Volps working around underneath. He's going to try and get himself up white stairs again, I think, and pressure from the opposite side. Fnatic are going to find themselves surrounded very soon.
Yes. Right now, you need to work either slower right now or just try to stop this front on the white side, giving a lot of space here. They have con control too right now, getting pushed back right now. There's some damage to Boxera here. They have the white side, no C4 in hand. Nades come out to push him back. Yeah, it's a tough one right now. They're in a cage here. They got to fight their way out.
Smith's coming under a lot of pressure and being forced back. It's Herds, however, who manages to find Citizen. That's the next kill on the list. They're moving Fnatic around at will. It becomes a flawless round. They had every angle watched. They had every piece of intel that they needed. Furia looking good now. It is a 4-2 half.
I love it. Great attack right there. Beautiful way to play for it. Timeout coming out too. Safe has already called his timeout too, so he gets another timeout to really try to give them this momentum, give them this calms. They just need to kind of get back into this, because I feel like they're already going to have the defensive game plan, but right now they're trying to get your team back into this game confidence-wise, because you see they're proning in sight. You know, they're kind of hiding, not really making plays back onto Furia, and that's just going to give Furia the upper hand.
I think at this point, Fnatic won't be taking this too hard at the minute. Like I said, Fortress, not necessarily one of their regular maps. Furia, much more accomplished on there. So I think, you know, Fnatic, maybe you come in, you do whatever you can do. If you can get a result, fantastic. If not, you move on and you look towards Cafe. It's a middle of the pack map for both of them. There's going to be no clear favourite if we get to Cafe. It could be absolutely anybody's, to be honest, and it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. So we will see. I think everybody wants to see a bit of that at this point, because this has been a great matchup so far. 4-2 Furia at the half. Loira going really well, supported by Herds. Herds was a little bit quiet on Border, but he's come back as that talisman for the team, got himself into it. 8-3 for Loira, 7-4 for Herds, 15 between the two of them, really driving things for Furia.
He had a big smile on Diazluka's face too. That's important, just mentality-wise, just being in map down, having that smile, still having fun. It's great to see here.
I think both teams certainly reveling in their involvement in this matchup. Are these the ones that you really are dying to play in, Dave? These are the games, or would you rather have a 7-0, 7-0 win?
I feel like the tight matches, honestly, you lose yourself in them because they're so stressful, but you have to be so detached, especially as a caller, from just the result, that you it's kind of like a roller coaster, you know. There's so many different emotions, so many close rounds, so many lost rounds, that you get out of it and you're just thankful, like, you won, honestly. So I feel like these are the matches to live for at the big tournaments, with elimination on the line, really being able to step up for your fan base, for your teammates, for your family. I mean, this is how you build your name right now.
How much do you remember of it afterwards? When you come out of a game that's, you know, really stressful, really long, you've had 15 rounds in the first map, you've got a tough second map, and it comes down to a close third. You just walk away from that and think, what just happened? Like, we won, but I don't know. I don't remember how.
I remember it was after the BDS game on Astralis when we qualified for main stage. I looked at call out and I was like, that was a close one, because it went 7-5 and it was just tight rounds, and it was, honestly, you have to be able to be appreciative of the win, but also you have to be respectful to make sure you can actually learn from the points, because even if you win, there's always going to be learning points in your win, because you're not doing everything perfectly. So you're always being able to learn from the wins and the losses. That's what makes the great teams great.
Let's see which of these teams is going to come away great on Fortress then. We head back into our second half. Bans have come through. The Electro Bros are gone, Dave. It's Kaid and Bandit that have been taken away. How much value do you think there is in that on Fortress? You've got the external breach into dorms, but other than that, we don't really see kind of too much breaching. There's that briefing wall, but otherwise...
I feel like the briefing wall really is the main part for both of the sites, because it's like the main choke point that you can really allow that Bandit and Cade to come into light, and I feel like it just allows you to play a lot more passive. Plus, honestly too, it can get a little bit annoying, so it really just depends on how the team wants to play and what they want to play against their attacking side. And if they want to solve against other things they want to solve against, they're going to leave it up, but they don't want to solve against the Bandit in the cage, so they get rid of it. So I'm fine with that here. Double shield ban too from Furia, just getting rid of the Smiths here. Main theme, info coming out, going to be heavy right now. Grim, Snake, Dokkaebi.
That's the problem that you face, isn't it? You take the double shield ban, you force Smiths onto the Dokkaebi instead. It's kind of pick your poison, you know, which one do you really want to face down? They've decided that it's going to be the intel game that they would rather deal with here on the Defense Furia. So they will kick things off, and they're actually on the south side of things, and it's going to be 2 below, 3 above. It's waiting that they're in. They've taken, we saw this from team from Wildcard. It was a couple of days ago that we saw this, just kind of going in that reverse order, taking what would normally be the third choice site to begin with.
They're going for a top pick right now. The Nomad breaching charges, showing they want to do some horizontal pressure. A little bit of a top pick center now from Laura. Dokkaebi has a Rooney called, ready to go. Rooney playing middle side. Might be playing for a lurker to the side off the Hammam side here. Maybe trying to split the site. Ignore this roam clear. Deadshot working up top right now. Gonna take the courtyard hall here. Good info on the drone work right now. Gotta spot Laura. Laura takes a lot of damage. Or gotta spot Wolves. Wolves and Laura playing this top floor together here.
I've detected an enemy nearby.
I like this from Fnatic. They're working quickly at the minute using those intel ops. There's no reason for them to be getting caught up, to be too slow. They've got the Dokkaebi, they've got the Solid Snake, they've got the drones ahead of them as well. They should be able to go through here and get a good indication of what they are facing ahead. As it stands, there's only Volps remaining upstairs on the mirror. He's in game and he's got himself hidden away in a corner at the minute. I am not sure how aware of his position they are, and if a Solid Snake walks into him without scanning and finds himself in a problem, that would be unforgivable. But we don't have to forgive anything as Wizard gets around the corner, gets the kill, nearly loses his life in doing so, but that is now advantage Fnatic on the attack. Diaz taking damage as well.
On the flank, gets pushed back down. Fury need to find a kill back right now. They're looking to go through Oven right now with the Capital, or with the Grim. Grimmies are going to be huge right now just to make sure they can actually get this influence at the site. Be out Oven. Breachin's coming out too. Going to make site extremely hard to play right now. He is getting aggressive.
Furia just being pushed back a little bit. Lyra making the most of his HP that he's got. Takes down Wizard, who was only on a sliver himself. Herds and Lyra are another couple, and they've just dropped deeper. They've absorbed that pressure really well that Fnatic were placing on them. Deepak does manage to get one back, but little idea as to where the last is. Diaz manages to find him, and that's going to be Furia taking their first defense on the offsite as well. Huge advantage at 5-2 now.
I feel like too, you see wildcard this a lot too on that site. It's very, you can give them that space because it's so hard, because you get the kitchen wall open, but the site is so much deeper than that, and they have the Goyos to deny, install at the DMR deep, and the Med Hall flank right there. Kind of Fnatic is giving them a little bit too much space and kind of trapping themselves in, and Fury just kind of condensing like an anaconda around them right there. Great round from them.
Fnatic, time to dig deep. They've had their tactical timeout. They've had the half-time chat. There is no more that Satus can do as the coach to interject here. It is all down to the players. They will be attacking the top floor this time. It will be office and bathroom, often chosen as the primary site choice. Furia showed a great ability to defend the downstairs. You can't imagine it's going to get any easier upstairs here for Fnatic. Just having a look at how much utility is going to be committed out to this south side. That's going to be the interesting point here. We've got Lyra and Diaz out there at the minute. I think they're going to be the two tasked with holding on to that. Fnatic are going to have a job on their hands clearing them out. Citizen bringing along the Brava here. I think maybe looking towards those Gashmots, the Razor Blooms, just being able to take those away and clear a path for the rest of his team.
Yeah, just making sure you bring more of the Twitch. It's a little bit different of an operator, but you just have the capability still to get rid of those traps. Opening up the gaps here in the mid-round. Trishos can also be more focused for the mirrors, just making sure you actually have just redundancy for what you need to do here. Looking for the Thorn Trap outside. I don't think there is one here. Barbed wire deep. It often works like the office block too, just giving that pressure outside the map, making it so they have to clear that. Game to Xin too. See the double reinforce coming out. No shield for the central pressure. Bonk Zera. Wizard wins the opening. Big pick right there.
Fnatic have done a good job of keeping themselves in it on the entry. They certainly haven't fallen behind there. The problem is that Furia have been pretty capable of keeping themselves in those rounds, fighting back from behind and still making it difficult for the EML side. We can see there's been a little bit of attention towards Old Tower, but there's not too much going on there from Fnatic at the minute. Herds manages to find the kill onto Deadshot. Lyra is the last one that is left defending that south side. Smiths is the one on Fnatic tasked with going in there and taking the ground. For the time being though, Fnatic are revolving around kind of up on the top floor and not really making too much progress at the minute.
Very split up right now, taking a lot of solo fights here. Need to see how they want to get into this round. Looking for a courtyard walk. Smith's still outside the map here. No, he's walking below here. Might do a con climb, and they might walk in corridor off each other. Citizen looks like he's gonna eye a hop on painting. Gotta go off the Grim Bees on horse. Wait for this 3-2-1 right now. Citizen dies on the hop. Smith ups con right now. Walking corridor, Elamine hits. They have the crossfire. Herds involved right now. He's peeking for him. Takes a kill. Triple kill for Herds.
What a round from Herds. Loira manages to pick up another Volts, finishes it off onto Wizard. That is now going to be a serious advantage for Furia. They are 6-2 up and looking very, very comfortable here on Fortress. One more round is all it will take. Fnatic, they're going to have to get 4 back-to-back if they want to avoid a map 3. But it certainly looks like that might be where we're heading, and what a treat it'll be between these two teams.
I mean, it's an amazing series. You start to see really furious clash showing out on this map because they're just such ahead of them. The map is such a big mid-round map, especially too, just making sure you could open the round well, but then in the mid-round, just being able to take the space that they give you. So just need better work from Fnatic in this mid-round, seeing what's being given and actually being able to push them back. Because if you give them that space they're giving you for free, it's worse for you.
I want to say here for Furia, this is, as an individual map, the best performance that I've seen from them internationally to date. I think, you know, we've spoken about their struggles at Salt Lake City, we've spoken about their prowess regionally. Here at EWC, it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride again for Furia. They are in a position in this match where if they lose, their key will be crushed, they go home. That's not what we would necessarily expect from this roster, but honestly, this is what I am used to seeing out of them in SAL. This is what they are capable of doing to teams, and I think it's genuinely the first time that I am at least seeing Furia deliver what they can as their best on a map internationally.
Good to see, finally finding that footing, and that's what it takes. Smith's doing a quick entry up here with the shield. Having pressure being put around him to try to mask that. C4 play coming out. Hertz gonna spot the blitz right now. Pops the flame. Gonna be forced to drop Con. He's gonna C4's on rotate right now. Bong taking damage outside. Peeking courtside. Not afraid to go for the play still, even being such an advantage to the 6-2 lead here. Wizard creating his courtyard pressure. Can Hertz style pass or he's gonna die right now. Let's see. Oh, gets off the cut as he goes for it. Siege timing right there. Wow.
We've seen a little bit of a change to Courtyard over the couple of months that Fortress has been in the map. Initially, it was kind of seen, I think, as a place you went to die. Attacking teams just avoided it. More recently, we've seen it coming into the meta a little bit. Attacking teams willing to push there.
Of course, I feel like it's a quick spot where you can do the vault over and be in it extremely quickly, especially when teams are really running an extend. With this type of setup, it's a little bit weaker because you see this hard zone inside the hallway with the Warden. So you really need to make sure you have something to clear the shield. They have the floor rest for it. They have to push him back, care for the mirror, holding the cross from the side side, and make sure they can use the back window of Loaf in combination with the hallway here to clear this Warden now right now. And that's what it takes too. It takes a lot of different team plays and mini plays to really get you into the map. Coming out from
a lot of drawing continuing from Fnatic here. Just wanting to again increase that intel. They've not actually managed to get themselves into a position to challenge any of these Furia players yet, and Loira is currently sat there just lurking, waiting for his opportunity to pounce, and he could be doing some serious damage when he does. As it is, the shield is going to be pushing up at the top of central stairs.
They're going to go mattress side here with an old tower split. They know he's flanking, okay? They have one holding for him here. They need to speed their play up. Oh, coming back right now. And, yeah, they get stalled out by the smoke with Diaz. Citizen gets one on Hertz. That's a mirror down. Deathshock kills the flanker. Warden's still in the hallway right now. He's gonna have to back up here. Bomb going down on mattress side. They have the cut. One dead. He's gonna hop through. Is he 9? No. Good cover from Deepak. 1v4. All on DS.
Fnatic have done a great job of making sure that they had every angle covered there to be able to get the diffuser down successfully. So Wizard takes down Diaz. That's going to close out the round. Fnatic keep themselves alive on Fortress for one more round at least. That brings us back to 6-3. They still have 3 more to go if they want to bring this to overtime. It's not going to be easy, but every journey starts with a single step, and they just took it.
Of course, here we go. See the third band coming out. Furia gotta get rid of the blitz. Expected the mirror being gone too. See how good that mirror system was. I feel like though Furia 2 kind of got a little bit too advantageous. Hertz dying off the mirror peeking, Laura going for that flank. You make them actually get into this next step of clearing out that Warden. They weren't going to go for it. They were going for the mattress side. But even though you give away those 2 kills on the backside, weaken the extension, allow the split to come through, Diaz has to give up the old tower side. You see Wizard eat up off that. Just making sure you're actually making Fnatic get into that step, and then when they get in that step actively, you're making your play onto them.
Okay then, every round at the minute could be Fnatic's final round on Fortress. Furia, of course, just need one more. And this time they will be going back down to waiting. That's where they're going to try to get this one finished off. They did win it back in round 7 and are now able to come back in round 10. And this time, Furia will not even have Blitz to play behind. It wasn't enough for them to get it done last time, and it is not going to be available for them this time. So they've got the glass, they've got the Nomad Ram, so it's going to be a little bit of vertical pressure. I think we're maybe going to see that hatch player here with the Capitao being brought in as well.
Yes. I want to see if they use his glass here. They're going for a spawn peek. 4 thorns, 2 bar in the pocket. Do not do this at home, guys.
Certainly taking some serious risk there on the side of the Thorn, but he's going to disappear into the map, keep himself safe. I'd still like to see him get some of that utility out there.
Of course. Especially the barbed wire. I feel like the Thorns are, you see really common with the LMIs to have in pocket. At least 2. 4 and 2 is a little bit... Let's see what he does. Gonna put 1 Thorn mine down. Starting off with this top take, dropping the glass down.
The Razor Blooms do start to be positioned. He's down now to 2 in pocket. Would still like you to get that barbed wire out, Herds, if I'm honest. Make sure it's down there for your team. It's not being brought as a decoration, my friend. But for the time being, he's going to keep a hold of it. It's still 5 versus 5. In goes Wizard on the Snake. We've seen him have some great moments with the F2. Locates himself a player. Gonna look to chase him down, but Lyra does dip himself away. The Boogie Drone has done its work above as well. So right now, Furia will be playing a little bit deeper outside of sight, but this is exactly how they held it last time around, Dave. They didn't need to be inside the site. They were happy to just hold themselves back, take those longer range fights, and they got the kills they needed.
Ooh, almost gets a kill bonk. They might be eyeing the med clear through right now with the glass Capitao. Gotta clear the barbed wire right now. Here, either need to help him on the men's head or try to retake the top when they go for this med clear here. Let's see which one they choose for. Glass cutting through. Gotta keep this off. He has court control right now. Wizard holding the flank 2 on the backside. Deadshot doubled up Hertz on the top Eagle side right now. Stalemate right now. Both frozen. Who makes him first move?
And it only benefits Furia as that clock keeps ticking down. We often refer to it as the 6th man. It works in the favour of the defenders all the time. And Fnatic, they need to find a way to get moving here. They take a challenge onto the stairs just to prevent that flank coming down and applying pressure. Deadshot onto Hertz. Diaz with 1 onto Deepak. Important utility lost with the Capitao going by the wayside. We're going to have Citizen taking the fight on here. Manages to pick up Lyra. And there's also a down elsewhere. It's Diaz. That's the Warden down. So there's a real opportunity. If Fnatic realise it, they need to get aggressive, push forward. They don't have the diffuser in hand at the minute. That's a little bit of a problem. I'm not sure exactly where it's down, but they're going to have to go for kills. Deadshot takes some damage. 2v2, 2v1. They have to make the decision to commit to this fight. Boxera can just keep himself alive. There's no opportunity for them to plant. He shoots around the corner and he wins it out for Furia. Fnatic, they failed to have the opportunity to close the round out by not having the diffuser, and Furia punished them beautifully.
Oh, the pressure's starting to hit, Tim. Pressure's starting to hit. Map 3 we go. Deeper down the rabbit hole.
I don't know whether Furia maybe had control of that diffuser. Maybe they had it at their feet. I don't know exactly where it was, but ultimately, Fnatic just paying the price there of not getting that back in hand, able to get a plant and extend that clock. And it means Boxera, you could see him, he wanted to take the fight, and then he looks at the clock, 5 seconds, 1v2, I'm hiding! And he gets himself led prone and then just pre-fires that door with an entire mag, wins out the round, beautiful stuff.
And you saw the Nomad 2 honestly had a good time to take the fight when he was prone fighting him. He tries to wait for his teammate, kind of bites him, trying to be 2 in sync. Honestly, whoever was running deep up needed to try to get to him quicker, but then in that round, trying to go for that fight, you have to, honestly.
What an incredible second map we are seeing here. Some of these rounds coming down to the wire, as we just saw there, and as we see in this round as well. If it wasn't for this one, it would have been an even more dominant victory for Furia on their own map pick. Incredible scenes here, close rounds. Big actors on the side of Furia as well. We're looking at Hertz, we're looking at Laura. They are coming alive in this series. And a player like Deadshot, who had a great map, is going much more silent here. Again, refrags all over the board, teamwork, things are coming down to the very wire, and I'm excited that we're gonna have yet another map in this barn burner of a series.
Well, I said before we came in, didn't I? Cafe is like middle of the pack preference for both of them. I think it's actually 4th preference for both of these teams. They've got a similar record. I think it's like 6-3 Furia, 5-2 Fnatic. So there's absolutely nothing really to separate them on Cafe. And I think we're going to have a very close map 3. Do not look away from this one. This could be another one of the big stories of the Esports World Cup.
I think what will separate these two teams is the mentality. And that alone, going into this map, who's going to go for it in this map 3? Who's feeling the pressure? Who's not feeling the pressure to actually have those mistakes and go for it? And I feel like Furia, that's going to be a big just momentum boost coming from that map. They had a lot of good rounds, a lot of tight rounds in that in this map. And it's been just over the course of the whole series too, and from Border, there's been so many close rounds. So it's just going to be that mentality. Who can actually stay detached and go from one round to another?
We know how defender favorite Cafe can be sometimes. The fact that Furia have the better round differential means they get to pick it. They pick defense, which shouldn't be a surprise, but I see you looking, well, not confused maybe, but more worried, I guess, for the side of Fnatic having to start an attack there.
Yeah, I think it just depends, because it's such a 50-50 whether on the Cafe side, because a lot of the time, if your attacking style is good and you have good displacements, like lineups, and you're able to actually get these kills from outside the building, the defense is really forced into, like you see Geek playing very aggressive on the east balcony, on the mining balcony with the runouts. So if the attack is really strong, they can force your hand and make you make those mistakes, kind of like they were doing on Border. But if Furia can just allow themselves to have that utility, get those kills, play aggressively, then Fnatic could be on the back foot this whole series.
I'm excited we're gonna get a 3rd map to determine this series, determine whose key gets crushed and who will move on to the players. We'll take a little bit of a break and then we're back with the final map. One more map in the group stage. One more map to determine whose key gets crushed and who moves on to the playoffs. It all comes down to this. We're going to be going to Cafe for our final map here. Now, there is so much we can talk about. Furia get the starting side. They start on defense. A notable thing we've seen from Fnatic is they won 4 attacking rounds on Cafe against ag.al. But Furia, they are no slouches themselves. They pulled this map through against Weibo in overtime with big clutches from players like DS.
They've both had big performances on here so far. I genuinely think a lot of this is maybe going to come down to the mentality, something you'll know plenty about, Dave. When you're sitting down for that third map, the pressure's on, you know that it's do or die. You either go through to a quarterfinal, which, especially for Fnatic, I think there's an expectation for Furia to get to those late stages of a tournament. But Fnatic, as much as you can kind of put it off and say, no, you know, we're just playing, we didn't think we'd maybe get everything's about. There's going to be a bit in those players' minds right now thinking this could be a quarterfinal. What a statement.
Of course, too. And the more you talk, the more just you get communicative with the other team, you're yelling at them, the more your will and your ego kind of wants to beat these players. And that can honestly kind of freeze you up, especially if you're talking a lot. It can get you just really just in your own head, in your own mind, like, are we about to lose this? I was talking all this stuff and they're getting closer and closer. So whichever team can really detach from that and just play their game, sync to their level, and you sync to the level of the practice you do every day. And that's what they're going to feel here. So whoever's been working harder day in and day out running into this tournament is going to win this game.
Almost kind of needs to become autopilot in some ways, just to remove that element of nerves, of emotion, of thought. It's about just going through, like you say, the reps. Everything that you've done previously, just doing it the same, keeping on point and keeping it tight.
Exactly, and I feel like that's what really allows you to know your foundation of your attacking play, and that's what's going to give you the possibility to spot these gaps that Fnatic are going to give you in this game. Because if you know what your team is supposed to be doing, if DS knows where Laura is, where Hertz is, where Volps is, where they're pushing, he's going to be able to just focus on what Fnatic is doing and say, hey, oh, they just gave me this gap, I'm in the site, let's go. So it's just going to be extremely important for them to keep calm, read Fnatic, and the other way around too. Fnatic going to have to be able to keep calm, not give away too many of these opening kills, and just really be able to solve their defensive side from Furia here.
We have a few minutes here before we're going to get into this game, just finalizing the last few things for our players before probably the most important map for them inside this tournament so far. On the A stream, just now we saw Liquid able to take down CAG. CAG was a team that made it all the way from the play-ins. The other team that made it all the way from the play-ins is playing on the stage right now. Fnatic, they crushed 2 keys themselves so far. This would be their 3rd key, but then again for Furia, their 1st key and the first time they take down an EML team.
I'd go a step further and say in the most important map for these 2 teams at this tournament, I'd say for these 2 teams, this is the most important map this year.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, for these 2, it's for their existence because these rosters haven't been together longer than that. So, you know, these are, as a team, as this group of players, both of them, now going into their most important map that they've played. This is where we are really going to see what pressure does. You know, does pressure turn them into diamonds? We'll see as this match goes on.
Yeah, exactly what you said. Even too, just careers. You see Smith, you see Wizard. This is their first tournament. They've never been here on an elimination line before at the doorstep of death. Getting out of that tournament, going home before you actually want to do. It's a different type of pressure. Some people can't handle it.
Even on the side of Furia, the player you just saw on your screen there, Boxzero, hasn't had the greatest of histories when making it to international events either. Players of on the likes of Hertz, though, have been around the block for a little while. They certainly know what it's like to win tournaments, to win big trophies, and they find themselves on the verge of elimination. Looking at this final map, taking all things in consideration, Furia starting on defense, they have the momentum. This incredible performance that we're seeing on the side of Fnatic, though, it makes it so difficult to tell who's gonna be pulling this one out of the bag here. The most important map for both these teams at this tournament, it is do or die. You win, you make it through. You lose, your key gets crushed. It all gets decided on Cafe.
Here we go then, Furia versus Fnatic, playing for absolutely everything they've got left here at the Esports World Cup. We have had big performances so far, Dave, on both sides of the table. They have been giving it absolutely everything, and they've just got one more map to hold on through this one. We're going to have our bans come in. It's Monty and Solid Snake, it's Castle and Wamai. That Castle ban, an interesting one.
Castle usually see it sometimes. Some teams just don't want to have to make sure they have to go across the map to open up different castle barricades. Approach a cigar extension, leaves the Azami up. Should expect to see the Azami on the top extension here if they want to contest piano. Good to see the Monty, the Snake Band. Snake's going to be good for the info op. You see Wizard running out almost every round it's up. Going to be bringing the line out just to be able to slow down the aggression coming out from Furia here. Oh, yeah. The Monty band's a good band too because you know I really do love their shield play. It's going to open up the Blitz, the Blackbeard combination here. So you can look to see Smiths on that. You got to see Deepak on the Nomad going to be able to shut down the eastbound pressure, the Garage run out, the Snowdar run out, the Bakery run out. Gridlock to shut down the red flank, the staircases here. Going mining first, mining one of the most deep state win-con sites, of course, how I always like to say, you have your below pressure, you have your top pressure to be able to retake through. The top side should be a lighter layer here. You see, you can bring out the mirror, the cage to really make sure that if they don't bring this Thatcher, this range breach out, that they're not going to be able to work this. Bring a Thatcher out, you're on Thatcher on the roof, you Thatcher through the floor, you get rid of the mirrors, you push them back slowly instead of leap, but then that forces them into the late round here. You see 4 C4s and the trap operator. You're going to be playing for the reading side right now, or the reading side, should I say, with the C4s above to the long bar side and towards the laundry hatch here. Fnatic needs to find a way to make that mid-round a little bit quirky right now.
Fnatic very conscious of the possibility of any spawn peaks or early aggression coming out of Furia, and you can't blame them. With the players on the side of Furia, they are certainly willing to take a gunfight. Nothing doing for them though, but you've always got to show that attention because you know the second you don't, that's what's going to happen. Lyra manages to get a kill, and look who it is. Smith's taken out, Blackbeard off the board. That top floor clearance just became a little bit more tricky.
It hurts. Don't have much nades other than Deadshot right now. Looking to see the Thatcher clearing the mute jammer to get rid of this information. Still getting mute jammer, so he has to wish another Thatcher for it. Only 4 Thatchers left for the Thatchered all 3 mute jammers here. Okay. It's finally getting the info to cigar, but you just see how much that information now has an effect on the attacking side on this map here. Herd's playing below the skylight. Drops off right now. It's a good drop off here. Now they just need to play the layer game. They have their kill already. Play for the C4 on the back windows on D-Peg. He's using 6 pellets.
More Thatcher charges were coming out along the way as well. I don't know if they were targeted maybe at Banshees or at further mute jammers, but one way or another, Citizen was still doing work on that Thatcher up on the rooftop. 1 minute 30, and not really confidently moved inside of the map yet. They've got themselves into Cigar, which is basically just a hatch drop, and then they haven't pushed forward from there. Fnatic a little bit slow on the uptake here of Cafe.
Fighting Ghost right now. Don't really know much where anyone is right now. Deadshot walking to top. Still just clearing stuff with their guns right now. But Fury is fully gone here. It's into the next round, into the late round right now with the C4s here.
Still got 2 in hand, going to be looking for that bit of verticality where they can get themselves a cheap kill here and there. You always love a nitro kill because it doesn't put you at any risk to get it if you get it working well. Soft breach charges going off, 45 seconds left for Fnatic here. This isn't terrible timing for them. They have been a little bit slow at the beginning of the round, but they are now starting to apply a little bit of pressure towards site, starting to just give themselves an opportunity to maybe use that external window. Shots continue to rain in through. Not going to find their mark, but Deepak, he does level things up with a kill on 2box0. That's going to be the Malusi taken off the board. 4 versus 4. My concern for Fnatic here is time. 15 seconds left to go, still 4 left alive. Look at the peak around the corner. Lyra again doing the damage. Citizen onto Diaz. 10 seconds left to go. The plant is going down though. Wizard might be able to stick it. He's going to have to try, but Volps gets a double. A beautiful retake up above from Furia. Fnatic have let them get up there above them, and those are the sort of mistakes that will be punished by the Brazilian side.
It's such a deep level of siege because you go off the top floor. If you don't have anyone worried about the retake above, you're going to lose it because it's so much. A lot of times people think it's always below, but a lot of times that white walk-up is really strong too if they don't have anyone walking down. So great play from Volps. Should be a big map from him too. Just you need your experience, your veterans to come out in these map 3s to really just lay down the law and show why you've been in this scene for so long.
They had a Nomad as well, but the air jabs very possibly looking to deal with external runouts and things like that, but not covering off the flanks. They had a gridlock. They had so much utility there to possibly deal with those staircases to prevent that top floor retake coming in from Volps, but one way or another, he's got the job done. Great from him. Fnatic back to the drawing board. Round 2, it's going to be reading this time that they're attacking.
Let's see it here. Again, you see this mirror extension coming out. I'll probably see a mirror third brand here coming from Fnatic. They're going to really force them into that. Getting the hatch right now. You see Furia right now, they're really playing dual layer. They're contesting the top, but they're also bringing enough C4, so when they do layer back, they have capability to still influence around here. And the Valkyrie's going to bring so much info too in the mid round just for these retakes to know what's clear and where Fnatic are. And that's really such an important part about Cafe, what drones you could deny. You see the Mute Mozzie coming out every round too, so you really have to choose between the Mute, the Mozzie, the Valk, and the Mirror, and the Azami. Just so many power-ups coming out. Great lines from Furia here. C4 cheese coming out. This guy's deep. Wow.
Going to choose to keep it in pocket for later in the round rather than trying to send it all the way. I would have to say it's going to get shot out long before it reaches its target if it comes out of that window. So, for the time being, Furia looking pretty good. 40 seconds, still fairly comfortable up there. Fnatic haven't done anything to displace them as of yet. Not on inside of the map. We often talk about this disruption and displacement of defenders. If you think about it, you know, naturally your defenders are going to set up in their #1 power spot. That's where they want to be. So anything you can do to get them moving, whether that be with utility, whether it be with pressure, whether it be with clearing utility from their side as well, it's going to help you to develop because they are going to go to progressively weaker and weaker positions every single time.
Tim, no range breach 2 here. The mirrors are going to be really annoying for them. No Twitch either. Going to have to use flashes to clear Freezer out. C4 comes out. They can layer now. They got to initiate it. Go, 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 go.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from Herds there, catching the man. Deepak taken out. They've no idea. Deadshot, absolutely not a clue. Walks on headlong into Boxera and gets punished for it. 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2 as Volts manages to take down Smith. The shields have been ineffective for Fnatic so far. 5 versus 2 and big problems for Fnatic.
Very difficult here. Not much Vert 2 on the Ram. All Ram's drones gone. Takes a fight. Hertz takes him down. Fury playing confidently. Should see a timeout soon for Fnatic right now. Oh no, does he lose this one too, Wizard? No, okay. Hertz not gonna go for the peak. Takes the fight up.
Wizard just trying to use the time here, trying to see if they give him an opportunity, which they will. He takes a bit of damage off Herds, but it's going to be Boxera managing to find that kill. As you say, maybe time for Fnatic to be calling an early tactical timeout here. Sathas hasn't got his microphone down at this point, so I don't think we're going to see it just yet. Maybe he gives it another round, but Fnatic were off the pace significantly there in round 2.
Not even off the pace, but just their lineup. You know, they're running the mirror, they're running all this intel. You need an IQ, you need a range breach too to really just put the pressure on them. And you see him telling Simpson, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. So let's see what they do.
Like you say, Hibana, Ash, Ace, even the Kali, anything please, to be able to deal with that mirror window. We know how powerful they are. I mean, Mirror had such a high ban rate for so long, dropped off because, of course, you know, there's so many other power operators now that you have to choose from. You pick your poison, and I'm not sure that Mirror is the poison that Fnatic wanted.
Let's see here. Going lower floor right now, again, Mute Mozzie combination just to deny info, the smoke, the Valk information too for the retake. We're throwing for the traps right now. We're going to see them bring out an Aurora. Could be a quick play. No Ace, so it might not be. They might do a small hop with the Blitz to run into Bake right now. Twitch coming out too for any traps, and Nomad coming out also. Let's see if we have cans on Zofia. Cans on Zofia, only 2 cans left. They have C4 capability too, so the hatch could be difficult if they go topside, Tim. They only have 1 can for Garage and 1 can for the hatch. Weak canning here. All on Citizen. If Citizen dies, it could be bad for them.
Was that a phrase of weak canning?
Yeah.
I love that. We're going to keep that. That's going to stick around. Weak canning.
Hatch is open now, okay.
Citizen needs to be careful with his life here. This is something you and I have seen a few times, Dave, that lack of redundancy, them being punished. If you're going to do that, you have to recognize that weakness in your team and keep Citizen out of those fights.
So he's going to play to impact Smiths through here, okay? Through the prep side, okay? They're going to play to smoke off the Bake, go for the prep kill first, and then reverse clear Bakery here. Go to Aurora off small and hop. Let's see how they stop this. The smoke should be able to stop his initial play. Wizard gets down. That's the play stopped. They have to commit to this here. C4 goes out. Doesn't stop him from going C4. C4 out. Misses it. Smoke stops too here. They're fronted. They can't go through this right now. And this is their whole play right now. They're going to sit and wait.
All slowing down on that front side to push for Fnatic, then losing the Twitch, certainly not ideal. Bot0 having a great game on Cafe so far, no choice but to get aggressive through the smoke. It doesn't work! Lyra backs up his teammate, Hurts with another. This could be 2 flawless rounds! Furia finally showing their class on the international stage. They look dominant here on map 3.
Here comes the timeout. Has to. You need it right now. You're not in the Citizen getting frustrated. He always plays worse when he's frustrated here too, so not a good sign for Fnatic. Especially as the main caller, you have to stay detached right now. Oh.
No timeout coming in just yet.
He's letting it slip too far. It's getting away from them right now.
This is it. You feel like a 4-0 is just that little bit too much for Fnatic to be taking on this first half. I just want to have a look at their Cafe stats. We've got a reasonable amount of numbers. Yeah, there you go. It's not that we were both kind of, flabbergasted by the fact that we weren't seeing that tactical timeout come in. If we look at the defensive win rate for Fnatic on Cafe across the last 5 times they played it, we're only at a 50%, Dave. They already need to be winning the next 3 rounds.
It's very animated right now. Oh my gosh.
I think he's saying not like this.
Yeah.
I think that might be the message. Not like this, boys.
But I feel like sometimes too as a coach, you have to be really intentful, because I feel like a lot of the times these players are already feeling so much pressure, and yelling at them, I feel like it's just worse, because a lot of the time a lot of these players shell up. I feel like with more hard-nosed competitors, if NFL teams, stuff like that, those people it's just a more aggressive sport. With gaming, it's more or less keeping your composure, and I feel like even in talking, you're never really yelling at someone respectfully. You're yelling at them because they're doing something wrong, and it doesn't never make them feel any better.
In this kind of situation, Dave, obviously, when you've sat there and you've got that timeout coming in, is there any difficulty from a player perspective there? Like you say, maybe a coach is yelling, maybe they're not. However it is there an importance for how the coach communicates so that it actually goes in? Is there a difficulty in actually listening and absorbing that information under the stress sometimes?
I feel like yes, especially in this type of matchup when it's coming in very harshly, it could. But one thing Colin always talks about and always does is making sure he's a very neutral person for the team. So he's not going to be too overly hyped. He's not going to be too overly angry. Of course, if he needs to get on you, he's going to get on you. But in the moment, he's going to make sure he's giving you just what you need, not any extra emotion behind his messaging. So it's about staying intentful. And you see too, Furia completely ahead. They go into the Mozzie ban, and this is when they bust out the Clash, the Azami, the double. The Electro Bros are out and about.
Basically, Furia are just giving them absolutely no breathing space whatsoever here. They're just ramping up the difficulty. This to me is like Furia saying, yeah, okay, you've just had a 7 out of 10 difficulty for the last 3 rounds. Now you're about to see the 10.
No breaching either. No Thatcher coming out. The IQ's coming out with no Valkyrie, so they're behind right now. You just see the misinformation game.
Closing off those staircases this time, making sure that there's not going to be any flanks up onto this top floor. It is a top floor site, always one that I ask questions about.
Hiding below an emo right now. Could C4 new Balk. Let's watch for this here.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're aware of DS's position here, and like you say, as soon as they do start dropping, the shield comes around. There's a player actually in heaven over there, so he's going to give the call. Yeah. He's going to say, yeah, they're there. He's going to be the one to kind of pull the trigger on this almost and tell him that it's go time.
It's missing him. Yep, they have no information. Gets the kill on the shield too. Gets traded back.
They're not going to mind that. DS manages to find a second. That's the IQ taken out. So any of those surviving, any of that utility that IQ could have been spotting out, the electrification, anything that could have helped them to move on, even the location of the Clash, if that shield is activated, is now going to be gone. 4 versus 3. 3 versus 3 as Wizard fans, an absolute beauty. Feels like that's what Fnatic need at the minute, is that just injection of pace and hype from a couple of big kills.
But I want to see the Ashe on the opposite side trying to get rid of these mirrors for his team. They're walking long bar right now, going through off the Grimbees. Clash should plant shield soon here. They're going deep right now. Thor with 1. Bomb C1 side right now. C4 on DS. Has the info on Wizard. Bomb going down. Get off. They get the Clash. Shield's going to go away. Playing the 2v1 right now. Still a C4 up. He styles across mid freezer right now. 1 freezer, 1 tarp, have a perfect crossfire here. Need to play the 3-2-1 swing. He's going to walk tarp side. Diaz going to tuck in the corner here. Volps has his contact, playing off of Volps. Diaz going to swing. Diaz gets a 1v1. All on Volps here. He's going to play time. He's going deep right now. It's good on him. Forced to plant. Deepak pulls off. Baits it. Volps going to push off this last tap. He's walking slow. No information. Styles deep. Deepak runs. Goes freeze. Pulls out the bailiff. Going close. It's a dance. It's a salsa.
10 seconds left to go. Who is going to find this first? It's going to be Volps on the Clash. He doesn't even have a big primary. He just comes in, takes the fight on the Clash secondary, wins it out. Furia will not be stopped. It was a better round from Fnatic. They managed to create that pressure. They got the presence inside of Heaven and moved through. Got a couple of kills. Okay, there maybe was a problem with dealing with the mirror windows, but other than that, they were able to get on top of that round, but still Furia find the way. We are starting to see the best of the Brazilians.
And this is the mentality too, looking at Wizard too after that round, hands in the air, saying what can we do? Just this.
I think it is very much a case right now of what can we do. They've gone in there, they've got kills, they've got aggressive inside of sight, they've taken space, they've taken utility away, they bring it down to a 1v1. They even have a bit of an advantage there. As I say, Volps, he doesn't have a primary. He's on the secondary, he's the Clash. He still wins out that fight with silky smooth moves.
Oh, the tango right there.
Round 5 here.
Oh, you see too here. This is even deeper. They're bringing the Cade. They're shotgunning so you can't Habana off the Cade. You're forcing to bring that Thatcher. It's bad right now. And they're not even no range breach, no breaching at all for the mining site. Fnatic just putting themselves again on the back foot with these operator lineups here.
Reloading. Cover me. Deploying heartbeat sensor.
Oh no. This is getting bad, Tim.
It's not getting good if you're a Fnatic fan. I will agree with you there, Dave. It's been a tough day for EML, and it looks like it could be getting that bit tougher. Nitro ready to go out, does not find its mark. Deadshot gets away with that one, and we find ourselves still in a 5v5. Nitro off the board, not a bad thing.
But you see, all these rounds, they're trying to do something in the early round, and you see how much that slows their initial to the building. You take maybe 40 seconds off of the clock that they have to just care for C4, for cheese plays getting to the building. That's 40 seconds you've wasted for your late round. When you're running this great lineup too, Wizard playing close on the... Maybe gonna play for a walk-off. He's gonna hear it. Low ammo right now. Bonk's gonna take the fight soon. Ooh, gets a win. They're going on the top right now. 4v3 here. Pulse style. Oh, Wizard.
Those are the opportunities they've got to be taking, though. They've got to catch every man at every chance, because Furia aren't going to give them any more chances than that. 3 versus 2 Volps. Look, they know exactly where everybody is. Furia ticking every single box right now.
Look how confident he is, too. 7-0 here.
Throwing frag grenade.
Making vert right now. Better put a punch hole in the wall.
Punch that. Lyra manages to find the kill. Volps closes it out. 8-0 now. Volps having a life game at the minute, just running away with this. Furia, the confidence is soaring. They have finally found their groove on the international stage. And I tell you what, teams in those quarterfinals are going to be looking at this and thinking, we do not want anything to do with Furia.
And like I said, in these matches, these map 3s, you really expect your calm, your collective players, your veterans to show up. And Volts being one of the best players going all the way back to W7M throughout his whole career. Beautiful.
And the thing is, it feels harsh of me to be saying you've got to catch the pulse when he goes, but this is the fine margins when you're playing against a team that are playing like Furia. You get a half a millisecond chance.
Yeah.
And if you don't take it, too late. You're not going to get another one.
Because Wizards in the gap creating all this pressure, but you see Citizens sitting on the hatch, not making plays off of each other. If Wizards that deep pillar, you guys need to have like a bingo word to where if he's that deep and he can't get back out, that you're making plays and taking space off of him so you can trade game. Because you see the Mute and the Valkyrie both fighting Wizard in the Pulse too. He has 3 people pulled onto him. You need your teammates to activate and to get into the gaps. 5-0 here.
It feels like this is... it feels like a different Fnatic than the one that we've seen. I've kept saying when we see their best Siege, and this is exactly it. The pressure is on. I think there's maybe a little bit of nerves up on stage for them as well. It seems to be impacting them because we have seen way better from Fnatic than we've seen over these first 5 rounds. Don't get me wrong, they've not been terrible here. Furia have just been excellent. But Fnatic have, I think, played at this sort of level as well, but haven't really quite been able to deliver it here. I think they'll look back on this and think, you know, that's a learning curve lesson for the fact that the pressure does mount when you're in that final map. It's just a different beast. It feels different. But right now, let's get back to the action. It's round 6 and Furia 5-0 up, starting to run away with this. Fnatic desperately need. I always say, if you're only going to win 1 round in the first half, make sure it's round 6.
Let's see here, bringing out the Clash again. Again, you just see how prevalent these C4s are on Cafe, having the C4 ready for the stacks window and for the for the C2 window here. Having the Clash extend piano right now, having the Jaeger, I assume he's playing towards the Shy. Oh, he's hiding right now behind J-Desk. Citizen has dropped red. I don't think they have information on him. They use 2 stuns, waste them on the Clash. Only 1 stun left for the Clash. C4 goes out, Mrs. Smith's here. I don't think they know Hers is here. Citizen's gonna have to care. Walking down red right now. Trying to go horizontal side right now. It's all clean though. Scan comes out. They want to go side right now. Hers is gonna get down. They have him on the window cutting.
This is looking pretty good for Fnatic at the minute, but Loira says maybe not. Catches Citizen as he tries to walk in. 4 versus 4. Wizard, however, with 1 on to Loira. And that leaves us now 4 versus 3. Fnatic have got enough control inside here to start thinking about putting the diffuser down. Boxera is low health as well. Wizard will secure the plant. That's a great play from Fnatic. They spotted a bit of space. They controlled it from the window. That is more what we expect out of the EML team. Great teamwork there to get the diffuser down. 30 seconds left to go. Furia on the retake, on the fight back, but it looks like it's going to be difficult for them. Fnatic have had time to get set now. Deadshot takes down Boxera. Long angle from Diaz. Wizard is there for the trade. 3 versus 1. Vault is 8-0 so far. You've got to expect that he's going to come away with his first death in 6 rounds. Knows that there's one in behind the train carriage. Can't find him. Wizard takes him down. If you're going to win 1 round, make sure it's round 6. Fnatic do that.
Game on. Game on. Let's see it. Smile on Citizen's face too. Doesn't tell me it's not over. Timeout coming out too. Let's see what Citizen can do. Give this energy to his team. You see Reduct too, giving comms to the guys. Right here, you really want to calm your guys down. Because honestly, it's 0-0. You can't really think about your lead too much, because if you think about your lead too much, they're going to start clawing it back. And then if they start bringing the lead back, you know, you're going to start getting nervous. You just need to stay 0-0, 1 round at a time right now for each team here.
Furious attacking win rate the last 8 times that they've played Cafe is at 45%, so it's not amazing, not terrible. Those numbers would certainly be good enough to win this out, but it does also give maybe a little bit of hope, maybe a little bit of life to the Fnatic dream for the fans out there that they can run this one back. They need a 5-1 half on the defense. I think getting that round just before the halftime is perfect for them. It gives Sathas then 2 minutes on the back of it to come in and have that second opportunity to level things out and to give a little bit of a plan for how the defense is going to look. The question is, how do you play against this Furia team right now with how well they're hitting their shots, with how few chances they're giving you? What do you do on the defense? Do you back yourself and get aggressive, or do you play that more passive style? We saw virtus.pro do it earlier on today. It worked beautifully. Just sitting back a little bit deeper, making it difficult for them.
I think it really does depend on the bans, but obviously what doesn't is the C4 play. You need to make sure you have a little bit of aggression, and you need to make sure you have your C4s ready to just displace the windows. And having that with good combination, you can actually play aggressively if the Izami and the castle's up in the cigar side. But if they're not, you need to use your mirror, your Cade, your wall denial to kind of back your zone up into the freezer extension. And then you can also do what DZ did very well, was to use the tarp extension with the smoke and the Cade and make it even deeper of a layer and a deeper of a hard zone for the attackers to deal with. So I feel like right now Fanatics really need to make Furia uncomfortable, and also too the Mute Mozzie game is going to be extremely huge to make sure that Furia have no idea what operators they have. And I think that's why I want to see IQ a little bit earlier too, because if they are running a lot of Mute Mozzie, you can bring the IQ, you can just have the IQ ping the bomb site, you can scan the bomb site, you can scan any utility, so you can get the actual icons of the operators if you're running Dokubi, Deimos, just for the information, just to know what you're up against here.
Okay, the bans do come on in then. We've got the Mirror, the Azami, we've got the double shield ban. Fnatic deciding that, you know what, Volp's had enough fun back on Fortress with the shields. We're going to take a couple of them away. Volp's immediately going to lock in the Blackbeard. The question is, and the big problem for Fnatic here, can Volps do enough damage in 3 rounds on the Blackbeard to get this over the line before those bans matter?
I think that Blackbeard is really good too. You might see a B2 repellent, just being able to spearhead into the windows, call it the B2 blast. Going reading first here, the pulse for the information, the Mozzie to the 9. They already got the cam up red, 2 cams up red already. Mozzie essentially useless now here. Cam deep ticket, great information by Volps. They got the Wamai coming out here. Let's see, 2 C4s, 2 impacts, the Thorn, the Aruni. A little bit of a C1 extension. They have hard utility too to stop that, the projectile. You see Gridlock coming out, the Fuse Shield. No, going to bring the Blackbeard. Ashe, Deimos, Zofia. Could be C1 clean right now. The smoke's coming out though on the Gridlock. Ooh. Let's see what they do. It might be a little bit of a quick play.
Herds is going to be paying just as much attention to any possible peaks or runouts as Fnatic were. Furia do not want to be losing anybody early, do not want to be giving Fnatic any way back into this. You know that they are going to be looking to just keep this pressure on. However, doesn't matter what they intend or what they want. Wizard manages to find the opener onto Box Zero and he takes down the Deimos. That is a big pick.
Going for the rush here. They have sight. Going deep. Uh-oh. Going to cross deep right now. Going to be able to stop anyone stopping the plant from above from Skylight Control right now. Durlock going to be shutting that down. Pulls off the plant. Nades his Mozzie here. Pushes him in the laundry. Gets a kill off his teammate. Another one laundry. Gets another kill Herds. Another one drops laundry. Fish in the baler right now. Herds. Match point.
This is just absolutely beautiful coming out from Furia. It is just clinical right now. Every step they take is the correct one. We see the battle. Deepak has attention and pressure from every single side. The cheers go up on the side of Furia. They are 1 round away from an Esports World Cup quarterfinal.
Just clinical. Being able to spot the gap, going right for it. And that's what the best teams are going to do.
So good.
They're going to go for the heart, the jugular.
That is what I'm talking about. When I've said a few times, we've been talking about Furia, and I've said they feel a little bit different at the minute. When we look at the meta and we look at the players we normally see, I can't remember seeing a rush that goes into that location, that goes that far through. They're always doing something a little bit different, and they just haven't been able to show it us so far at Salt Lake, here in Paris. But now, they really are bringing their A-game to the table. It's translating, it's beautiful, and Furia look like a terrifying prospect. I often talk about form at tournaments and how it's important to hit form at the right time. It's all well and good coming in and having a fantastic start. If you lose your quarterfinal because that form dips, what does it matter? If you can have maybe a bit of a rough start, it's been up and down for Furia, but if you hit form for the last 3 or 4 games, you might just go home with a real big prize.
Let's see here. Going lower, bringing the Solus out. Tuberal, Goyo, Aruni, Fen. Not much stopping power for the shield except for the Goyo Flames right now. Going for a little bit of a spawn peek. Gonna go for a clear right now. You see this? You see the Sens bringing the cans right now. Gridlock for the flanks. Blackbeard could be a VIP take, or they might go for just a plant. He's putting early bait pressure right now, just making them respect it. They have the Sledge too here. No Ram coming out. Gonna look to see Bonk making all the vert.
Cover me.
Only 1 C4 too for that, and I think he's probably going to be playing Whiskey side for the denial here. No VIP player right now. Wizard doing a solo room too here on the Solus.
All the way up on the top floor at present. I think he's just started attracting a little bit of attention here. Furia maybe have to adjust because they know that they cannot leave the Solus alive above because it's going to be a major problem. Does get Box Zero. Big problem because it's the Blackbeard now that needs to get the gun out. Does take down Wizard, but the damage might already be done. Yeah. They've lost the Sledge. They've lost Herds on that Solid Snake. That is a great start from Wizard up on the top floor.
Yeah, just a little bit sloppy from Furia right there, going before the drone there. Even having the Snake too, you can run him on the rappel, like I said, get all of the information for free. Going a bit faster here, gonna go for a VIP clean right now. Walk in the hall, gets the kill. Yep, 6-2 here.
Brilliant from Citizen. Nice double just to make sure that Fnatic get this one over the line. Diaz with 1:30 left on the clock, so he does have the seconds at least, but he certainly doesn't have the manpower. Will take the challenge on through sight. Knows that there's one there because they've been shooting at him. They're going to lie prone. Does pick up dead shot. 1 versus 3. 1:20. Diaz getting a little bit carried away there maybe. Just checking that crouch key, but we're going to have challengers coming in from multiple angles here. Fnatic just need to play this smart. Hang on a minute. 1v3 becomes 1v2. A little bit of a problem brewing for Fnatic and plenty of time for Diaz.
Let's see if he can keep this pace going. One prone sync. Does have a track stinger if he wants to use for it. No nades left here. Needs to kill the info. And once you kill the info in the clutch, it really forces your opponents to have to solve in that actual round, and you become a ghost to them here. Info's gone. It's all on the people and the information they hear. Throws a track singer, wastes it. One freezer, one sink. Playing the crossfire, baits a shot, so he's focused on freeze here. Trying to just allow his teammate no room. He gets all. Doesn't see the shoulder. He's gonna peek. Whoa.
Well closed out there by Fnatic. It was getting a little bit close for comfort at the end, but Diaz being below half health there, always going to be a tough one. Just misses the elbow of the Fenrir as well. That could have maybe made the world of difference had he seen that and been able to pre-fire him, but ultimately Fnatic get the round 6-2. 4 more to go for them if they want to get us into overtime. Furia just getting a little bit ahead of themselves there, Dave, maybe?
Of course, yeah. He's not really using the drone. You see the drone going out. He gets 2 kills before the drone gets there, even though you have the snake to be able to go on the outside of the rappel just to scan that guy, get that information for free without even having a drone, without even having to put anyone on the line for it. Just making sure they take their step 1 clean. Let's see right here, going back reading. Running a similar lineup right now to not this Tuberal. Could see for them to layer tarp right now and try to stall at that point in the round. See the Ram, Buck, going to be a vertical take right now. Sophia coming out too. Should be a slow vert take here. Gonna have to look for the C1 clear, especially with this Rooney being up. Wizards are gonna get aggressive. Wizards are a player to look for too this round.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
An extension with the pulse for the information. The snake coming out too. He can get the information from train side and above here. Let's see.
It's just reinforcing the wall there that he will likely play behind inside of Train, and he'll just hold out that scanner, get all the information from above him, but also from that window should the push come in from that side. I think that's something that Fnatic are cautious of, given that it was something that they benefited from themselves, being able to work their way in from the mining side. For the time being, the pressure and attention is all going to be top floor. Furia want to clear this out. I think the Ooh, a great opener again. However, Hertz does manage to find one for himself, but it is too much from Furia. They are forcing the issue right now, Dave, and they are being punished for it. Fnatic close that out inside 20 seconds. Furia, surely they've got to calm down.
He's safe to saying 1 round at a time too, getting his guys back in it. Yeah, I think they just need to work it a little bit slower right now.
Surely if Furia just come in with a round that is solid, they just tick the boxes, they take the space, they get the kills. Surely that's how they get this over the line, because right now they are just running headlong at this wall and bouncing back off it. It ain't working.
See if they brand the Blackbird. Okay, Pulse Snake on here. Pulse just to kill the information, hurt the heart, like the information on the repels here. Should see a lot more Val coming out. Not gonna bring the Val, gonna switch into the Cade. Let's see here. Tuber out 2, little Cade tube strategy. It's gonna be nice. Should be playing for a layer here. Solus. Early aggression right now. I just want to see Fury just try to milk this. Try to make Fnatic make the mistake in the round. I feel like they're not really giving themselves much capability in the round. Going for that initial play really just puts you, like, we have to win the round on this play. If not, there's really not much else we can do here. So Look to slow it down here.
I think it's just, apply the pressure to Fnatic, make them sweat, bring the nerves back. Fnatic are now kind of playing without nerves. It's, and I mean this in a good way, it's like they're kind of playing like they've already lost. You know what? The nerves have gone now, they've lifted because in our minds this is done, so we're just playing it out. But it's actually doing them the world of good because it's allowing them that focus on just one round at a time. I just click on the person that's in front of me and we move on in the round. So Furia, I feel like need to find a way to bring those nerves back, bring that sweating back, force them to think about it, go in there, like I say, take their time a little bit. We're seeing rounds over within the first minute, 10 minute, 20 seconds. Use that time that's available.
It's like a slow clear though. The Habana coming out for the hatch work, Nomad 2 for the east balcony, the Sledge for the vert, Grillock for the flanks, Grims to displace on the top floor. They have redundancy in the cans and the Habana here, so should be a nice round coming out. Really going to depend on the mid round, how Fnatic want to react.
I think we're going to see much more, what I'm saying, from Furia, much more of that kind of measured approach and a quote-unquote proper attack here on Cafe rather than the attempt at a rush. It's going to be trying to get top floor control to begin with. The Gridlock using the Super Shorty to open up that piano wall. That's going to give access. Drones going in, making sure that top floor is clear. Diaz takes a lot of damage on the Nomad there. I think that was a Nitro that went up from Smith. Didn't quite find its mark, but again, it all sends a message.
Grimming right now. Epic on scan. Entry Cigar. They've already given the top floor right now. 1 minute 40 here. They have time to make Sledge vert right now. It's just depending to pick or execute. A lot of times you're going to play for the lower red retake. You're going to have the guy playing for the brown retake. They're going to be kind of on the outskirts of the heart of the strategy of the A-bomb, of the B-bomb site. So sometimes I like taking the pace down the hatch, through the window, kind of going away from the retake potential and kind of forcing their hand here. They nade the Kate off. Beautiful work there. Counting out the strategy. They put another Kate down. Another nade going to come out here. Trying to peek up off that. They're going to get the hatch here. Only Tubes can deny now. Zoto Cannon comes out here. They can deny to this back dining wall also, but they have cans for it, so they have enough reaching. Putting all the vert. Let's see the entropy 2. Wizard playing reading side right now. 2 dining side. They're really congested right now. He's going to go basement, take space basement side right now. Keeping one reading side here is going to be important, and having another floater here. Look, the Citizen. Great kill on Smiths. Great, gets a dining repel pressure. They're in the site.
Pressure from Furia though. Volps manages to get himself a double. It is that man once again. Goes in, starts putting the diffuser down. Is the cover there? Solis might just be too far away to do anything about this. He is, and that's going to be the plant secured. Fnatic now, they are on the retake. They need to find the next couple of kills at least. It doesn't go their way as Volps manages to get Deepek. The trade is there. Herds, Diaz is low health. Remember that Nitro from the beginning. Smith might have won this round before it even really begun. There is a long shot coming in. Herds taken down. It's all up to Diaz. He's low health. 18 seconds. Dead shot's going for it, and it just takes one shot from Fnatic to complete the retake. They get another round. They get another chance. They get another 3 minutes here at the Esports World Cup at least.
Downing window, guys. Downing window stops that bomb. You got to be able to identify your win con faster here. Great round from Fnatic, making it work. Staying calm in that retake. 6-4. Oh, this is where it starts to build for Furia. That leads have to get close. Your coach takes a timeout, allows Sathis back into the comms of Fnatic, gives them that hope. The game's starting to switch right now.
That's it. Sathis can now just be reinforcing that message of, look, this is working. What we've spoken about at half-time is paying off. We just need to keep going. We're on top of them. I'm sure he's going to be saying, you're in their heads, boys. The energy's dropping. They're starting to doubt themselves. And I think on the side of Furia, that is going to be the emotion. The doubt is going to start creeping in at this point. You've only got 2 rounds. You had 4. You were sitting pretty. Half of them have gone. And you are only a short time away from going to some extra rounds. We predicted Cafe was going to be close. I think at this point, we can say that it is. However it finishes, 7-4, 7-5, 6-0, however it goes, it is a close matchup. Fnatic, I'm really glad to see fighting their way back into this one.
Tim, in my head, before the game, I was thinking 7-4. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. To Fnatic, yeah?
No, for Furia.
Okay.
I was thinking 7-4, and we're here. Gonna be hiding. No, he's looking for the drone hole. Bringing the Valk right now. Gotta hide the Valk here. Okay. Let's see. Swapping off the Soul is gonna be more of a horizontal extend. Should see Wizard playing VIP side. See Citizen playing the lower brown side here. Gonna be see double reinforcement usually coming out on these coffee walls so you can play bunker. They're gonna make it rotate there here. Sledge coming out. Switching to the ace. Could be a bake side play, getting small open right now. Glass coming out, Capita coming out. Twitch coming out too. Gonna be something bake side, horizontal side here.
Going to be playing into Fnatic's defense, as you say, not really too much of a vertical presence for them. The Solace of Wizard last time really didn't have any impact in the round. They still got the win, but ultimately it wasn't really a strategy that worked for them. So Fnatic deciding to change that up and play a lot more horizontally, which could mean that Furia are going to have a problem. Nitro ready to go from Deadshot. I think he's just waiting for a little bit of information, a little bit of sound. Needs to be careful here, but as they edge ever closer, Furia might just give an opportunity. They are drawn in at the minute. Nitro goes out, does not find its mark. Boxera does well there just to avoid any damage.
Yep, look at the hop small here. In bake already.
This is quick.
This is bad for Fnatic, giving them this control. They got to relax right now, not flood kills. Ace gonna come in and get all these walls open to put pressure on the smoke. Already used 2 canisters right now. Gonna use a third too. Oh. It's gonna be tough here. No stall potential in the late round right now. 2 C4s, but Smith is on 1 HP here. Citizen's deep. Gonna destroy the pipe. Stop the power. Or putting pressure on the VIP side, making them have to stay. Deadshot 2 on the top, gonna be flanking to take lower red right now. One playing Sinks, does a lot of damage to Volbs. Plan's gonna be a lot harder here. But on a small walk, he has cope control though. Oh no. Oh no. Do they know?
Deadshot's position up above could be vital in this round. Furia deciding to leave him up there for the time being. Wizard's going to take a little bit of chip damage as well, but there goes Diaz on the glass. Beautiful from Lyra. It looks like it's all coming up Furia as Boxera manages to take down one. Hertz, they could do this in flawless fashion. The diffuser is down. Deadshot now has to fight his way back in. Fnatic on the verge of losing here at the Esports World Cup and seeing their key crushed. Lyra knows that it's Brown Stairs, knows that he's going to come around the corner. I love that. Sends a nade out. I don't need to take the challenge. I can just force him away. I can make him rethink it. There's about 10 seconds left. This is practically impossible for Deadshot to get this done now for Fnatic. I think he knows that it's over. He knows that the net is tightening. There comes the first challenge. He at least stops the flawless round, taking down the Capitao. It is over. Fnatic will be going home. Furia are your next Esports World Cup quarter-finalists.
What a game. Wow. It's great composure too from Furia, being able to handle it too, not letting it slip, because you're letting them build that momentum back. It could be easy to go overtime there. They finish it out 7-4.
It was tough. It was tough for Furia to get it done, especially when Fnatic started coming back at them. It's understandable that the players, those emotions creep in, that, not like this. Maybe they're on the comeback. Maybe they've got the momentum, but I like that from Furia. They dig deep. They have a really nice round there. Quickly into Bakery. Opportunity spotted, and they just pick them apart piece by piece, and ultimately Furia come out the better side in what has been a thrilling matchup of Siege. I've thoroughly enjoyed that, and they put themselves in the quarterfinals here in Paris.
And that makes a difference between a good and a great team. A big congratulations to Furia. They locked themselves in for the quarterfinals, for those playoffs. And what a great start they had on this map. It seemed like Fnatic were not in there. They were getting caught off guard. 1v1s were not going their way, and Furia were punishing them for making these mistakes, for being unaware and getting these rounds on the board. Almost felt like there was a little bit of a comeback brewing, but after the tactical timeout, they make it clean. They spot the opportunity, they lock it out, and a 7-3 and a 7-4 after that really intense overtime map to lock in players is the kind of response you want to see from them.
Furia really started showing their best. I think that's the real takeaway for me from this matchup. I've kept talking about Fury. I've kept saying they're one of my favourites, but they're just not getting going. They're just not showing us what they can do. I think they really showed us that today. Little bit of a wobble towards the end, but we see that from the absolute best of teams when that win is on the line. But they got it done. They got it over the line, and they looked electric doing it. You know, big props to Fnatic as well. It was tough for them to stay in it, even on Porte, but they did. They took it all the way to a third map. You know, if you'd said they were going to be top 12 at the Esports World Cup at the start of EML, I don't think many would have believed you, in all honesty. They've been fantastic. So, you know, hats off to Fnatic. They can be proud of what they've achieved, but ultimately, I think they just met the better team today.
Yeah, it's a great building block going into stage 2 for them. I feel like it's going to be good potential for them just to build upon, making sure, you know, you come back, you focus on what you missed, what you didn't do well on, and you honestly keep doing what you did well on. And I feel like they kind of ran out of steam right there, but it was good that they found a second gear to kind of start showing little signs of a comeback. But, you know, they ultimately, I think they went out in a good spot, so I feel like that was a good tournament for Fnatic.
Yeah, at first they will feel very disappointed for sure. You're always going to think about the tiny details of this round. Would've, could've, should've. It'll get the players up later at night. But hindsight, they should be proud of themselves. Fnatic coming into this tournament through the play-ins. They crushed 2 keys. Played some big and important matches, but for this one, unfortunately, they just fall short. Furia, as one of the SAL representatives, will be moving into the bracket of playoffs. And for SAL, there's quite some teams to be back in once again. I mean, they've had a rough time when it comes to international performances, right? We had a full NA final with Salt Lake City. They were able to win SI, but since that has been a little bit rough, it's good to see so much representation from that region, which is still considered to be one of the better regions in Siege.
I mean, they always get there, don't they? One way or another, whether it's after tough performances, whether it's easy performances, it doesn't seem to matter for Brazil. They always seem to come through, and they've certainly done it again here at the Esports World Cup. Like you say, having really good representation. But look, there's plenty of opportunity for all the regions as well. Don't forget, we've got APAC in there with Weibo. We've got plenty going on in those quarterfinals. Everybody is in it. Everybody's got a chance to win it. But look, Fnatic, like I said, they've done fantastically well. Very nearly making 3 rounds away from a top 8 finish at an international tournament is phenomenal for the shortest amount of time that they've had together as a roster. But I would also say for Furia, they've given a lot of teams a lot to be afraid of.
No, especially because I feel like we really know that they're just a very good gun style team, but I feel like today their teamwork really showed, especially in these deep rounds where they had to trade out consistently. They're really able to find their way into the match, and I'm just excited to see them continue in the tournament because they're some of my favorite players on that team. Oh, a lot of great guys.
So fun to watch as well as a team. So fun to watch.
Yeah, they're showing that to us here again. In general, today has been a very fun day. We got to crush 4 keys in total and send 4 teams to the playoffs. I feel like there's so many highs and so many lows all together on one day. And in general, we've had some surprising results. I think back about that very first game on the A stream. Secret coming out and winning Falcons' first map pick. Then winning that whole series in a 2-0. I feel like that one comes down to sheer willpower, and it's been helping some other teams inside the tournament really push games far.
I feel like that series too is a lot of the pressure we talked about, the pressure to succeed versus the pressure just to be here. And I feel like Secret, you know, talking to Trisha before the event, they said they're focused on the process, not the results of these games. Falcons, you know, this team, they're coming in with the thought of winning this tournament. So every loss they have, every time they get further away from that tournament, win that grand final, it puts so much pressure onto the mental. And you see how they have a close first map, and then into the second map, like you usually see with them, they're not even in it at all. So I feel like they just need to kind of reset their mentality to make sure that they can actually like show up as a team in these big moments.
Absolutely.
We have a player standing by who we don't often get to hear from. I'm excited to hear from Loira as he's standing with Lexing for a chat.
Thank you, and I am here with Loira from Furia. You guys close out the series, needed to go all 3 maps, but it really looked like regardless of that 8-7 on the first map, you guys did not lose steam.
Yeah, we were pretty confident on the second and third map because Fortress is one of our best maps, so we're completely confident going into it. And Café, we kind of expected to play today, so we're also pretty confident. So the first map was very close also. So when it's very close map, the first one, you don't really like, it doesn't get to your head, you know, like you're good. It's not like a 7-0, 7-2 that you're like, holy shit, how am I gonna win this? So we were good.
Then you get into this last map. You guys go up 5-1, and then that lead slowly starts to creep away from you. They slowly start catching up. What do you do as an individual to make sure that you're still confident, you're still doing what you need to do, and then carrying that over to the rest of your team?
Yeah, I mean, after we lost like the first 2 rounds of attack, not the first 2, I think we won 1, and then we lost 2. We basically had a conversation with the team like, okay guys, we were trying to do some fast plays here, it's not working. We're good, we're chill, let's just play slower, we're gonna win, it's in our hands. So I was chilling.
Well, Laura, obviously this is the first international experience for you guys as a team, but for EWC here, you were in the grand final last year. How does it feel to be back on the main stage with a chance to win an Esports World Cup title?
Yeah, this feels amazing, man. Like, I always say I love EWC because it's on summer, and the summer vibes, like, it's just amazing, you know, play a tournament like when it's warm, it's not like winter, it's snowing, so we are always in good vibes. And I love EWC because of that. And last year we had an amazing tournament, didn't win, but grand final, it is what it is. And I mean, I'm just super happy to be here with this team because we're kind of proving ourselves in international tournaments yet. So I'm so happy that I'm here with these guys and we make playoffs, so let's keep going.
All right, well, just one last thing before I let you go and crush that key. Is there any shout outs you want to give to family at home, friends, and maybe even a couple team skins?
Yeah, I'm going to say today, I don't know if you guys know, but it's Father's Day in Brazil. So I dedicated my win to my dad. He's back home watching me. So happy day, Dad. And buy the free bundle.
All right, that's it from Loira. Congratulations on your win. We will be seeing you guys on main stage and pretty shortly over on the A stream, but that wraps up everything here for the stage. We have all of our quarterfinals to get us prepared for once we get into those main stage. That's it. I'm sending you guys right back to our desk.
Thank you so much. Wholesome words from Laura to close out that interview. But the general consensus from it is that they felt really confident all throughout this matchup. They knew the map veto when it was going to start. They knew what they needed to bring to the table today, and they secured their spot in playoffs.
Yeah, look, a really confident performance from Furia. Like I say, I think Fnatic made it difficult for them at times. They did their best with it, but Furia just felt like a little bit of a different beast coming in today.
Yeah, I feel like I expected it coming to talk to them before the match. You know, they were very calm on the stage, dapping them up, and, you know, they just seem ready. I feel like the players they've all been in a lot of these games before. Maybe Bonzera is the newest to it, but obviously Bonzera has a long history in Brazil, so I feel like he's probably one of the most experienced players you'd have playing at this level who isn't experienced at it. So I feel like they just have a great team. Reduct too, just being all over the world with his coaching style. So yeah, I can't wait to see what they have to do in this playoff run.
Yeah, players joining this club from all kinds of rosters and iterations, and now getting together for a great journey so far on the international stage. And as Lexing mentioned as well, a great chance for Laura to go back-to-back to the grand final. Of course, we know how that ended last year for him, unfortunately just falling short against Secret in that one, but he will find great motivation in knowing that the path is wide open to yet another EWC grand final.
It's fantastic seeing all these players that are kind of building this legacy, isn't it? We've had, you know, Team Secret have got themselves through to the quarterfinals. We've got players on Wildcard. We've got players on Furia, all progressing towards that final again.
Well, it is their very final Key Crush for Furia as we move over to the Key Crusher, our very final Key Crush here on the B stream and of the entirety of the group stage. But for Furia, a special moment. They get to crush their very first key off Fnatic. Fnatic themselves have crushed 2 keys, but will fall short here. See how this one goes down.
I know. Hopefully it's better than the other day where it got stuck. Saying goodbye. Aw. There it is.
Oh,
that noise.
I can hear it.
I'm going to miss that noise. Yeah. I'm going to miss that noise. I'm going to be sat at home watching these thinking, I know exactly how that feels. You can almost feel the ground shake as it does it. It's brilliant.
It's quite loud. I feel like, you know, maybe the viewers at home don't fully know how loud it is and how heartbreaking that sound really is as the key finally gets crushed to the very bottom. Some beautiful pieces left over there as this is, of course, a big moment for Furia. They will summon themselves inside that top 8. There we see the broken key, the final broken key of the group stage.
The dream's a fanatic.
Yeah, I mean, all those broken pieces as well. If you don't know, each year there's a monolith created like with the names of all the champions from the different games. And in the bottom, all those broken pieces of keys are like sealed in resin, and they form like the bottom of this big like monolith that's like a monument to each year's tournament. And I was looking at them the other day, and it's unbelievable. You know, just the way to preserve that history of the teams that have lost, and then the winners on top of them. It's brilliant.
One of my favorite tournaments, and you see why.
Yeah, it is breathtaking really to see the trophy and see everything that goes down here at the Esports World Cup. That is it from us over on the B stream. As the group stage has ended, we'll move over to the A stream only for our final few days of the tournament. I want to thank you guys. I want to thank Jesse, of course, as well. It's been a wonderful time here with all of you on the B stream. You know, we've had some difficult games. We had some long games, some really short and really fast games as well. But it's been great fun. It was an absolute pleasure. And as we have our 8 teams, we need to find out who plays who in that first round of the playoffs. Very soon over on the A stream, we will start our seeding show to find out which team will face off against what team inside those first rounds. So make sure to stick around for that and head over to the A stream to catch all the action going there. From now, this was it for us. Thank you so much for watching. We'll leave you with the STC highlights of the day.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege returns to the Esports World Cup for another year of intense FPS action. In the playoffs, second chances are gone as lower bracket is removed in favor of a single elimination competition. Teams will battle to make it to the final, with a third place match also set for the final day of the tournament. All matches are a best of 3, with the exception of the grand final, which will result in a best of 5. There's a lot of Siege to play here at the EWC, and the stakes are higher than ever, so sit back, relax, and get ready to be entertained.
Six days ago, we started with 22 teams, 22 possibilities, and now we have but only 8.
I mean, it's crazy how fast this tournament has been shaping up, and the fact that you just said it, 22 teams down to 8. We're at the cusp of ending this entire thing.
You know what it is? It's 4 from the upper bracket.
And 4 from my lower bracket.
That's for damn sure, of course. Quarterfinals, they mean intense competition. They mean qualification. They mean championship spot on the line. Let's have a look at the teams that we're expecting to make their way through to the grand final from Division 1. Dark Zero Wildcard, FaZe Clan, GK, but of course from Division 2. Now, this is important to note. The Division 2 is the lower bracket, just to make sure for everyone at home.
Yeah, we got Weibo Gaming, we got Team Secret, we got Team Liquid Alienware, and Furia clenching that last spot as we just saw that game wrap up.
Yeah, it's crazy that we just finished on the B stage and already we're getting ready for what will be an incredible draft phase. And this is exciting because we don't get to see this very often in Rainbow Six. We actually get to choose our opponents. In fact, 2 teams get to choose their opponents. The way this works, the top seeded team out of Group A will get to choose from the lower bracket of Group B and vice versa. So how about we welcome these teams out?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's welcome out the upper bracket first. We've got Wildcard. Woo! Go on. Go get comfy, my good friends. We've got GK.
That's my favorite team.
That's what I'm talking about. A little bit of noise in the crowd. We've got Dark Zero.
Oh, nothing?
No, that's dead. That's dirty. And of course, FaZe Clan, welcome out, JP. Yeah, a little bit of noise in the crowd. We love it from the Aussies. Definitely not Australian, by the way.
And for us, for our lower bracket quarterfinalists, first and foremost, we have Weibo Gaming.
That's ridiculous.
That was crazy. Next up, we got Team Secret.
You're
definitely
so
not
dirty.
the same. For third, we got Team Liquid Alienware.
There we go.
There we go. And last but not least, Furia coming in fourth.
Come on out. Come get comfortable. All right, so let's not muck about here. We know who is at the top of Group A. Let's welcome our wildcard. Come up here, Justin. Justin, but Amir, 2 days ago, you guys topped your group. Looked incredible doing it. How you feeling going into quarterfinals?
Really good. We're playing really good Siege and looking to win it all.
Now, you've only got 2 opponents here to pick from. Who are you picking and why?
Furia. We scrimmed them before. We know how they play. And we know exactly what to do to beat them.
Reduck, get up here real quick. We got a quick chat. Why do you feel he's so comfortable with playing you guys?
Because they have Lagones. Lagones is Brazilian, so makes sense. But they never play against us, and we will see who we are.
So they should be scared?
Yes.
All right.
Any final comments from you?
No, I'll let the weapon do the talking in the server.
I love that, Justin. Nice, clean fist bump in the middle. Gents, thank you very much. There's our first quarterfinalist. Back out you go. Let's keep this show on the road. GK, come on up here. Shepard. Now, Shepard, you guys probably surprised most topping your group. How did you feel you performed?
I think it's amazing. I'm really proud of my team, and we'll see what's going on next.
Now, obviously, you know who you're going to be playing, but we don't. Who are you picking and why?
I had to beat this guy like 7 years ago, to be honest, like his team. So I have to do it right now. Team Secret.
I love it.
Twister, get on up here. How do you feel that they're not giving you the respect that you deserve? You won the Esports World Cup last year.
Bro, we are ready to defend our title over here. Falcons thought that they would be sending us home as well, so we'll see.
Let me just throw a quick one in. Who do you think is the weakest link on that team?
The weakest link on that team? Probably my brother Gruby over there.
All right.
What makes them so easy to beat?
Actually, I don't know, but I think to be the champion, you need to beat the back-to-back champions, I guess.
That's very fair. Nice, clean fist bump in the middle. There we go. We've got our quarterfinalists, which means Dark Zero, Weibo, come on up. Call out. How do you feel going up against... well, he's standing very tall right now.
He's popping his chest out right now.
He really is. He's not messing about. How you feeling about this one?
It's going to be a fun game. I know that. It's going to be a scrum, so it'll be a good one.
Well, it seems like there's a lot of respect going your way. How do you feel about matching up against Dark Zero, knowing that they didn't choose you actually?
Well, for us, like we have to beat everyone in this tournament to be the champ. So yeah, it's gonna be a good fight.
Any final comments before we get underway with the quarterfinals?
Just looking forward to it.
How about you?
may the best team win.
Clean, gentlemen. Thank you very much for that. And that's going to shock everyone at home. That leaves FaZe Clan and Team Liquid Alienware. Get on up here. JP, you should be familiar by now. How do you feel going up against the big dogs?
I mean, it's just another Classico, but to be a hard game, honestly. We know they are a very good team, and it's like the biggest Classico of the game for a reason, so I expect a good match.
I was going to say, he mentions the Classico. How do you feel about this matchup?
So it's going to be a great match, of course. We play all the time, and it's going to be an important game for sure.
All right, what do you think your chances are before we get underway with the grand final? A lot of people have you guys picked going all the way through.
One game at a time. We have to beat them in the other games until to get to the final. So we'll see. We have to win this game first.
I'm going to send that answer right back at you. How are you feeling?
So I am only thinking now about FaZe Clan because I need to beat them, and they are the best in the world, but that's it. One step off the time.
That's it. El Clasico, please. You know what to do. Gents, thank you very much. Best of luck in your quarterfinals, which means that we now know who our quarterfinalists are. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see how this one shaped out. I think that EWC continues to heat up, and as we get into the quarterfinals, I'm pretty excited for this.
I'm super excited, man. I mean, there's every single game here is one to watch. You do not want to miss out on any single one. And again, it's important to remember, there's no lifelines. The second you lose is the same second you are out. You need to win all the way through to get to that Esports World Cup title.
It's the first time we actually don't have double elimination this whole time. Throughout phase 1, throughout phase 2, there's been a parachute, there's been a fallback.
And that's a scary thing because how many times have we had someone come through that lower bracket and end up winning? So does that mean my side of the lower bracket finalists are going to be the ones who could possibly win?
Are you serious? Did you see the lineup? Are you sure?
I heard the trash talk on my side. It sounded a little better personally.
Okay, fair enough. Well, very quickly, last thoughts going into quarterfinals here.
Let's just end it here and let's get into next week.
Geez, let's make it nice, quick, clean. Thank you very much for joining us here for the play-ins and the groups. It's time for us to get underway with the quarterfinals on Wednesday. But please, until then, take care, stay safe, and good night.